left off with Groucho Gopher in Coral Island. Where we left off, I believe we're midsummer, moving into fall. Let's see, I like that you do variety of such different Zomboid to Coral Island. It's comfort and enjoyable fun. Yeah, there's definitely pros and cons. Like, I feel in a lot of ways the wide variety can help with my core audience. But the negative is for the more casual audience. We definitely have people who like, you know, they see me, I'm playing a game that's like really sweaty like Project Zomboid, and I switch to Coral Island, they're like, which is fair. Let's see, you've modded and had a bug preventing your pawns from being able to eat anything? Oh, in RimWorld? Yeah. Groucho Gopher, good news. We're ready to launch our Kickstarter campaign. But we can't do it without you. Come to the museum so we can launch it together. Lily? I don't know who that is. Groucho Gopher, world travels fast in the archipelago. You have an eye for the hard-to-come-by things. I'm a purveyor of rare things. The Lighthouse, Tuesday, Thursdays, and Friday, after sundown. Discreet business only. Oh, it's the smuggler. It's a character who shows up, and they'll have stuff like artifacts and all that they'll sell you. For a heck of a lot of money. It's mostly things that gives you another possibility for some of like the rare things you go to look for like the offerings in museum and all that. That you have just another option to get those. It's got our bananas and all those things. Those aren't ready yet. Okay, so we're looking to sell 8 more bronze quality fruit or better. Yeah, so 8. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So that should finish the objective for Sam. We'll go ahead and sell some Karacha. This is a good that's been brought up processing-wise. We can drop all this stuff off here. Oh, not the bananas. The bananas are fruit. Because last stream we did start organizing things. So I do think we're not going to bother holding on to any of the no-star quality stuff here. We're just going to sell that. All the rest of it we'll slowly make into artisan goods. Because the artisan goods are a multiplier on the value, and I'm not going to have the capacity to do everything I've got. So we definitely don't want to waste it on stuff that's not going to... Like, basically I want something that's got more value so that when we process it, I get more value out of it. Okay, so you got some hot pepper juice. Just have yourself a swig of hot pepper. Go ahead and... Oh, that's the mayo thing. Get some more Karacha going. Get some more juice going. Alright, and where we left off, we're on the silver cavern. The ice cavern, whatever, water cavern. We were doing in the mines. And we were up to the silver section, the silver kelp section of the underwater area. Oh, how much area do I have available? I want to keep plants growing there as much as possible. Maybe the juice is meant to be used for dressing or something? Maybe. It could also just be some, like, health thing. Alright, so this is for the museum expansion. For those who missed, this game was kickstarted. So this entire storyline where the museum gets its Kickstarter campaign is basically a nod to the people who kickstarted the game and all that. And all that going for it. So, like, I really enjoy this story arc because it kind of, you know, is a thank you out to the community who supported making the game possible and all that stuff. Hey, Groucho Gopher. Good to see you here. We're just waiting for Scott. Once he arrives, we'll finally launch the Kickstarter campaign. This is a really bad habit of his. Look at that. Everyone is here. Well, almost everyone. I invited Lily to the Kickstarter campaign launch too, but she said she'd see, but very unlikely. It's too bad she's not here, but what can I do? I'm still not sure why I'm... I'm still not sure why I'm here, or if this... What did you call it? Pig starter? Hick starter, Mayor. Right. Pig starter. I'm not sure if this idea of yours will work. You say other people would give us money to build a museum? But why would other people care about our little museum? It's so little. And this is something I called out the last time. Keep in mind this whole town has like 30 people in it. And they have like this multi-room, like full scale with artifacts and everything museum. And I'm like, what do you mean little museum? You people are like in the money if you have this kind of place. You underestimate the power of crowdfunding, Mayor. There's tons of successful crowdfunding campaigns. This was going to be one of them. I still don't get it, but I'm going to trust you. It is okay to trust him, right? Yes, Mayor. I personally looked over everything, and I've done my research. It should be fairly risk-free for us. We're already on our way to building an expanded museum, but if this campaign is successful, we can make it even better than the original plan. Could be a nod of being unsure if Kickstarter was going to work out. Let's see, or maybe people hate themselves, just chug it. I mean, well, by the time this got included, the Kickstarter campaign had already been well underway and everything. Like, they had already realized they were going to have enough money to at least make the game, let alone all the stretch goals they've got funded for. When, Millie? When this campaign is successful? But story-wise, this is at the start. No, I wouldn't say this is like right at the beginning of the game. Because like you can play through most of the game in 2 years. And we're about a little over halfway through the first year before like you start to ramp this up and all that stuff. I mean, start of the Kickstarter basically. Oh yeah. This is the beginning of the Kickstarter campaign thing in the game. As far as like the game development, I don't remember. But yeah, no, that's I think at the time they did the Kickstarter, they had like a bunch of screenshots, but there's no gameplay yet, which is not unusual. They had like lots of hand-drawn cells and what they wanted the game to be, and you know how it was going to differentiate itself, all that kind of stuff. All right, only one thing left to do. Let's do this. Time to launch the Kickstarter campaign. Big thanks to everyone who showed up for this epic moment. We're about to press the live button, and I swear, my heart's doing cartwheels, I'm so pumped. Groucho Gopher, could you stand over there by the computer, please? Macy, will you take a photo of this momentous moment? Will do. And I'll fill in what led up to this after the scene's over, so I'm not skipping dialogue. Okay, everyone, huddle up. And 3, 2, 1, smile. All right, here we go. Boom, we did it. Campaign is officially live. 1 week from now, we'll see where we stand. You've been a big help, Groucho Gopher. Just remember, we're always happy to accept more museum donations, so keep them coming. Alright, so to give you a backstory of what's been going on in Coral Island, like the lead up to where we're at. So basically, this is like a little touristy town. It's in vaguely like kind of in the Philippines kind of area. They don't ever specify where in the world, but oh, I have a mastery point. I forgot about that. Double kelp. All right. But basically the idea what happens is you've got this tourist island, it's got its beaches and all that kind of stuff. But there's an oil spill. And the oil spill makes its way to the beaches here, and, you know, touristy towns don't do very well when they depend on beaches and all that when they're all covered in oil. So what's eventually happened is caused this town to kind of fall into hard times, that they had to kind of gut their museum and sell the artifacts to make ends meet and that kind of stuff. We can pop our coffers over here. The heritage sites, like for the local traditions and all that, have fallen into disrepair and gotten contaminated and all that sort of thing. And you're basically trying to bring the town back from the brink type deal. Right, and we dropped off the fishing pole. What was the 5 bronze ingots I smelted for? Okay, we'll drop this off at home real fast. But, so what ends up happening is when you start the game, the town is at an F rank. And the kind of the story progresses as you slowly work on the various things in town to gradually build it up. So you got your heritage sites, that's kind of the equivalent to the community center for Stardew. The ocean doesn't have an equivalent in any other game. That's where you go and you clean up the oil spill little by little. And then we have the museum, which is like the museum in pretty much every game in this genre. And then there will be a 5th category later, which is community development stuff. That's kind of late game things. And that can be a lot of fun to deal with all that. So I made the bronze, we also got the silver. Let's grab the silver. And do I have enough wood? I have enough wood. Oh, right, there's a couple things we are going to do. Right, so I got some money. So what we're going to do is I want to get my next tool going to upgrade. And then the other thing we're going to get going on. Alright, so that's ready to be donated. Okay, so we got 3 more things to drop off there. Okay, so we can go real quick and get the, Okay, so this not made the museum available yet. So we can go ahead and that'll take care of the bronze thing. We've got our museum stuff dropped off. We can get the scythe dropped off at the blacksmith to upgrade it to silver rank. Eventually we'll start getting duplicates of a bunch of these artifacts. When that happens, so donating more stuff at the museum. When we do get the duplicates, I can start using those to enchant my tools. And the enchantments do stuff like increase the chances of them not using stamina, or increase the odds that you get a rare drop from it, and yada yada yada. So let's get this sorted. So upgrade our tools. The scythe. Yep. And then the bronze ingots were for, I wanted to drop by and get our animals going. And I forgot there's this goddess blessing thing. Alright. A small blessing of 5% extra stamina today. Cool, that did recharge my stamina. So, while it's an RNG thing, it's also a very abusable thing. Alright, so I don't remember what we need. Let's grab the stone. Let's grab that. I don't think there's anything else that comes to mind that we might need. But there's 2 buildings I need. Did I get my spell self-paced place to put this? Not really, but we're gonna do it anyways. Is I want to build the chicken coop, and I want to build the hay silo. And I'll ultimately need both for practicality. We can run over here to the carpenter. Okay, so the carpenter Okay, so you needed fiber, so I don't have what I need for that. And you needed resin and stone and scrap. Okay, so we either need resin, stone, and scrap, or fiber. Let's start with the coop, because I can get the fiber super easy. And then we just need... We've already got the resin, I'm pretty sure. We'll just need to get more stone. That'll be easy enough, because we're going to end up going to the mine. Because my scythe is currently being upgraded, so I can't go to the ocean and do anything worthwhile. So I've got the fiber. Okay, so that should let me get the chicken coop real fast. And we can get that going. And thank you, DG, for the 30 stream streak. I do appreciate that. Do hope you've been enjoying the stream. We can go over here and get the chicken coop built. And one of the reasons I'm not super worried if we build it in the place and go, oh wait, I want it someplace different. You can actually move the buildings. I want to say the cost is pretty minor. Alright, so we got the chicken coop. Technically, I could also get the barn, but let's start with the chicken coop. I also believe you can build it over a lot of stuff and it'll just clear out the debris and all that. Let's put the chicken coop over here. Yeah, so it seems to be pretty unhappy about that. Never mind. So I'll put it down here. Yeah, I think that'll be fine. Okay, because we can always move it later if it's a problem. Alright, so chicken coop is now being built. We got a tool upgrading. We got the chicken coop going. So for the other one, we need stone, scrap, and resin. The resin I've already got tapped. We've been picking them up as we go, so that'll take care of itself. It's probably the more correct way for me to deal with that anyways. Alright, so with all that cleaned up, we've got absolutely full stamina. It's a rainy day. So let's go pop in here real quick. And just take as much advantage as we can of our day that I don't have to work on the farm. And push the water cavern as far as we can. Things we're down here for is silver, just advancing the cave in general, and bat wings. Hey, Alana, it's going pretty good. Can I get a shout out for Alana Rama, by the way? Another fantastic content creator. Fellow member of the Halcyon Frequency stream team, the stream team that I am on. Plays a whole mess of fun games over there, including games like RimWorld and other indie titles and all that good stuff. So someone I definitely recommend checking out and all that good stuff. Did I already have a hole? What am I doing? Wasting time is what I'm doing. There we go. It's good to have you. Alright, so I'm not seeing silver up there. And I believe we only need one more Batwing. To get the monster parts offering thing done. But Coral Island does have a lot of different storylines you follow through. They kind of all culminate into one as things go along. But it is those ones that early on, like, you've got the storyline of the giants, you've got the storyline around the museum, you've got the storyline of the ocean and the merfolk, and all that stuff. Okay, well, I want the silver. Maybe they got rid of the poison. It used to be when those wasps hit you, they'd give you a poison that'd take a bunch of ticks and mess with you. Alright. So bear with me in a moment, I'll get you a shout out here real quick. Alright. Because again, check out Alanorama. Absolutely fantastic content creator. Highly, highly, highly recommend. Oh, you are not some... Oh, actually. So that's interesting. Those are enemies we find way later. If you didn't notice, combat in this game is not, like, super sweaty or anything. There's areas that you can get there a little bit tougher, but I wouldn't say the combat in this game is particularly difficult. You get some enemies that can do a lot of damage and all that you have to be a little bit careful of, but it's not to the degree at any point you're, like, having to, like, constantly dodge aside. There's no, like, major boss fights or anything like that. It's just not that kind of game. But what we want to do is this area is 40 floors deep. We want to try and get as far as we can. Rain days are good days to get a lot done. Oh. Those used to be how you would level combat. Because it used to be you got, like, no combat XP worth mentioning back when the game first launched. So those things would spawn a bunch of little slimes, so you just run circles around 2 or 3 of them. And let them slowly spawn little enemies and just keep killing the spawned enemies and using stuff that would make the enemies spawn faster and all that. Luck that we don't have to do that garbage anymore. 'Cause that was just a grind when that existed that way. There we go. Here we got a little bit deeper. So, I don't have 2 rings equipped yet. We're just going to go ahead and pop right over here. So you can have small chance to completely block damage. Not really a particularly useful skill in my opinion. You don't take enough damage for it to really matter. And because it's percent chance based kind of thing, it's also hard to properly take advantage of. But still. If I got an open equipment slot, nothing else to put there, give me a wing. Only need 1 more wing, and those guys do drop them. This needs to be a bat wing. I think these guys can also drop a wing sometimes. As can those things that look like the round ball. But where the bats have a relatively okay chance of dropping it, but they're hard to find enemies. The other ones, it's a really low chance. And this is one of those games that, if you don't enjoy this part, you can actually turn the enemies to be passive if you want. You can also go in here if you don't, like, enjoy this style of mining. You can collect materials outside of here and just make bombs. And just, like, they explode the area. You can also make the ladders down to just bypass stuff as well. Okay, we got a koi fish out of that. Sure. Alright. So on the plus side, it looks like we're going to knock out a good 10 floors at the rate we're going today. We got wheat seeds. Okay. Because I'm not going to have enough time to knock out another 5 after this. Grab these. A ginger? Yeah, grab the ginger. Because we have to be home by something like 1. Know you're playing Coral Island? Yeah, I like Coral Island. Very much enjoy it. That's weird. That's fine. Let's grabbing some last little bit of silver. Did they drop a new update? They dropped an update in December, update 1.2b. So it's not the one that makes the kids able to grow up to be teenagers and all that yet. That got kind of delayed. Basically, they add a bunch of smaller things to it, but like that one didn't happen. All right, so we did get down to floor 25, and then we're down to just like the last couple minutes of the day, so I'm not gonna be able to push another 5 floors. What I could probably do, as long as my inventory has the space, I've got some traps. Let's run around and empty out the traps. Alright. That way, with this being a rain day, there's a chance I could catch stuff overnight. Oh, my inventory's full. I see. Yeah, checks out. Alright, so let's pop over here. So I've already got these bugs, plenty of them, that drop stuff off. We'll want to drop off the hot pepper juice, drop off the stone and all that. We have the monster stuff goes in here. Drop the koi in there. Drop off the hibiscus. The sea mushroom we can put in there for right now. Wheat is this season, correct? Yep, so let's go ahead and chuck the wheat we got there. A little bit more. And I think that'll be the last of the hot pepper juice and all that, unless we get more hot peppers. I want to just keep rotating stuff out, keep making artisan goods, because that way I could sell the hot peppers at a little bit of a premium again. But you're only missing one child to achieve perfection. Your spouse just won't ask you. How dare. Yeah, no, the only achievement I am missing is on my other save. I just need to wait till the summer because I forgot to buy the scarecrow from the summer festival to be able to craft it. And that finishes the crafting achievement for me. And then just making the, was it like 10 million or whatever it is, which I'm like, I haven't put any effort into making money. I just started to make effort, and it's like I already, in the course of like one night, made like 5 million. Alright, so we can get silver ore or a little bit of money. Give me the silver ore. Okay. And, yep, so all of that gave me a cash out of over 5,000 bucks. So it's Frank and Zara's birthday today. So I'll get some bouquets for them and all stuff. Later on, we'll, you know, branch out our gifts to be a lot more than that. Okay, the bronze fishing pole is finished upgrading. So grab you and grab you. Get you smelting real quick. Groucho Gopher, I can't believe this. We actually reached our Pickstarter goal in just one day. Oh man, this is so exciting. I didn't think we'd get there so fast. Since we hit our goals so early, we're adding some stretch goals for the campaign. Basically, our museum is going to be bigger and grander than we originally planned. But I'll have to talk to Mayor Connor and Millie about this. I'll update you again soon. Alright, we'll drop off the Karacha. And luckily we got a second rain day in a row. So sadly, because my scythe is out upgrading, we gotta pick this by hand. Okay, nothing else here. Looks like it's about ready to harvest. Okay, I'll take the regular quality ones and we'll just sell those. Alright. What's up, and say happy to see you streaming this game again. What's the schedule going to be like for it? So you can join the stream. So, I don't usually keep a particularly strict schedule about like when I'm going to be playing any specific game. I kind of just go with it as we go with it. I do stream almost every day from 7 p.m. EST till 4 a.m. EST. There's a very good chance I'll be playing a decent amount of this in the immediate future, but like as far as like how much and all that, I mean a lot of that depends on viewership. Like if I stream this and like the numbers are just real bad for me, it kind of forces my hand to do other things. So it's one of those ones that like, there's that. All right. You have a good one, Lenny. Thank you again for tuning in. Yeah, that's all fine. Alright. Yeah, no, I've expressed that's kind of a bummer this game doesn't have more of a following than it does. I think very genuinely where Humble pushed them to get it out early and everything, which we kind of only know after the fact now. It's not verified by them. But, you know, reading between the lines of that, it definitely feels like what's happened. And unfortunately, as a result, where it could have done way better, that just really killed it at the early stages, being in a little bit of a rocky start. Okay, so we've got Frank and Zara. So Frank will probably be by the bar. No, Frank is in the community center, and Zara is over by her boat. Yeah. It's one of the things I feel like more and more games are making a mistake. This isn't me accusing this game of it, because like I said, the reading between the lines that Humble Publishing kind of forced them to put the game out before it was ready. Because Humble Publishing was trying to shut itself down. But like, you have a lot of games that release in early access and then they get shocked by the negative feedback when their game is very unstable. And there's a lot of people, right? It's like, oh, but you know, it's early access. It's like, right, but you spent $30. Early access or not, you spent $30. Did you get that money's worth? I feel like people's tolerance of some of those bugs, in a lot of ways, you end up with some people are very forgiving about it, and some people are very absolutely unforgiving about it because they're just kind of tired of, like, every game being a buggy mess on release. And not, like, little bugs either. Like, the game is just unpolished. So it always gets to me. It was a surprise out of nowhere with Nintendo players especially. Yeah. The game itself is such a good concept of mechanics. Yeah, nowadays this game is in great shape. Like, nowadays I wouldn't say have any reservation. Like, the game is feature complete. There's not no bugs, but they're pretty minor. The worst I've seen is you can get the occasional crash where the game locks up, which can suck if you're at the end of the day and you lose the day and you have to redo it. That's not fun. But that's kind of what we got left, and it's not super often. And it tends to be more of a problem if you have, like, tons and tons and tons and tons and tons of automation set up. I found it is when it starts getting kind of weird and pokey and dodgy. But yeah, no, definitely I have really bad early access fatigue. It's one of the reasons why when an early access game drops, usually I'll do one stream of it, maybe two if I'm really, really liking it, but I won't come back around until it's mostly release ready. Or it's like Project Zomboid, where like Build 41, if that was the last update we ever got, that was a complete game. Project Zomboid should not have the early access tag anymore, and I stand by that. And the excuse is like, hey, but the game's changing. That's like, cool. So's Warframe. So's No Man's Sky. This Path of Exile basically changes the formula like every league. change is not enough to justify early access. I have an expectation with early access. Alright, so let's get the bouquet to Frank. Thank you for the birthday gift. Okay. Yeah, it happens sometimes, but you're fully automated. Yeah, that's kind of what I got. It's like, I had no problems until I started, like, really automating. And then it's like, okay, this is where we're getting to the point where there are RB demons. Okay, so we're getting $1,000 from Sam for all that. We just have to wait for that. We don't have a papaya tree yet, so we'll flag the next quest. You want 5 Jasper. F off, Suki. Or wait, was that Suki or was that... That's Suki, right? Yeah, F off, Suki. 5 Jasper. Yeah, I'd like a winning lottery ticket, too. 5 Jasper. Oh, she's down here. Yeah, no, exactly. Salson's saying that, you know, early access used to be an exciting concept similar to DLC. Yeah, because it used to be, if we go back to yesteryear with games, you'd get your game, you get like StarCraft, and that was what you got. What you got in the tin, that's what you got. You weren't getting updates, not really. Like, so you bought the game, and that was what it got. So if it had bugs, congratulations, they're there forever. If it was relatively bug-free, again, congratulations, that's what it was going to be forever. And eventually we led to expansions, which wasn't DLC. It was, you'd get StarCraft, and they'd be like, okay, there's StarCraft Brood War, and you'd have to have the initial game to buy the thing, and it was effectively getting like extra campaigns and everything on it. So it was what DLC is today, but it was like pretty big updates a lot of time that added a lot. And then what ended up happening is eventually, you know, online became, they're like, all right, we can just make a DLC so we can breadcrumb smaller things, which had a lot of promise, but nowadays you buy horse armor. But yeah. But no, I would agree that early access nowadays is releasing a game, in a lot of cases, very half-baked, and being like, pay almost full price. That was kind of the thing that it used to be. It used to be when you bought early access, you paid a massive discount. So if the game was ultimately going to be $50, but it was an early access title, you might get away with it for $15. Now, like, you have companies that are like, but you can get the early preview access. You just have to pay $15 extra. It's for the privilege of being the first one in the door. And it's like, you know what? Go screw yourself, man. All right, let's go ahead and give Zara some flowers for her birthday. Is this a birthday gift? Thanks. I appreciate the thought. I don't think she was huge on that. It's fine. Yeah, we can actually check with them. So Frank liked the bouquet. Zara, okay, so they both liked it. They didn't love it, but they liked it. That's fine. It should be you cannot set early access unless you have full release within 12 months. If you don't make that, you're removed from Steam platforms, black marked for it. Ow! Ow, jellyfish sting, it hurts so bad. I'm serious, guys. I might faint. Wait. I know this one. I saw, Paul and Ann showed. You need to, pee on it? Ew. If it must be done, it must be done. I'll take one for the team and do it. But... on second thought, I don't think I can do it with all these people watching. Pee on me? No way. Where's a lifeguard when you need one? No need to get your trunks in the twist. Forget the pee myth. Glad this cleared up. Wasn't looking forward to peeing in public. Relax, we just need vinegar and warm water. And don't scratch the sting, okay? There's use a bottle of vinegar. That should help. Now let's get this thing sorted out with the vinegar bath and a warm dip in the warm water. Yeah, so there's actually I don't remember, there was a change that that Steam put out. It's fairly recently, so just like the last year or two. So it used to be you could like set up early access and that was just fine. You just flag, hey, we're early access, that's what we're doing for a release, yada yada. And I want to say, if I remember the specifics about the change, was going forward with the early access thing, you actually had to have, like, it wasn't a strict timeline, so it wasn't being like, oh, Tuesday on, 2027, full release and all that. But you actually had to go and put, like, a lot more details about when you'd expect things to move forward, and they had to be in a timely manner, and basically that Steam would ultimately reject you for early access if you couldn't provide details as like a rough timeline of when things would happen. And it's not that they would be inflexible either, like that you just couldn't move forward and all that. That release timeline, but they're so long. Oh, you're closed on Tuesdays. But yeah, no, but that's the whole thing I'm saying, Pulverizer, is it's a very recent change that Steam is literally being like, hey, you cannot do indefinite early access anymore. And also, if you want to have the benefits of early access, you do need to, like, have a plan. You can't just kind of ad hoc it. So they are putting more restrictions, but it's only under new things that have gone to early access, not retroactively. And that probably has to get into like contracts and legals and all that kind of stuff. Asking companies that are already for sale and all that's like retroactively change their business plan and all that is a thing that potentially creates a whole legal mess. Yeah. Because absolutely I'm on the same page of like Product Zomboid isn't early access anymore. It shouldn't be. You've got a fully stable build that is basically a full release game. And yeah, they got the unstable build and it's a bit of a mess. But that's fine. Right. Do I have enough silver kelp? I can get that going. That's not enough of the bronze kelp. Okay. So let's go back to the cave while we still have time today. Yeah, I think the excuse for Project Zomboid being early access is that the game is changing rapidly, quote unquote. It's like, right, but to me that's not early access. Again, I can point to examples like Path of Exile, which is a game that changes rapidly, or Warframe, that's a game that changes rapidly. A lot of your MOBAs and all that have rapid changes. Pretty much almost all the games that mark themselves as like games as a service and yada yada, for that business model to even work, have to change rapidly. But I'm under the impression that Steam is trying to put a lot more restrictions on what you can do early access. There's also been, and again, I don't remember exactly where this landed, because it was a thing they proposed, I don't know what the actual end result was. But going forward with a bunch of games that get released in early access, if, like, the developers, where they set these landmarks and all that, if they cancel features and stuff like that, that they would potentially be on the hook for prorated refunds, that kind of thing, to try and mitigate some of the things where people do like a really good job presenting a product that's effectively vaporware. Oh no, this is not one of the ones with a pre-existing hold. There we go. There's a couple floors where you drop down and there's a hole to the next floor just already there. But again, all those things I'm talking about were for new titles, not retroactive. So stuff like Project Zomboid still being marked as early access despite it being effectively a full release game at this stage is still a thing. Yeah, no, I'd love for Steam to kind of, you know, push those things, basically being like, hey, for early access, you do have to have a rough timeline, and again, you can adjust it, but like, it's something that if you're going to delay the timeline, you kind of have to go and like reach out to Steam and be like, hey, this is when we told you we're going to do a thing. Cool. It's been bumped back to this new date, and as long as it's reasonable, like, Steam will be like, okay. And that's fine, but if it's going to be something tremendous, like, say I go, oh, I'm going to have a 1-year dev cycle from initial release to full release, and you go, okay, well, now it's going to be 4 years. At that stage, because of how much of a shift it is from your initial promise, that there would be some amount of people being able to, like, refund the game, that kind of stuff, because you've promised the stars and then didn't deliver. Or again, if you cut features. But it sounds like ultimately they're trying to move to a way for the consumer end of things when you get kind of okey-doked by one of these not-so-good early access titles where they never do see through the whole thing or they kind of half-butt it deals. You would have a recourse of, you know, getting your money back, that kind of thing. Because there is an abuse of that going on the platform. And that does ultimately hurt Steam. Or like Terraria, where there are many iterations of Final Update. Well, that's different, because that's not an early access game. I mean, that existed before early access became a whole thing. Because that's the thing, you're allowed to keep updating your game endlessly. It's just under the early access title, where there's a certain level of, you know, forgiveness and expectation. You know, it's basically, you can only ride that time so much. I know once upon a time, there were rules and restrictions around when you could change your price on games on Steam. Beyond just, like, sales, but, like, actual, like, permanent price changes. And that was one of the reasons that people used to stay in the early access, is one of the times you were allowed to just kind of change your price without having to worry about too much, was when you left early access. Alright, so we got some explosives. Nice, and things go really quickly. Got ore and all that up here. Okay. Hey, the Ants, thank you for the 130 stream streak. Really do appreciate it. Means a heck of a lot. One thing to note about the explosives, unless it changed, those bonuses that give you, like, a slightly better chance of getting rare loot and that kind of stuff, those don't apply to your bombs. There's the Batwing we needed. Alright. Okay, so we're going to try and rush this. If we get 4 more floors after this one, then we're done with the silver mine. Well, that's not encouraging. And I can stay till about midnight if I want to try and make it back. Okay. 2 more floors? We're pretty close to time. One more floor. Come on. Do we have the ability to make the ladder? The rope, can be used to descend into the mine. So that's the way down. It's not a ladder. I'm gonna use that because we're basically out of time. And that finishes this one. My day's going good. Thank you for asking. Alright, let's go and free the giant. And then we gotta race home really fast. I just break everything I touch. It's just what happens. That's where, like, touch breaks. Like, no! You've doomed us all! That was the stabilizing gem. Did it again, human. The cursed tablet you have broken. Free water giant is now. See, we shall above. Alright. That also means we can now put 2 enchants on our weapons and all that. Free at last is gong. Let's try to think.
Chieftain, Gong can move. Look. Chieftain, trouble. Gong came with all here, then bright light, then Gong, and all stuck. Chieftain, where others?
Grog is back in village. Gru is... Free Gru, Human will? Yeah. It's like, you've gone through and you've rescued, it's like, nah, I've rescued the other two. It feels like it's a you problem now. You can say, yes, I will. We'll see. It's going to be difficult. No, I don't really feel like it. And I'm sure no matter which you choose, it continues on. It's, you know, the illusion of choice. But, that's like in a lot of these games, you can sit there and be like, choose all like the negative things, like, no, and the game will still force it on you. Of course I will. Human, I thank.
Not just Gru, Chieftain. There.
Tell you later, I will, Gong. Now rest, you should. To village now. We go, Gong. Thank you again, Human. Goom Goom. Thank you, Human. Goom Goom. Alright. So we're halfway through the mine.
Chieftain, we can talk to Human now?
That Human only, Gong. More I will tell you at village. Come. And now we beeline home because it's after midnight. Here, dropped all that off. Dropped off the sea mushrooms. Drop off the butterfly. There's a summer forageable. There's that one. The Peridot's a new gem that we didn't already have. I don't have time to run through the rest of these things. Drop all you off. And get to bed. Alright, so the good news is I do have some of the silver essence going. We gained a level in mining. So we can now craft better explosives. There's more money. Okay, so Scythe is upgraded. Let's see here. So I've got the 5 silver bars. I also have silver kelp. We can go to the mining mastery. So we've got a 10% chance of having a chain react and break things next to each other. Chance of getting double the gems. Increase the selling price of gems. Or chance of regular rocks to drop rare resources. We're going to go for the... This is better quality. Go for the double gems. Because we can use those for enchanting and a bunch of other stuff. Well, the only recipe we unlocked was the explosives. That's fine. So let's worry about doing the harvesting here in a minute. Sell all that junk. And how are you doing? Okay, so you're now available for livestock. What we'll do while we wait for the blacksmith to open is work on watering everything. So I got spoiled with some rainy days there. Unfortunately, that weather has passed. I need to get the sprinklers. These plants are getting too dense for me to see what needs watering and what doesn't. Alright. With the upgraded scythe, I should be able to get way more done. So it looks like this row is next. Alright. So the improved scythe should be able to get the underwater stuff done faster. And that'll help a lot. In addition to that, with the improved scythe, like, we'll be able to get, like, more of the kelp quicker, too, which will also be helpful. Got too many things positioned in ways that aren't easy to get around. And once we can get to the gold area, like I said the last time a bunch of times, is generally speaking, the gold sprinklers, the first sprinklers, I feel like are actually worth working on. The ones that are bronze and silver kelp to make them, it covers just 8 tiles. And so for the cost of all that silver kelp, I'd rather use that on upgrading the crop quality and all that. But with the gold, that's when we'll start rearranging this field. Which will most likely time right with the beginning of fall. So then what we'll end up doing is a bunch of these crops will end up, you know, they'll wither when the fall starts. And when we go to start the fall crops, we'll have the layout completely changed to take advantage. No, get rid of all the crappy scarecrows, get better ones, that kind of deal. Alright, so let's top off our water. Grab those. And see what all we can get done. So we're gonna pop by the blacksmith. We might also... So we'll get stuff upgraded at the blacksmith. We'll try and get the animal feed silo. Oh, also... Never mind. Hey there, just the person I was hoping to see. Good morning. Morning. We were just talking about you. Join us for some tea? Sure, I'd love to join you. Well, I'm gearing up for a new project and it could really use your help. We're looking to expand the local selection of the store with fresh animal products. But there's a catch. I need eggs and I need milk to get started. Since your produce is such a hit, I was hoping you could help stock up some animal products? Think about it. It's a great initiative. The community would love to get more local products. Would you be interested in helping us out? It's a simple task. Ship some eggs and milk to the store. I'm in. What do you need me to do? Let's head inside and I'll show you where everything will go and give you more details. I'll let you two get to it. I'm heading over to see Erica. As you can see, there's already a space for the new products. We'll need 10 eggs and 5 bottles of milk to kick things off. Alright, I'll start getting those gathered right away. This is the way of the game not so gently being like, yo, maybe get some animals. Just place the items in your shipping bin and I'll handle the rest. Your help means a lot to both of us and the community. But yeah, so it is one of those games that the game not so gently is like, hey, do the thing. Alright, so we can get our payout from you. And get that one marked. Alright, so let's drop by the blacksmith. Oh, did I bring... I did bring soul bars, but didn't bring the wood. Okay, that's fine. We have to bring some wood with me, because we are going to need to have that for upgrading more tools. Alright, so let's process the gems, or geodes. Take you off my bar for a minute. Retriever upgraded tools. Okay, so to upgrade our tools, I'll need to come back with some wood. Probably the axe next. Because as much as I'd love to upgrade the watering can, I need the watering can right now, so I can't give it up. Right, and we have the Goddess Blessing thing. I mentioned a few times that I kind of like this Goddess Blessing thing. Be an extra chance for double. I feel like that's kind of their way. So Stardew Valley has the idea of like luck that affects your like loot drop rates and all that sort of stuff. And this game doesn't copy that, which I'm glad. I actually don't like that mechanic in Stardew Valley. Because it's like, I want to work on this. Oh, it's a bad day for it. Well, do I still do it anyways, knowing it's a bad day for it? Or do I wait till it's a better day for it? So it's been one of the mechanics I've not been a huge fan of. Okay, get the lower quality ones. Drop those off. So that's enough wood for one thing. That's fine. We'll use the wood for upgrading the tool, and then we'll use the silver kelp for... Sorry, we'll use the silver kelp for, getting the quality of our crops improved. Getting our 20 wood before handing the axe over. That's not a bad idea. Those are duplicates, that's not, so we can drop those off at the museum here in a minute. Yeah, let's knock down a tree or two real fast. I don't have a lot of time before stuff will start closing. There. Because then with that... We'll see what we're doing with this. Alright, regardless, let's go to the blacksmith. Let's get the axe starting to upgrade. And I could also see starting to work on... It's always a hard call whether to focus on the produce or whichever, so upgrade tools. Get the axe upgrading. I also just realized I don't remember... One second. Slight change of plans. Let's grab the resin. Okay, so is the resin, the stone, and scrap. That's right. So, scrap, stone, resin. And we can run to the carpenters and get our feed silo going. So we can get the chickens started. Alright. Oh yeah, here it is. Edit farm buildings. So you can move the building and all that. You can upgrade it, a whole bunch of stuff. You can get rid of it. You can redesign it as well. So if you don't like the style, you can change the style to be a different one. I'm not gonna do that right now, but just showing that that is an option. So we need the silo for the chicken feed. That'll work. Alright. So that's what I need for the basics for the animals. And now let's pop right over here. So we have the temperature machine. I won't need that yet. Yeah, the milk pail and all that. We won't need any of this stuff, and we can go and get hay. So, animals. Oh, right. We can name the animals. And last time we did that after viewer names. Alright, so we're going to select the coop. How do I want to go about name? I think I just want to give them names. I don't think I want to go through the whole, like, creating the poll and all that. Or not the whole poll. So you're going to be Beaker. You'll want a second chicken. And you'll be Bach. Okay, so I got our chickens. McLucky Cluckin'. I see what you did there. Alright, so before we get too far, they're going to need to eat. Let's let them out. Oh, it's late. I shouldn't be pulling it from over there. All right. I need to put you up here. So we got them all pet. We got all that taken care of. In short term, I'm going to have to feed them manually, which is not my favorite, but it is what it is. We do still have the essence. I don't think we can get to the lab on time, but we might be able to pop down here and get the fishing pole or the net upgraded. So there's the upgraded fishing pole. And I put away my wood. That's not what I needed, but okay. What are your hours, by the way? So you're open for 1 more minute. And then the lab is probably... They're both open for 1 more minute. I'm going to try and run to the lab. I don't think we're going to make it in time, but I'm going to try. Yeah, I don't think we're going to make it. I don't think we're going to be close to making it in time, because I got to get into the building and to the counter to the... Oh? You'd be right on the fence of making it. Come on, get to the counter. Alright, upgrade. Okay. So, let's go for upgrading. Oh, you cost 5,000. Well, crap, never mind. Oh, right, they drop by the pier, which means there'll be stuff left at the pier for me, potentially. Let's grab the stuff from the traps while we're here. Since it's too late to do anything at the other places. It's fine, we can just run around and do that the next in-game day. Get more stuff upgrading. Alright. And they left me glass and trash in the donation bin. Thanks, man. Hey, Lunar, how's it going? There's the hot pepper stuff. Those are bugs I don't need. Oh, wait, that's not all where I wanted to put any of that. Okay. There's the bugs and the hot pepper stuff. Okay. I'm pretty sure we cannot fast travel to the museum yet. So run to the museum. Drop off these other gems. Yeah, so we kind of lost most of the day in not doing this in a quartz. I can't donate the quartz? What? Oh, I've already done the quartz before. Okay. So then we can take the other quartz and we can potentially ship it. But yeah, so I'm gonna get the eggs sorted relatively soon. In order to do the milk, I'm gonna have to build the other, we got our building. We can do it in the meantime. I don't have the axe. I was gonna say, in the meantime, I could clean up my property, and that'd be a good use of time, but I don't have my axe, because I literally just dropped it off. It's fine. So we'll just pop down to the pier. We'll do a little bit of the underwater clearing, since there's not gonna be enough time for me to do 5 levels in the mine. Okay. Okay, there is one more still here. We missed one back there, which is an interesting consideration. We're still getting more and more stuff. ourselves another critter. Alright. And every little bit we do of this cleans up the ocean more, gives me access to more of the ocean, gives me more critters and more forageables, gives me more access to better kelp, which we use for a lot of upgrades and crafting and all that. Okay. Cool, cool. So I'll definitely have to loop back and get the missing one, but that's okay. The big point is that we're making progress. So we did kind of make a mess of that day, just how much we ran around in circles. Alright. For right now, I'll toss that in there as well. We'll figure out what we're going to do with that on the other side. We can toss you away. The whelk, I believe, is a spare. You're a spare we can sell. Ah, the Eastern Oyster is one of the things that we do offering on. So we'll want to get a second one of those, and then we can offer the other. Drop you in. Oh, and we got a spare one of the tiger tails, so we can drop one off at the museum. Let's do that real quick. Beeline the museum, drop off the tiger tail seahorse. Because all that stuff is advancing the city rank just a little by little. And a lot of these ones where we go into an area and then we, you know, suddenly get 5-10 new things because we've gotten to a new area, that'll die down as we start getting all the easy to get a hold of ones. Alright. Yeah, still the idea of this community having like 30-40 people in it. And yet you look at like how bougie every one of these houses are, the community center, the fact that they have their own museum that's like, you know, a full-on aquarium and everything. And they're like, but we can make it bigger. It's like, what do you realistically think your population can sustain here? Like, there's 30 of you. Alright, so Sam's a little bit more of a friend. Another 3,000 in the bank. So then I can choose tomorrow if I run over to the lab and I drop a bunch of our silver essence to make it so all of our crops going forward are worth a little bit more. Or, alternatively, I go and I get my tools upgrade a little bit more. Groucho Gopher, I can't believe it. People are still donating. Millie and I talked about it, and we want to honor the backers. We'll have a new room in the museum with the names of all the contributors engraved on the walls and statues for the higher level backers. We're calling it the Founders Hall. We want this to be a grand memento of the people who've helped us get to this point. Exciting things are happening, Groucho Gopher. Alright. So we can go ahead and sell you, sell the crap tier ones. Get more resin. Yeah, I remember the first time I played this, I genuinely spent the entire spring just clearing the field. Like, just getting everything cleared up. Which is fine, it's not a bad use of time. But, like, so many other projects just kind of fell way behind because just everything was going towards that. Okay, and we already offered everything that needs... Yeah, we already finished all that stuff. Meanwhile, I need more stuff for there. Let's start grabbing the okra. Because the hot peppers are getting a bit low supply. Oh, I need to have stuff going in the beehive. I eagerly await the automation. It's not the one I'm looking for. All right. I'm also expecting to gain more levels in farming pretty soon. That gives us access to even better sprinkler. But that would be the point where I would need access to the osmium kelp. But the intention here is in the fall, we are going to be setting this whole thing up to be able to use the big sprinklers. So even if I don't have them quite yet, like all set up, I'll put the gaps where the sprinklers would go. Can't say I'm doing up there, so I'm just being a bit overzealous with the watering. All right. We're getting pretty far into summer. We're about 2/3 the way through summer. A little over that. Oh, let the chickens out. Get some hay so I can... Beaker is looking cranky. It's fine. Alright, so we got our first 2 eggs. And we can offer and ship them. Alright, so what we're going to go ahead and do is I'm going to ship one. I can take the other and offer it. So I've got everything run here at the place here. So let's, okay. I think I'm going to grab the 5 and go to the lab. I think we'll offer to lab, because the way I look at it is if we drop this at the lab right now, that means forever forward, all my regular crops are going to give me that much more money. And that's just going to be that much better for things overall. So let's go ahead and just immediately pop up here. There's the 5,000. You're gone. And that, you know, forever forth will give us a bit more money. Now I can run up here to pop the one copper thing we got. And it will teleport up to the temple. Drop off the egg. Alright. And I've once again forgot to do the Goss's Blessing. So funny running into you here. Hi Millie, it's nice to see you. Hey, that's sweet. Likewise, of course. Anyway, I'm trying something out. So, there's this old legend about a goddess who lives in the water on Coral Island. I heard it from my dad. It's like creek or lake. Water like the ocean. I'm gonna say creek or lake. Lake? I think. Don't tell anybody. I've been throwing flowers around this lake since... Gosh. Yeah, I've done it a bunch of different spots. Still nothing. I know it's silly, but all the fairy tales are kinda silly, right? Anyways, I thought I'd throw some flowers in next time. What did you throw in before? Well, I didn't know if it'd actually work, and I didn't want to waste flowers. I tested the idea by throwing in some grass. I thought it might work, but it didn't. But don't worry, I started with flowers today. Maybe that's what it takes to summon the goddess? What do you think? My character's like, what on earth are you talking about? I hope I didn't make the goddess mad by giving her grass. Alright, so altar and egg. Cool. So all we need to do now is get duck, and that'll be that one done. The basic cooking one is not too bad. Oh, the bat wings. We did get the last bat wing, didn't we? I'm pretty sure we did. I forgot about the bat wings. Nope, I have 4. I did not get the last bat wing. It's fine. The magic lamp is new. Okay. It's been a little bit since we ran up the left side here. So let's go make our way up the left side, check on our traps, get the stuff out of there. Love of everything. I need to clear this area out so I can actually get around it. I have to like dodge through everything every time. That water crest over there? It is. Yeah, it's been a while, so a bunch of harvester bowls I've been collecting over here. It's also a thing that, like, once in a while you end up going through and just trying to clear up a bunch of these other things, too. Ooh. Got the spider. We've already got a bunch of wolf spiders, right? Yeah, okay, that's a spare, so we can just sell them now. Because then there was, I think, the mangrove spider gave me a lot of trouble the last time I played through. Because they only, like, show up on certain weather on certain days and all that kind of stuff. It's not like you have to go on, like, a specific day of the week. It's just getting the season, the weather, and everything for them could be a little bit of a pain. Okay, and we need to pop into the springs to recover a little bit. We don't need to, but I don't want to waste all my food on that. All right. And we're definitely going to want to work on some of our fishing eventually. I've not been doing good about that. Hey, Cliche, how's it going? Good to have you. But yeah, as you're probably noticing with all the levels we're gaining on stuff, if I remember correctly, I believe we started, it was either 300 or 350 stamina is what your maximum is when you start the game. And our max is now 546. So at a minimum, we put on 200, almost, or well, about 200, or almost 250 stamina. So at a minimum, we've gone about 1.5 to almost doubling our total stamina that we have available. And that's also not factoring in the fact that we use less stamina for a lot of our actions as we level up as well. Let's cut through the middle here. Snag a shallot or two on the way by. Alright. Okay, so we can drop off all of this stuff, the cell / at the house, that nonsense. And then we can fast travel to probably enough time to knock out some levels in the cave. Alright. Yeah, those are all duplicates, so we can ditch the bugs. Ditch the stone. And the rest will all be forageables for the season. Cool. Alright, let's pop up to... I'm waffling between going for the cave and going for the ocean. I think I'm going to go for the ocean. Because, like, we can go for the cave to start getting the gold, to get ready to be able to upgrade our tools in our level. I just realized I still have the crickets. Or that. Or I can go for the gold for the kelp. The gold for the kelp gets me the sprinklers. So one will make me more efficient at just the work we're already doing. One lets me automate. And I think the automation will be the bigger benefit. Oh, and also, if we get a couple more of these clams, one of these clams is for the offering at the temple as well. Alright. So that's one of them done. There's another one to go. Okay, that'll be another thing we can offer. Let's quickly get over to the silver kelp. All right. Just doing our best to clean this all up. So I want to say there's like 4 of those altar things nearby here. Alright. So another thing we'll probably want to do is when we're done here... Oh wait, I still don't have my axe back. There's another one. It's a little late for me to be using that, but just keep burning that energy as fast as we can. I can break some rocks at the farm or something like that. Okay, so we got 2 more done, and we found the 3rd one. So we're good there. Okay, so we've got all this. We are going to want to sell the bugs. Those are spares. Sell the pickled okra and all that. Alright. Murex, Eastern Oyster, and all that stuff. Yep, and check out Allison Adventures and our fantastic content creator on the platform. Plays a lot of Product Zomboid among other games. So if that's your jam, you can find it over there. And that's all a good time. So thank you for catching the catching that. Alright, so we can go ahead and grab the Eastern Oysters. It looks like you got 3 of them. We can drop 1 in here, so that we've shipped 1. And that's an offering, so I could quickly pop up here and drop the 1 for the offering up here real fast. It won't be this one, it'll be this altar. Okay, so we still have the King Scallop, the Blue Mussel, and the Green Sea Urchin to find. The important thing is we are making progress. Meanwhile, we can grab 2 okra. Keep those pickling. And then we're going to run those out. And then the skunk cleaner shrimp we'll drop off at the museum tomorrow. Productivity's feeling great? Yeah, no, that's always a good feeling when you're getting a lot of stuff done and all that. Alright, so our catching gained a level. We can now make a crawler trap. I'm going to want a lot of those as well. Which is a problem because that's going to be another thing I'm going to apply resources to. It's fine. Okay, so the axe is ready for upgrading. Alright, silver... Crawler trap is silver bars and seaweed. Okay. So before we get too far, let's make sure we've got silver bars going. Okay, so the regular quality ones get junked. And then the rest of the stall gets stashed. Grab the hot pepper juice. Sell that. Okay. So let's see what we've got piling up here. That'd be a good one for chucking stuff in. We got a bunch of blueberries. Let's start making some blueberry juice. Okay. There's the resin. I haven't been replanting a lot of these things. I probably should to some degree. I'm trying to not get to the point where, like, I'm way over in date. I've got enough time I could certainly do one more, like, full set of crops. I'm trying to keep things moving forward in the ocean, and then focus more on, like, getting it so that ultimately, when fall comes around, I've got the ability to just dump down a whole bunch of sprinklers and a whole bunch of that, so I'm kind of free from the amount of time I'm spending right now just watering the crops every single day. Because we're losing about, like, 2 or so in-game hours every single morning just watering the crops. And it's not, like, a big deal because we are ultimately... making a bunch of money off of it. Where most of our money's coming from is just growing stuff, then converting into artisan goods, and then selling it at a premium. Make sure we let the chickens out. Alright. Because then we can go and get our scarecrows replaced, all that. And I'm going to want to get the underwater critter traps, just like we've got our other ones. And just make it a point to drop them periodically in the areas so we can get some of the harder to catch stuff. You know, some of the stuff that only shows up in the morning, but since I'm almost never there early in the morning, I don't even get to see it. Some of the stuff that only shows up, like, certain seasons, yada yada. Okay, so everything should be watered. Let's grab 2 more okra. We can keep pickling our okra. Alright, so we'll let that keep running for a minute. We need to pick up tools from the blacksmith. I only have 2,700 more bucks, so it's not enough to get another tool upgraded yet, so that's fine. Let's get our blessing. No blessing. That's fine as well. Alright. So we can go over here, hit up the blacksmith. Do that. Drop by the museum. Then we can top off our stamina at the hot springs real quick. And by then we should hopefully have the silver smelted. And then with the silver smelted, there's our silver axe. Now with the silver smelted, we should be able to then make a couple of those traps. And that way, again, when I go into the ocean, we can just do a lap around there. Considering the order of operations here is all. Let's go here, grab you out, chuck you into the box here. Not you. Grab the silver ore and that. Top it off. And then what I can do... Yeah, there's not really good... I was trying to decide which route I wanted to take, but because I don't have the fast travel for the hot springs or the museum, it's kind of no matter what, I'm going to end up running across something. So, it is what it is. I believe that'll come alive when the museum construction ends, which is like after a week of so the Kickstarter thing. There's the shrimp dropped off. So let's have to run on foot up here real quick. We'll hit up the museum. Or the... They're up here. I could, like, probably just eat stuff to make this work, which isn't the worst use. But I'd rather not. Because I do know when you're trying to go certain areas, like, trying to push, like, really deep in them, it's good to have, like, the Jamo and just, like, really, really kind of send it. Or, like, where you're at the situation, your stamina's getting real low, and you're, like, right there about to hit the next 5th level on the mine. Having a couple things to eat to get yourself across the finish line is always good. It shouldn't be too much longer. I think maybe the next city rank that the hot springs upgrades. At which point then it recharges us twice as fast. Oh, we also need to get the chicken eggs out of the coop. You don't have to do that every day, but it's good to do that from time to time. That's probably good enough. I might have to eat a little bit of stuff. Okay, so let's beeline over here. I got plenty of the Luna butterflies. That's not the right spot. Over here. I still see the legendary fish. It's like, yeah, that's not happening, though. Alright, let's go down here. We can drop off that forageable. Zip on over here. So I managed to get enough for 4 traps. That's not bad. Except it needs seaweed. That's fine. We can get the seaweed underwater. What was the last thing I was going to grab? There's something I was going to grab before we headed out. I don't remember. It doesn't matter. It's fine. Okay. None of these are like urgent things where, you know what, I'm pretty sure I missed people's birthday the other day. Is it someone's birthday today? Is not. We want to be on the lookout for some seaweed while we're down here. It's not hard to get seaweed. We want to find enough of it that we can put down the 4 traps we've got materials for. Alright. New critter. Okay, so that's another one done. So that'll finish that one. We still have one farther back we need to do. So before we go too far, let me go back and catch this one. You received a shimmering coffer from Mola. There's a little bit of seaweed. Yeah, so it'll probably be up here because you see the big oil area up there. Alright. Plus this path is blocked off. Even though we've opened up everything past it. There we go. Alright, so we still need more seaweed to do anything. Yep, so you can go and clear that. Then we got these two areas up here and that over there to go after. Alright. Okay, so that was the first thing that I haven't seen that accidentally scared off. Let's drop the anchor. I think it was a calico lobster. Trying to see if I see any seaweed around here, because we can put a trap right there. Because usually find like really big areas of the seaweed and it makes it really easy to get some, but with all the trash here, I'm gonna leave the whelk alone. I've got tons of those. Alright. Right now I'm mostly just kind of turning to where I can get a good hit that hits a bunch of the trash at one time. Kind of going by the volume strategy. Alright. Managed to do the whole orbit. There's like 3 or 4 of these things. Didn't find a single other stuff. It's fine. So sadly, not much luck on the seaweed front. I needed 5 and I got 3. But that's okay. It's just something to work on. We'll keep processing the silver. That just means I'll make more traps as able. I mentioned before, I fully do not expect to get the critters, the fish, or the bugs in the first year. Because the only way I think you realistically do that is if you're pulling like the wiki up and trying to go your way. Even then it'd be super hard because of stuff like the ridiculously hard fish and everything. This is very much not like Stardew Valley where you're not realistically going to be able to knock out things in the first year. Okay, so none of those are the offered ones, that's fine. I've already had several whelks, so we can just chuck you in there. There's the pickled okra. So grab another okra, chuck it in. Grab the blueberries, get them going. Okay, and drop off the new shells. Alright, so we're getting to the point that the shells, if I've got other tiers of them that are not the regular ones, we're going to just sell those. Not the sea salt, though. We use a lot of that. Actually, the murex we use for a lot of stuff, too, so hold on to that. Ooh, I remember some of these are used for things. I was going to say, some of those are used for stuff. Oh, the common starfish, that's a critter. You should be here. Or not here, you should be there. I've got you here. Oh, you're duplicates, let's get you out of there. We could sell those ones. The seaweed, I'm going to just leave in here as a crafting material. And I can drop off the ones there. Alright. Oh, the thing I was going to do earlier was to get the eggs out of the coop. That's fine. Missing a day, they'll just kind of stack up multiple rounds of the eggs, if I remember correctly. Oh, I should have refilled the silver. It's fine, too. I look forward greatly to having automation set up. It's gonna be a while. We gotta get some city ranks before that becomes a reality, but yeah. Urgent. I'm planning to make Frank his favorite dinner, eggs sunny side up. Would you sell me some eggs? I'll be around. Erica. How many is some? Give an egg. Singular. That's fine. Oh, it's okay. We're still fine. I did top it off. I just didn't remember topping it off. Alright, so we're doing good on the silver. Okay, there's the melon. Okay. We'll ship the regular melon and the regular peppers, and everything else is of a higher quality. Cool. So we got all that sorted. Let's run down here and take care of getting the chickens out and all that. So I've got all that. So I'm going to want to go 1, 2, 3. The last egg goes to Erica. Hey, Lil, how's it going? So I'll need a bunch of the other stuff here, so you can drop off all that. So I need an okra, I need a sunflower, and I need the blueberries. 1, 2, 3. Okra, and a sunflower. Now, also we'll sell the maple syrup. Okay, we can get you. Cool, and let's get these crops watered. They're now officially making mayonnaise, blueberry juice, and pickled okra. Which actually sounds like stuff people would legitimately do on farms so far as crops to handle. All right. Not the angle I wanted. We're getting even more silver done for the critter traps. I believe after we do the sea critter traps, the next thing we're going to end up having is the flying critter traps. So once we have that, like, I technically don't even need the net anymore. I could just cover the whole map with traps and just do a circle around to grab everything until we have them all. Okay. So as you can see, the farm is kind of starting to wind down for the season. We still have 8 days left, so we still have a lot of time. I'm just expending too much of my energy on this versus any of the other tasks, so I'm kind of letting it wind down. Some of these crops, like the corn and all that, they'll just keep producing to the end of the season. I believe the hot peppers also grow in fall, so those will carry through. That will reduce how much income I'm making per day, but it'll free me up to get more tasks done. Alright, silver and this. That'll be all silver process, I got plenty of that. Okay, so the next stop is I got a bunch of coppers for the blacksmith. Yeah, Erica's over here, so I can give Erica the egg she wants for Frank. We could run by the blacksmith. Erica's busy and cannot talk right now. Fine, I'll go to the blacksmith first. Apparently yoga is serious business. You cannot interrupt yoga. It's just right out. Yeah, so you pop into the blacksmith, do that, go straight from the blacksmith to... Cool. Straight from the blacksmith over to the hot springs to top off our endurance, all that. Then we can cut over and teleport down to the house. And go from there over to the museum to drop off. And then we can do another round in the ocean. We're trying to push the ocean stuff to keep things moving. Oh, we need to do the Goddess Blessing thing. And thank you, Alpha Stitch, for the 7-stream streak. Catch the last 7 streams without missing one. Really do appreciate it. Okay, so no blessing today. Alright, so don't teleport. We're gonna run straight across here. Yeah, we've already got all those bugs. Because all of this should give more than enough time for all of them to finish their yoga and all that stuff. So I can catch Erica to drop the egg off. As far as the shipping of the eggs, once we start getting to the point where we're getting like silver and gold quality eggs and all that kind of stuff and all that, I do want to make sure I hold on to like a couple of the little stuff. I think we have to sell like a little mayo and a little egg and all that stuff for the ship everything. I'm probably not going to sweat that achievement. I've already done that achievement on the other save that used to be my on-stream save till we played through everything, and then I ground out almost all their achievements after stream. Okay. That should be plenty. We're at almost 500 stamina. So work our way over to the mine. Well, actually, let's check to see where Erica's moved to before I say that. So Erica's still by... Erica's chilling by the museum. Let's just walk down there. I was going to fast travel back home, but I think what we'll do is we'll beeline down to the museum area. Okay, they're genuinely chilling right around the corner here. There also is a horse you can get to travel faster. Thank you. Alright, cool. So we got that done. Give me my rewards. Thank you. And I don't know which of those I do and don't already have duplicates of. Because part of the reason I want to keep the duplicates is when it comes down to later when I need everything, we can use the slime thing to clone items. And we'll want to save those to clone a bunch of them. There's the sundial, the ancient thing, that, the globe. I remember that globe being one of the ones that gave me a big headache trying to get a hold of it last time too, so I'm happy to see that. Alright, so, we got a magic lamp to donate. As far as the rest of this goes, drop off the fish there. Drop off the trash here. Drop off the forageables there. Okay, so let's run over, we'll drop off the lamp, and then we'll go straight to the water and go from there. I forgot way more into stuff that I'm going to get the seaweed to craft. But we do want to get the thing where I can get the underwater critters trap thing. So that some of the harder to get ones we can start just kind of passively catching. Alright. A step closer to ranking up. Let's go get down to diving. And we do have enough money. If I wanted to upgrade another tool, we probably could. I'll leave those right now. But I do know I'm going to need to build the barn. Oh, it's a whelk. You can just run off, man. Okay, hermit crab. We want to catch more of those. That's one of the offering things. So finding a bunch of, like, getting 2 or 3 of those would be good, because then we can get in the museum, we can get the temple sorted. Yep, that one I already had cleared enough of it that it just finished itself out. Alright, so we got that spot cleared. There's still 2 more in this general area. Alright, there's 2 hermit crabs, so I can offer 1. Considering I basically have cleaned this whole area just about, those 2 should finish themselves easy. There's that one as well. You received a wakami? Is that food? Yeah, it's food. Probably wakami, not wakami. Okay, so we've got that one's about to finish. Let's pop down here while that's doing its thing. I can likely tag this entrance here. Oh. I guess it only becomes available after I finish clearing the area. That's fine. Makes sense. Yes, let's go up here. So it just cleared that area. That's 3 more we've knocked out this run. No real kelp this time. Okay, and the actual things are up here. We'll drop the anchor here. And just like before, just kind of carving a path through wherever it looks densest. It just kind of means I'll get the most out of each swing, get the most cleared as fast as possible. All right. There's one. Okay, and time's up. They basically got 3 done and 1 started in the course of the 1 day, so that's good. Because I want to say, like, the whole map has only, like, maybe 70 or 100 of those things through the whole thing. So let's go ahead and take the mayonnaise, take the okra. We do have 2 hermit crabs. We'll grab you, drop all of you off. Let's quickly pop up to do the offering of one of the 2 hermit crabs. So that'll be another one. Not you. It's you, I think. Alright. So that leaves the sexy shrimp and the sunflower sea stars, the only things left for the critters down there. So as you can see, we're doing jack all with the fish up here. The insects are actually doing relatively okay. I believe these 2 are a different season. I think the tiger beetle's actually this season, and I've just missed it this whole time. I don't know which ones are when. So we might be missing those. But that's okay. If it happens, it happens. Alright. So we're now onto the problem where this is getting full. And I gotta clear space. So let's start trying to be strategic about this. So the cockles, I've got a bunch of them, so drop that in there. And that's fine. We can go to our sea critters there, add you into that. So get you out of here. And go over here. We're going to sell the food that they gave me. We're going to sell the juice and the cockles. So we can grab 2 more okra. And I think we're going to let the blueberries start falling off. Because we're starting to wind down the supply of those. And get to bed. Alright, farming just gained another level. Made herself a couple more thousand. And it's Dinda's birthday. So we should be able to go in here and make some flowers for Dinda, get her squared away. We probably have the money, but not the wood and all that to make the barn to start pursuing the cows. So what I want to do today is, since we're going to be dropping by Dinda's... Alright, first, actually... Okay, so we're going to drop by Dinda's later today. We're going to give her the flowers for her birthday. And all that stuff. We're going to check what I need for... doing more... Oh, that's all the star fruit I got? Well, too late to plant more, that's fine. Oh, inventory is full, so I'm going to need to drop stuff. Okay. So, like we've been doing, anything that's regular quality or less, gone. Other than the tree fruit. The tree fruit, let's keep all the tree fruit for right now, because I'm not going to get a whole lot of that right now. And that's going to be a thing. So what fruit? We were missing a bell pepper. Okay, so I got all that. Alright, so let's pop over here. Drop off the 2 regular tomatoes, and everything else looks good. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Grab an okra. I'm pretty sure pickled okra is actually genuinely just a thing you can just literally just buy. Okay, drop off you and those. So the thing I wanted to check... Okay, so none of those were offered. That's all I wanted to check. And any of these... Okay. So looks like we're good with all that. Keep grabbing the resin. We'll end up needing a lot of that. So now one big catch we have is Dinda does not stay open long. Or the carpentry. It's one of the earliest closing businesses in the town, which is super annoying. So they open at 9, and then they close at like 2 or something. We can start watering the crops. And then we're going to run up there and check real fast what they need to make the barn. And if it's something we could realistically make happen before they close for the day, we'll do that. And then we'll circle back and deal with the crops as able. Okay, so let's go run over there really quickly, because it should be open. Because we can get the cows and all that going as well. That means we can get this objective off our list, and it's more income that doesn't require me to constantly do stuff. I also need to open the chicken coop. Alright, so what do you need for the barn? So the barn is 200 wood, 100 stone. The 200 wood's going to be the big one. Meanwhile... Is this my birthday gift? Wow, thank you so much. I love this. Cool. Alright, so... I'll have to check on the bronze. Let's get the bronze in first, because that's just literally a timer. I can't do much about it. So let's make sure we get our 5 bronze bars made. I should have plenty of bronze laying around, it just needs to be smelted. And if it doesn't happen today, it's not a big deal. Alright, so we have the stone, I have that, so I literally just need the 200 wood. So let's start working on the wood. So one thing we should probably do before we get way over in here, let's move the wood around so I can watch its progress. Let's let you out. Okay. Making sure I also have enough room to place it. Alright. 150. And one more tree should do it. Okay, so let's go pet the chickens and grab the eggs real quick. And obviously we're going to want to clear this whole place up to be way less of an absolute train wreck disaster as soon as we can. Alright. So I still we're still stuck waiting on the copper bars, and that might prevent us from getting it done today. These are eggs that we're just going to sell as eggs to complete the objective. So in the meantime, while we're waiting on those copper bars, I'm gonna get back to watering. Alright. Almost there. What time do you close? They close in like seconds. So yeah. The copper bars aren't even going to be done in time. So it's a tomorrow thing. That's okay. Top off the water. Yeah, because it's already closed now and we're still waiting on that last ingot. It's okay. But that does mean we'll be able to get the cows tomorrow. Probably be able to feed them and everything too. And then one of the next investments we're going to have to do is the cows and the chickens and all that. When you get into fall and winter, you need a heater or they get upset, which means they'll produce worse produce. Okay, so we got that. We can go ahead and get the next round of bronze going as well. Okay, so needless to say, our character is very spent already today. So let's pop by the blacksmith, do the whole... Actually, wait, blacksmith's probably closed today, isn't it? Is it Sunday? Blacksmith's closed today, so we're not going to go by the blacksmith. We are going to run up here and pop into... rest at the hot springs. And they'll either push the ocean or the mine. It's probably going to be the ocean just because of timing, and I really, really want to make sure I'm able to start putting up the big sprinklers, you know, the moment we get into fall. So that when I do my crop crossover where all the summer crops die, that we can get the whole gridded out, so we can just, you know, do scarecrow, like sprinkler, 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 and then just plant everything there, and it's just plant and harvest. The island opening hours are real. I mean, genuinely most of the business in the games, I want to say, close at 5 or 7 p.m., but it is definitely the carpenters like, yep, 2 p.m., wrap it up, long day. Hey, Kenok, thank you for the 85 stream streak. I do appreciate that. It means a heck of a lot. Yeah, it's pretty funny. Like, you go to parts of Florida, and you have that same kind of thing. Like, if you go to what people refer to as, like, the beach bum towns, so, like, the towns are, like, right along the edges of the beach, that kind of thing. And they work on beach time. They'll open whenever they open, and you're just gonna have to deal with that. And they close whenever they close, and you just have to deal with that as well. They may have a printed schedule, but it's more like a printed suggestion. So you'll have like a lot of places won't open till like noon or a little after. You'll even have places that like they'll just not open today because they just don't feel like it. The town my parents live in, where I spent my like teens and all that, like tweens and teens, there was a drive-in restaurant that got notorious for if you drove past it and it was open, you eat there. Because you never know when it's going to open again. Because the owners, like, they didn't want to, like, shop out to have a staff that wasn't with it, just, like, you know, within the family or whatever. And so just kind of one of those things that, you know, it would close 3 months out of the year while the owners went on, like, a long vacation or whatever, and that's just the way it was. But they did like really, really good milkshakes and ice cream and all that. It's kind of a cool vibe with the whole like drive-in restaurant where you just drive right up and they bring the food out to your car and all that. So it's a cool place. But it was just not a place you never planned to go there, because you'd just always be disappointed because they wouldn't be open. They did eventually close, but they did last years and years and years operating like that. Somehow. Yeah, no, we definitely in that little town, we definitely had lots of like really cool, fun places that, you know, as you had like all the franchise chains kind of just muscled them out. Because they could take advantage of like economies of scale and all that. And for as much as people like to support local businesses, when the local business just hands down so much more expensive, there's definitely a limit on how much people are willing, like how deep that support goes, unfortunately. Because, you know, especially if you're, you know, if you don't have tons of discretionary money, you're going to look and save where you can. And food ends up being a big one just because you need it every day, multiple times a day. So if you can save a buck or two on a meal, that's going to compound really quickly when you're talking that frequent of a reoccurring expense. Oh, you actually are blocked. Especially becomes rare and rare. Yeah, no, it's disappointing too because, you know, you go to a McDonald's and they're all kind of the same. Oh, you actually are winding the whole way back here, okay. I'm also not really a big fast food burger person. Especially nowadays. It's interesting that nowadays so much is changing about that too. Like nowadays a lot of those like mom and pop shops are actually doing quite a bit better. Simply by the nature of, you look at places like McDonald's and Burger King, and those that, you know, used to always be perceived as like, it was fast and it was dirt cheap. But nowadays you go and you go to get like just a burger at a fast food place and it's like $8, $9. Like, well, hell, I could just go to like the sit-down restaurant for $8, $9 and get a burger, and the quality is substantially better. So like there's zero savings to be had there. We are finding like no seaweed. I probably just need to circle back to some place I've already cleared. Where's now all the trash in the way for the seaweed to spawn. Yeah, McDonald's recently did a thing where they increased their prices everywhere except their app to push for that. Yeah, there's been a lot of companies doing that kind of thing, where if you want to get the value price, you have to use the app, and it's not even only fast food. Like, you look at theme parks, they're doing the same kind of thing, where if you use their app, you get to kind of like cut ahead of the line, as well as on top of that, I'm pretty sure I actually have another spare of that. You know, on top of that, like, a lot of times they'll offer discounts and all that. And it's a way to save money on labor by, like, taking all the human being out of the middle of it. And then just, you know, you walk up, you kind of wave your phone, all that. I actually don't have a huge objection with, like, the app kind of thing for doing that type stuff. It is annoying that it kind of is forced on you, rather than being more optional. Like, some of the places you go, the lines get very unreasonable very quickly if you're not doing that. Alright. Okay. Just slowly trying to clear out the, not as good ones. But that's becoming more and more common. It's just a way of, like, kind of offloading all of the ordering process, you know, from being with people to, you kind of do your self-service. Like I said, I'm not super opposed to that as a general thing. Because, like, I know there was a lot of pushback when they added the little kiosk at a lot of restaurants, that when, you know, you can pay for your stuff and leave using the kiosk and all that. And I know a lot of people's like, oh, well, they're gonna just reduce the staff and all that, and that's definitely a bad side of it. But at the same time, I'm also like, do you know what's really nice though? I finish my food and just stick my card in the side and I can leave. So like it is one of those things. I don't want to order through the kiosk. I want to go through like the waitress, waiter, and all that kind of stuff, and sit down and have them like helping out with that. But definitely like the ending part of the meal when I'm ready to leave. The number of times I've been stuck sitting there for 15 minutes, 10, 15 minutes because the poor waitress or waiter is just, the restaurant's understaffed. And so they're just trying their best and you're just like, I really gotta go. So being able to just go like pop and you're out is pretty nice. You don't mind, it feels a bit too forced. And noticing that instant gratification culture is growing while patience is waning, 'tis rough. Yeah, that's definitely a negative I've seen in a lot of cases, because that's always been an issue, but it's definitely escalated. Like, we've talked about, the retail nightmares where you walk over and you go to put down one thing on the shelf, and then the person behind you is all miffed because you didn't instantly put down the heavy thing you were carrying to help them. You're like, I literally had to walk 10 more feet and put it down. You had to wait less than 30 seconds. It's not a big deal. Like, I do not miss dealing with customer service. People suck. Alright, so season's ending in 7 days. So that's kind of our goal, is to be to the gold kelp by then. Alright. Grubs Gopher, where it's official, the campaign is closed, and we've reached 4 times our original goal. It's blowing my mind. I'm running out of words to describe how I feel. We'll start construction on the Founders Hall as soon as possible, and we'll have an opening party and everything. I'll come get you the day of the grand opening. Okay. Okay, luckily I did have more star fruit. I thought I had just the 5. I was like, well, I wanted more than that. So the good news is we got a rain day, so this is a day to get a lot done. So we've already got our crops picked up. Let's drop off the ones that aren't higher quality and just sell them. You feel like there's not enough people who work retail or have the idea that they are the main character? Oh yeah, no, absolutely. I personally am of the mindset that everyone should have to deal with customer service in some capacity at some point in their life. If for no other reason than, they can relate to the crap that people have to go through. Give me a moment. I need to use the restroom real fast. I'll be back here in just a minute, and I'll, be back in a couple minutes. So thank you again for tuning in. You know that wreck? That wreck I mentioned? You might get to keep that wreck. I think that wreck belongs to you. I'll let him know, chat.
Warning, maximum depth reached. Hull damage imminent.
Don't tell him, chat. He thinks we're leaving. He thinks we're leaving, chat. He'll never know. I think he knows. I'm pretty sure he very much knows. Oh, you scared the crap out of me, Sand Shark. The point was, we both walked up, we waved our guns around, and their gun was substantially bigger than my gun. That tells us about your personality, a random psychology test would say. Do corpses go away after a while? Yes, 9 days. All these bodies you see here, I have killed in the last 9 in-game days. All the bodies from before that are long gone. Hey, bear? Hey, bear? Let's do a cool trick. Was he a cool trick, Bear? Hey. That's a cool trick, huh? No, actually.
Yeah, but I was just kind of showing. I talked about like putting like a giant pile of bodies to try and ramp, but you can see where you can get some pretty good air. Ah, that hurts. That was just 1 second. Like here, I'm assuming someone got a clip of it. If you have a clip of it, let me know and I'll permit you. And oh,
jeez. I thought I had been caught by the homeowners. Not that one of them followed me in there. Okay. I also grabbed a refill while I was there. They think your first job should be in a restaurant or retail, something service-based. Would make every person appreciate the kind. Yeah, no, like genuinely, it's a thing that would never fly. I would love it to be a normal thing that you go through your school, you get done with high school, and instead of immediately going off to your career or college or whatever, that there's kind of like a forced sabbatical of sorts where you kind of dip your toes in a bunch of different jobs. And I think that would be good for a number of reasons. You'd make sure at least a bunch of them were like service jobs of some capacity. Because if one thing, just being in that situation and experiencing that, I feel like would do a lot so far as a person who walks in and is just an absolute a-hole to the poor person working behind the counter and all that. And it just like get people to be a little bit more like, oh, hey, I understand how much that job sucks. That it's not their fault my food was a little slow or a little cold or whatever. Like the person here at the counter, none of that is their doing. So like me being an ass to them isn't doing anything for anybody. Like literally all I'm doing is ruining someone else's day. And so I think that would be good. I also think it'd be good in the sense that half the time you'll go through school and you'll be like, I want to be an engineer. An engineer sounds like a great job. And then you start doing some engineering stuff in college and go, wow, this is not for me. Like, this is just not a job I enjoy. But now you're in your college degree, you've got money involved, or you go, I want to be an electrician, so you get an apprenticeship. And then you go, wow, this is really a bad fit for me. I am not happy with this. Because that's a very common thing that happens. Like, when you're 18, 19 years old, you don't have a damn clue what you want to do in the future. Very few people go to that age and they're like, this is it, and stick to it. Almost always you get into it, and then when you start working, kind of get the reality of what the work is. It's not that you don't find work you love or whatever. Like, that comes. But usually it's like you do one or two things, and then you find the thing, you're like, that's the one. That's what I can be happy working at. And it'd be really nice to have like, okay, here's a job where you're going to deal with customer service. Here's a job where you're going to deal with like something vaguely medical. Obviously, we don't want untrained 18-year-olds doing surgery or anything. But maybe it'd be like a nurse's assistant kind of thing, like very, very basic first aid training kind of stuff. Because that'd also be good just to have basic first aid training. You might go over here and go, okay, well, you're going to deal with a very data heavy job. Okay, here's a job where you're going to be a creative job or whatever. And just give you a little bit of time and all that. And there's logistic reasons why that'd be a very difficult thing that would never happen. But I feel like that would help out in kind of two different ways. Of one, giving people a lot more appreciation. Because it's really easy when you're on the outside of a job. To think the job is much easier than it really is. Jobs are always, I mean, not only jobs, like jobs and tasks are always harder than they appear at the surface. One thing we could do is we could throw some hay in there while we wait for everything to open. Because you don't see like all the nuance and complexity and all that kind of stuff that is what makes the job hard. Or like the thankless nature of it and yada yada, the bureaucracy, whatever it is. We can drop you off and get more sunflower. But I think, like, I would have loved having that kind of a thing when I was getting out of school. Because I had worked, like, I'd worked bag boy at the grocery store, had worked some, like, tourist stuff, you know, retail, all that kind of stuff back then. But it was just definitely one of those things. Alright, so we don't want to toss more blueberries. Not yet. We'll let those start burning out. You know, I'd done a bunch of that work. But, like, for what I wanted to actually do my career, I wanted to go in the computer graphics stuff. And, you know, came to realize that was just not going to be something I was going to be happy with. Like, I've got a talent for computer graphics and all that. But I just didn't enjoy doing it as work as opposed to doing it as a hobby. And then pivoted from that to, like, the IT technical software dev side. Which, you know, I've basically done a full career in that at this point. And all that. I think one of the best compliments leaving retail was people approaching you, assuming that you were the owner because you fixed all of their issues all the time. Even years later, they still call you for their issues. I did really well in retail, even though I really didn't like the work. And a big part of that was just honestly being honest with the customers and not just doing whatever BS the company wanted me to schlep. Are you kidding me? It put a stone right there. Alright, give me a moment. I gotta go down there. I gotta move one stone out of the way so I can fit it. I had cleared the area, and, you know, stuff could show up after a while. But yeah, no, I just did really well because I would actually talk to people about what they're trying to accomplish and make their suggestions, because I was selling tools. Versus a lot of the other people in the department, you know, company says you gotta push the credit card. Let's go push the credit card. Company says you gotta be really, like, really bully them about the warranty. Bully them about the warranty, like that kind of garbage. The number of additional sales I got from people trying to, like, get away from the main registers, because the only way the people at the registers could kind of earn an extra buck was to, like, really push the credit cards. Make sure I still got my stuff on me. Oh, I also have a mastery point. And so with all that, like, it was definitely one of those things. Yeah, we'll get the chance of double products. But, so just the fact that I didn't bully it, like, I did what was absolutely required by the company, but they really incentivized us to push the credit cards by being like, hey, you know, each additional credit card application you get, you know, sent in, you get this much money, all that garbage. And that we were on commission, so everyone wanted to try and, you know, get the person to buy, like, the next nicer thing than what they really needed and all that kind of stuff. Okay, so there's one gap in there. Alright. And that'll be what I need for the cows. So honestly, just being like, here's what you need. Like, you can buy the nicer thing, and here's what it would offer you. If that's something you care about, by all means do it. If it's something you don't really care about, then don't do it. Like, get what you need. So in my department, I had the lowest return rate by a large margin. There was another guy on my team who was really, really good about not pushing stuff, and then there was the one girl on my team who also, same deal, like, really didn't push people into buying things they didn't need. But definitely as a company, they really, really wanted to push you into that kind of stuff, and very broadly speaking, there was a reason we had, like, particularly high returns and a lot of upset people. Bach is looking okay. The idea that you pick up an egg off the floor and now you have 2 eggs, it's like just a weird one. Okay, drop those 2 in there. And I'm going to just immediately get right back down to diving in to push this. Gonna take full advantage of the rain day. We're gonna see if we can't push for that gold kelp for the sprinklers before fall arrives. Grab the Murex. Is there anything you'd say is surprising, like cooking legendary in the fish? It used to be more of a surprise. There's also legendary fish in the game. They did change it now, so you can you get a hint that there's a legendary fish in the area. They've got like the silhouette of a fish that's kind of sparkling, and you're like, oh, there's a big one in there. But that's been a recent change. Before you just had to either get lucky or know where to look. But they do have legendary fish in this as well. You can get like some pretty cool rare drops and all that. And it is pretty much like Stardew when it comes to you hook a legendary fish before you're ready for it. And your line snaps in like 2 seconds. You're like, all right, I understand. This is a chase thing. This isn't something I'm getting done early game. So where is... There's that one. Yeah, I could probably get a bunch of seaweed by circling back to the areas we've already been. I don't care about a whelk, so we'll just let that get scared away by me. Okay, let's clear you so you can keep going. There's a lot of fun cinematics that you don't expect as well. One of the things that Coral Island does that Stardew Valley really doesn't is in Stardew Valley, pretty much any cinematic you see, you are directly involved in some manner or another. Either you're like for example, when it comes to, you know, you'll have some interaction between two of the characters that's not really supposed to involve you, but it's something, you know, set up to kind of establish the relationship between them kind of thing. And your character will just basically be like standing in the bushes nearby, like just eavesdropping kind of thing. This one, they don't feel like a need to justify like how you know about it. They'll just have a scene between some of the other characters going on, just for you to kind of like get the like the story building, getting to know the community kind of thing. Like earlier we had one that it was Nina had been stung by a jellyfish. There's not anything that big comes out of that one. But still. Alright, so that takes care of that. But that opens that there. Yeah, and that myth about peeing on a sting. Yep. I'm trying to remember what that came from. That was something like... It was a thing that was like just some, you know, whatever junk thing. But then it showed on something like Friends or whatever. And that's what made it a popular myth. Like it may not have been Friends, but it's like on some TV show. That's one of the fun ones I like to bring up is if you actually look at how can openers are used. We see these days like a lot of people when they open the can, they'll put like the blade to the top of the can, and that's actually not how can openers are generally designed to work. Nowadays they have them that they're a bit better designed to be able to put up with that, but the blade's actually supposed to go in the side of the can, and then like the rest of it rides around the top of it. Like, and you can even look up the patent for a can opener and it'll show that design, like that's supposed to sit on top of it. But it was just a thing that when can openers were kind of first becoming a thing, like that style, you know, it got shown on television, and the person, you know, put the blade to the top, and it kind of just became the way that people did it, because that's the way they saw it used. And now, even to this day, that's the way most people use it, but, like, it's actually bad for the can opener to be used that way. It torques the blade, which then makes it get all loosey-goosey after a while, and then it stops working well. Alright. We got a lot of time left in the day. We are burning through our consumables, but that's fine. No point in having consumables if you don't consume them. Alright, let's get the Jamu here. The Jamu work extremely well, but they're a lot harder to get a hold of. You can get a crafting recipe for it, but it requires both ginseng and ginger, neither of which is particularly easy to come by. Alright, so we got that one done. So I've got ones on the top right over there. And those will be the last two. And then after that, we have a little bit of cinematic kind of nonsense that's going to happen. And then we will get access to gold kelp. And then with gold kelp, we've already got the recipe for the better sprinklers. It'll just be a matter of getting it, which is no problem because we will end up going in here to clear stuff anyways, and we just make it a point to hit the kelp as we're down here. Okay. Drop this anchor. Alright. And then once we do that, we're going to be hopping between going to the mines to continue progressing / upgrading our tools. And popping down here to get the gold kelp for building the sprinklers to expand the farm. Because once I've got that, it's literally, we just plant stuff and we harvest it. It'll take care of the watering and all that. Alright. Calm down, nature. Why are you so loud all of a sudden? It hit that time of night and the froggos are like, this is our territory. We're going to use deafening amounts of noise to quash any resistance. Right, so we... There it goes, it just weirdly got quieter again. agree, all belongs to Frog. Yep. Do we get more blueberries? We did not. Alright, so let those just run themselves out. Anything else we need to be popping in here? I can grab you in the glass. Get some more silver essence going. Alright. Diving leveled up. Love to see it. Got ourselves another 1,000. 6 days till the season's over. Shouldn't be too much longer before we have our next festival. The next summer festival is the trash cleanup. It's basically like a summer field day kind of whatever. And that summer field day kind of whatever, you know, festival is just like you clean up the trash in the beach as well as do all the other games. Groucho Gopher, I'll have to admit, I'm writing you with an agenda today. While shooting a video the other day, I spotted several animals stumbling on a large log behind my house. They fell and got hurt. I hate to be a bother, but could you break up the log? I don't have the right tool, and I'll need help on this. Alright, drop you all off. Get the okra. Okay, so any regular quality stuff we're getting rid of. It's just the one. The 1, 2. We will want to pop down here and drop off the bananas. Come on. You can do it. There we go. So I got a bunch more blueberry juice. And some more Karacha. Okay, so Paul wants me to break up a rock by his house, and Paul lives right up here. I also want to drop by the blacksmith to go and do that. It'll probably be too early for me to do blacksmith stuff, so we can go and beeline up here. That's Erica House. Oh. Alright, talk to Paul. Yes, they don't open till 9. What recipe did we get? Oh, we got the craft thing. Low-key, of the boxes in the game, I actually like the scrap box design the most. Like, the stone chest is fine, the wood chest is fine, but the scrap box, even though it's supposed to be, like, sort of a, you know, kind of plasticky, concrete-y kind of material, I do like the scrap material look. It's just budget marble, that's all. It's discount marble. Alright, so we gotta wait a moment for... Actually, is Paul even home? Yeah. So I just gotta wait for them to be open so we can talk to Paul, turn in the quest, run down to the blacksmith, all that. If I'd known it was gonna rain 2 days in a row, I would have, upgraded my watering can. It's fine. We're getting pretty close to the point I'll stop using my watering can, other than when we first clear land and all that. Come on. Open. Thank you. Okay. I mean, it makes sense. Oh, right. Emma wanted papayas. I have papayas now. Right. Okay, that's fine. So we'll drop by the blacksmith, do that. We will pop by the house. We'll grab the 2 papayas for Emma. We can drop those off, because Emma will be right there. We can fast travel that pretty easily. Okay. So process all this junk. Oh, wait, there's a whole stack more of those. And you can process them all at once, which you'll probably do later in the game. Early in the game, I like processing them one by one. It's more satisfying to, like... It's like doing loot boxes and that kind of garbage. Where it's way more satisfying to, like, click on the thing and get, like, the one after the other, than to be like, bulk open them up, here's your results. And... no blessing today. Alright, so we've already got plenty of those, so get rid of the bug. We've already done plenty of those and those, so get rid of those. We can pop over here and drop you all off. Grab you and drop you all off. Okay, so the granite's already been donated, so we can sell one of the granite. Alright. So I could sell one of you, donate you, sell one of you, donate you, donate you, donate you, sell one of you. And then we'll hold on to the other ones because we can use those for enchanting later. Alright. Oh, and the papaya. We'll grab the papaya, because I have no idea where Emma is at right now. There's my 2 papaya. So drop by the museum, do that, get the papaya to Emma. To turn that in. Then I can sell the rest, and then we can get back under water, because like I said, we're right about to hit gold. I believe we're going to have like a whole set of dialogue and cinematics from the sea people. That's 4 more things here, and they gave me explosives. I don't know what kind of museum you're running. We're like, hey man, you just donated some good stuff. That's a well, wait, is that an offering one? I'm pretty sure the catfish is both offering and museum. Okay, well that's good news, because that's the second catfish we found in the trash now. So I could drop by the temple and do that. Now, where is Emma? Are you at your... You're not at your food truck. Are you home? You are home. That's actually kind of inconvenient for me. So we could fast travel from here. Up there. We can give Emma her papaya. Then we could run over, drop off the catfish. Give papaya to complete quest. Thank you. Cool. Give me the money. That's all I want. Give me the money. Alright, find a way to open the gate. We also need to check my farm's barn should be about ready. At which point we can run to the ranch and pick up our cows. What was it bringing up here again? The catfish, that'll be here. There you go. Ah, a silver quality koi is what I need for that. So progress is being made there. We can take the rest of this stuff and we can sell it for the credit. I'm not going to end up using those smaller ones. Okay, so what else were we going to do? I've got the silver if I wanted to upgrade the hoe. I don't think I care that much. We've also got the silver essence. Oh. I apparently missed a couple of hot peppers. Okay, so you're still under construction. Alright, we got a bronze quality egg. So the bronze quality egg will take the time to make that into mail. And then the regular quality egg, you're getting chucked in there. There's the maple syrup. Right now I'm just going to go ahead and sell that. Okay, so we can upgrade stuff. I can take the essence and upgrade the quality of our produce. I can take the essence and I can take that to the shack. Well, actually, shack might be closed on... Oh, actually, I think the shack's closed on Mondays. No, it's closed today. Okay, so we cannot go to the shack. So I could grab the essence and pop on over real fast to the lab to get that upgrading. You ever play... you're gonna need to not use the acronym because I'm not sure what game you're referring to. So yeah, so I don't know what HOI 4 is. Hearts of Iron? No, I have not. Alright, and for 5,000, we'll now be getting a bit better quality produce from all of our, like, not the full-on trees, but like those middle ground bush tree kind of things that we got. Alright. So drop you off. Meanwhile, grab the silver kelp and all that. I have a feeling I'm going to need a lot of silver. Okay. Married yet? We have not gotten married yet. We actually haven't had the vote to figure out who we're even romancing. That's probably something I should set up. Because if we go to the eligible ones, so if I do a vote on Twitch, I can only choose between 5 people. Now, of them, the ones that are going to be a no is Eva, because we've already romanced her on a past run. Yuri, we already romanced in a past run, so those ones won't be considered. And then we're missing the merfolk. There's also merfolk there. That's what we'll do. Once we get to the merfolk, which should be like right away here in a minute. Once we get to that stage, what I'll probably do from there is we'll put up a poll and be like, okay, who are we romancing? But like I said, I can only make a poll for 5, so it's not one of those things I can go and be like, here's the whole list, have at it. Because even if I use the other tool I've got that lets me have more options and you can multi-vote and all that, realistically, once you get to around 8, it just gets so crowded you can't see anything. But yeah, no, we're not going to get married anytime soon in the game. This isn't a existing save file we went back to from before the updates. It's a brand new one we created for 1.2b. So we're only coming towards the end of our first summer. I imagine you could potentially get married in the game if you, like, absolutely beelined and, like, made your, like, #1 priority to just romance someone. You probably could get to something like that. But I think for all practicality, that'd be pretty unlikely to really get to that stage. It's like in Stardew Valley that technically you can get yourself to have a relationship far enough along that people will dance with you at the spring dance in the first year. But to do that, you kind of have to drop everything and make that the priority. All right. So clear over here, because this is where we see the oil. And I don't know if it has any bearings, but I've had generally better luck finding the things that clean the area around where I see oil. Case in point. Because one of the big advantages of what we're doing now is if I take the time to clean up these areas later on, when I'm like, oh, I need silver kelp, instead of having this whole big clear up thing that takes forever, you just go to the area that the silver kelp spawns, and you just kind of go through it. And you can usually pretty quickly find a couple of big areas of silver kelp to continue what you're working on. Alright. And there is a thing you unlock later that will clean up all the trash in a fairly decent-sized area. I've never bothered using it. Like, you need lots and lots of trash for making scrap and all that as time goes on. Like, that is a thing. But broadly speaking, because they only clean up, you know, like, it's a decent-sized area. It'd be like an area like this big. But you don't really benefit from, like, stacking them, so you have to spread them out. Okay, so that should be all the ones here and there. Alright. I thought the game crashed for a moment because it hung. It's very nice of them to have the combination to their front door on their front door. Alright, so we've reached the merfolk village. Heal the ocean. Yep. Oh, also, claim my reward. Thank you. Grab the next quest. Alright. And we're about to hit an ad, so I'm gonna go ahead and just wait for a minute before we begin the next dialogue, because this is kind of a big thing. But yeah, so it is one of those things with this game that there are way so many romanceable characters, something like 32 or something like that. There's like 3 or 4 of the merfolk you can romance. There's a whole bunch of people on land you can romance. All sorts of different things. I was gonna joke, but hello there. Yeah. But it's just one of those things that, like, there's a wide cast that you can consider. Of the people I'm considering putting on the poll, as kind of not like the troll one, but like your abrasive character, I'm thinking about putting Leah on there. Because she's like the fashion lady, but she's kind of this game's equivalent to, oh, what's her face from Stardew Valley? The one I'm like, you just never date her because she's awful. Which we did, because chat voted the last time on Stardew Valley. Because he was the last one left. The blonde one? Yeah, I'm blanking on her name all of a sudden. Haley, that's right, Haley. Because she walks up and she's just mean and rude to you. And like, even when she compliments you, half the time it's like a backhanded compliment. She's like, you'd be cute if you weren't like so poorly dressed. And you're like, dude, F you, Haley. It's like, can you just not say something nice? But Leah comes across as that kind of character. Granted, she's not as bad as Haley, because like from what I found in Stardew is even after you romance it, while you do have like these occasional like really nice moments with Haley, she's still very much pretty hostile to you the whole time. Even after you've been married and have kids, you're like, man, Haley, you suck. Versus I'm under the impression that like Leah genuinely becomes just like a straight up sweetheart as the game goes on. So that's what I'm considering. I believe with Lily, we romanced her in the early access, but it was one of those ones where you could only get to like 3 or 4 hearts or whatever. You couldn't really see her story go anywhere. So we never saw that one through. So I would be willing to put that on there. The dolphin guy is ripped. Yep. Hey, I mean, if you swam all the time, like all day, every day, I imagine you would be pretty ripped, actually. Honestly, very genuinely, if like literally your only locomotion was swimming through water, I think you would be like lean muscle out the yin-yang. Honestly, I think the real challenge would be getting enough calories that you don't have health problems. You'd be burning 4,000 or 5,000 calories a day just moving around. Like, and not, like that'd be like your leisurely hangout at home day, just swimming from one side of your house to your other. You know, up time to use the restroom, let me burn an extra 200-300 calories just trying to swim to the bathroom. Which gets complicated when you're underwater. I know people are going to want the merfolk, so I know there's 2 merfolk you can romance. Or sorry, there's like 3 of them. So you can see like the princess and what, you know, like, I'm not... Denali, I think, is the other one. So there would be possibilities, and can have 5. And so it'd be, who would be the 5th? Because there's Millie. Millie's kind of a sweetheart. She always calls you things, you know, like, you know, her brilliant butterfly or whatever. So she's just kind. So there's that one. Was it Macy as the photographer? She always seemed like an interesting character. So yeah, that'd be kind of the thing. It's like figuring out who we want to put on the list. Have 5 of them. I feel like we'll only put one of the merfolk on there, and we'll go from there. Stop right there. Identify yourself, land dweller. We've also established that supposedly we can't speak their language normally. Like, they don't know that I can. So this would be like walking up to a dog and being like, identify yourself, dog. What are you expecting the outcome to be? The dog's gonna bark. Let's see. No harm intended. Easy, no need for the spears. I thought you'd be friendlier. Let's see. I'm gonna go with no harm intended. No harm? Huh. A likely story. Land dwellers don't bring peace. Dunno. Call for backup. I'll keep an eye on this one. Got it. Oh dear, oh dear. Lower your spears, Samaru. Samaru, sir. This is the land dweller, a threat to the kingdom. Yes, sir. This one, however, speaks our language. Doesn't that make you curious? This one possesses something other land dwellers do not. We've met before, yes? Let's see. Yes, during a patrol with one other. Let's see, hard to forget your face. Just immediately laying it on thick. It's like, oh, it's so hard for me to forget you. Perhaps my memories... Was he? Yeah, we're gonna be flirty. Hard to forget your face. Oh, thank you. Sir, as you can observe, this land dweller has managed a full-blown chat with me. Intriguing, wouldn't you agree? Understood. I just realized I haven't shared my name yet. My name is Denali. That's Deno, and that's Samaru. Groucho Gopher? Unfortunately, your visit to our realm counts as a bit of a crisis. We'll need to take this matter to King Krakatoa. He'll decide what to do. Off with his head. The palace ahead is our destination. Please head inside when you're ready. Are you absolutely certain about this, Denali? Land dwellers have a notorious reputation. With all due respect, sir, we don't know anything conclusively. What we know so far has simply been ocean myth and hearsay. Myths or precautionary advice? I bet my fin on it. We should give Groucho Gopher the benefit of the doubt. Alright then. That's also a weird thing, like, bet my fin on it. That'd be like, I bet my leg I'm right. It's like, why would you, what? You're totally gonna shank the king and take over, right? Absolutely. Well, back to guarding, I suppose. Alright. Groucho Gopher, you've arrived. Allow me to introduce His Majesty, King Krakatoa. Your Royal Highness, may I present to you the land dweller Angong, and I stumbled upon during our rounds. Let's see, we do say it'll cost an arm and a leg. This is true. We do say it'll cost an arm and a leg, but I don't think I've ever heard of someone saying, like, I would bet my leg on it. Oh, did I miss a lot of stream streaks? My apologies. So thank you for the 130 stream streak, the Ints, and thank you for the 7 stream streak, Alpha Stitch, and thank you for the 85 stream streak, Kanahawk. And if I did call those out twice, and I called those out twice, it's fine. This is the intriguing character that goes by the name Groucho Gopher. Groucho Gopher? Quite a peculiar handle, wouldn't you say? You claim this Groucho Gopher can converse in our tongue? Indeed. Seems like the tide has turned, sir. We engaged in a fluent conversation earlier. I must admit, this is new to me too, Your Royal Highness. Before you is the eminent King Krakatoa and the gracious Queen Nanda Devi. Nanda? Whatever. Psst. Groucho Gopher, it's your turn in the spotlight. And thank you for the 40 stream streak, Code Sage. I really do appreciate it. So thank you. So you do love catching up on what you're streaming? Yeah, no, I enjoy streaming a pretty big variety. Time for you to introduce yourself. Where's the one where you remain silent and give a confused look? We could say, it is truly a privilege to make your acquaintance, Your Royal Highness. I'm Groucho Gopher. My name is Groucho Gopher, Your Royal Highness. Didn't we already do intros? Do we really need to do an encore? I'm just gonna say my name is Groucho Gopher, Your Highness. We're gonna go for, like, the less formal. Never in my reign did I anticipate witnessing such a marvel. The land dweller here in the royal court speaking our language. Wait. How can this be? I recommend caution. Should we not consider the implications of welcoming a land dweller into our kingdom? Legends of our kind are unsettling. Are we ready to risk the history repeating? Indeed, my queen, your concerns are not without merit. Every Merling here grows up hearing the ominous wails of the land dwellers. I previously dismissed them as cautionary tales, but recent events imply that they would be more fact than fiction. Is that his hat, or does the king have really freaky ears? Well, so I think if you might be not easy to see on the screen. You can see the actual ear here, and then this is like just like some type of brass or bronze or copper thing on top of it. But he seems to have like a normal, like human equivalent ear. May Ocho contribute to the discussion, Your Majesty? We value your wisdom. Ocho could feel the coral tree clinging on to life, and with it, the survival of our kingdom. Oyo's visions reveal the land dweller to be key to our tree's survival. Whenever one of those coral mechanisms are activated in the shallow waters, we observe partial healing of the coral tree. But it's not yet enough. Why not allow our new two-legged friend to venture into the deep sea and activate more of the coral mechanisms? Casually granting access to the deep sea is a step too far. It's sacred. Can't we send one of our own to trigger these corals? We're not devoid of competence, Choyolo. Names are hard. The currents speak to me, Your Majesty. They speak this land dweller. The ocean has made its choice. I'm just its messenger, with no power to alter the future. This is outrageous. We're clueless about the origins of these coral mechanisms. We know nothing. I beg your forgiveness, Your Majesty. Indeed, my queen. The uncertainty and mystery surrounding all this leaves us vulnerable. Until we know more, it's simply too dangerous to align ourselves with the land dweller. My decision stands firm. The land dweller must be escorted out of our kingdom immediately. Your Royal Highness, if I... Father, please reconsider. The land dweller deserves to be here. Oh, I don't want to marry her just because I don't want to try and remember that name. Mirianjani. Mirianjani, have you been eavesdropping? Yes, for I am a princess in something that's vaguely Disney-esque, and therefore I must, fiercely be independent and eavesdrop and misconstrue things to create dramatic effect that ultimately will come around to the advantage of everyone after a great tragedy has occurred, such as a beloved character being hurt and or killed or going missing or otherwise traumatic event. And then it'll eventually turn around, oh, by the way, one of you is going to have to die, Mom and Dad, because Disney does not allow to have two parents survive anything. Yes, Father. I will apologize for my rudeness later. But please, Father, you must let this land dweller stay. Maria and Johnny, why would you not say, like... You would have a nickname. If this is Mom and Dad, you would have a nickname you would use. You wouldn't be like, Mira and Johnny. You'd be like, Mira? Mira, my darling. Don't let your fascination with land dwellers cloud your judgment. You're wrong, Mother. The answer lies in the barrier surrounding our kingdom. Aunt Liang. She used to tell me that the goddess didn't place the barrier to keep the land dwellers out. No. She made it to ensure only those carrying her mark could breach it. Be that merfolk or land dweller. That implies Groucho Gopher here, in our kingdom, because Groucho Gopher has the goddess's blessing. We can't afford to overlook that. My queen, our young Mira raises a point we cannot disregard. My previously firm statement that I made 30 seconds ago, that was firm. I would like to waver on that, because it was not as firm as I previously implied. Reviving the coral tree takes precedence over all. If it means granting a stranger free reign in our waters, so be it. However... I will not let you run around as some sort of safeguard, Groucho Gopher. Denali Samaro Engung, I command you to be vigilant and not do anything at all. Just, you know, this is me basically bunking my responsibility and being like, if anything goes wrong, I'll simply blame you instead of myself. Mira, spread the word of this arrangement among our people. We must prevent further unease. Interaction with the land dweller will be a privilege bestowed upon a select few. Groucho Gopher, abide by our laws which you do not know, and I will not bother explaining or prepare for expulsion. As per your command, your Royal Highness. Land dweller, you are granted access to the deep ocean. Your wisdom prevails, Father. Understood, your Royal Highness. Denali Angang, escort Groucho Gopher to their quarters in the barracks. We may be suspicious, but we are not uncivil. Dismissed. Princes knows their religion better than the old Chen, who's basically their Pope Fire the Shaman. Yeah. It's like, why, you know, religious representative, why would you not explain the religious implications of this? Wow, I can't believe the king actually granted you permission to stay. And in the barracks, none less. It's very close back there. If it weren't for the princess... Come along. Let's get you to the barracks. Welcome. This is where the soldiers stay. We have many empty rooms now. Feel free to look around. This is where you'll stay. You can spend the night here or go back to land. It's up to you. You should visit Choi Oyo next. She's in the Oracle's building. One thing that strikes me is, imagine for a moment, you've got some really fancy diving gear and all that, but you are not an aquatic creature. You cannot breathe the water. The idea of like having this mask on and then just going to bed, where if that mask even gets loose, not even off, just loose, you drown? Maybe don't sleep underwater? Groucho Gopher. Greetings from Choi Oyo. The fates have chosen wisely in letting you stay in our kingdom. I request your presence in my chamber. There's a ritual that the spirits urge me to perform on behalf that will be worth your while. Ignore the barracks are empties. It's not like we mystically lost a whole army. It's like, don't worry, we're actually in a catastrophic die-off stage here where like everyone's dying because of the coral tree. It sounds like it'd be pretty chill, but no, actually it's incredibly traumatic. Like, people are just dropping dead everywhere. It's basically a plague. Oh, I'm not allowed to talk to them yet. Yeah, that's, in this stage, I can't introduce myself to most of the people. That's not a bug at this stage. There was a bug where you couldn't. But that's at this stage. We haven't actually earned their trust, so we're only allowed to talk to some people. Unwanted guest. Alright. Your arrival is as ordained. You poor unfortunate soul. In pain. In need. Welcome to Choi Oyo's chambers, Groucho Gopher. I wish to discuss a matter that could significantly benefit you. Throughout our kingdom lie sacred ocean caves. You may have seen them during your travels. Regardless of what I'm going to tell you for the lore of these caves, these are the places that later on in the game, when you're like, man, I could really use more coffers and a lot of trash, and I mean a lot of trash. These are basically giant trash receptacles that you can get endless amounts of garbage that you humans dump on the ocean. I mean, these caves are treasure troves of resources, as long as those resources are trash. But, like, actually, genuinely, the trash in this game is very useful. Many of which could prove invaluable in your endeavors. The decision to grant access to the sacred place is not ours to make, but the ocean's, and the ocean, it seems, has chosen you. With the rhythm of the ocean in my steps and the humor of the dancing crab, I hereby grant you the right to explore these sacred caves. As you journey deeper into the ocean, you'll discover more such caves, use their resources wisely, and remember, exploration is key. Yeah, no, the cauldron's fine. It just happens to be a much thicker liquid than the water, and therefore sinks to the bottom. Taking a deep breath, you instantly wish you hadn't. Fair enough. Alright. Hold on, Groucho Gopher. Just a moment of your time before you set off, please. I've seen the amazing things you land dwellers create. Really cool stuff. It gives me hope that there's some goodness in your world. Swimming with a fin is so tiring enough. Swimming with a fin is tiring enough. Can you traverse our waters with those, what are they called? Ah, feet. Nagalita, coast clear. Hurry up, bring it over here. Now, take this stamina fruit. It'll give a boost for your adventure. That's actually the first one we've gotten this run. Normally I've got like 2 or 3 by now. Alright, off you go. We're counting on you, Groucho Gopher. Stamina fruit basically permanently gives you a boost to your total stamina. You've acquired a stamina fruit. Your stamina has permanently increased by 45. Alright, so we got the blue crab. Ah, heck yeah. First of them, both of them triggered double kelp. Okay, so what we're going to go ahead and do is move the anchor over here. So with this, now the strategy is going to be we work on this, advancing when we need kelp. Or I don't have anything better to work on. Otherwise, we're going to kind of be hopping back and forth. But the plan is to pop down here, at least for a little bit each day, to get the gold kelp. Because of the gold kelp, I can start building the big sprinklers, well, bigger sprinklers. We don't have the biggest sprinklers yet, nor will I be able to do those till we have osmium. But with this, we can start automating the watering side of our crops. And occasionally we'll drop back and grab the silver kelp as I need it. That kind of stuff. We're not going to be worried about the essence yet. Because ultimately what we're trying to do is expand our farm, but in a way that I don't spend all day, every day maintaining the farm. And this is also the point where I want to kind of actually take a proper amount of time to clear areas. Oh, wait, I just remembered. We no longer instantly leave the area. Give me the anchor, give me the anchor. I forgot, once we clear this place, since you have a place to stay underwater now, it no longer kicks you out at 11. If it would have stayed much longer, we would have actually passed out. We can go to you. Drop off that. Go to you, drop off this. Grab the kelp. Or the essence, whatever. Oh, wrong box. You go in this box. Alright. We got a marble coffer. Okay. It's a bit off topic. Do you have any interest or have you been following the Hightail development? I briefly saw people mention Hightail, but I haven't looked into it too much. So it's like not a lack of interest, I just don't know enough about it kind of thing. Yeah, so we also, because we got that much coral, like we cleared a lot of the sites today. We got 3 whole sites done and a bunch of artifacts dropped. So that was enough to get ourselves halfway through the next rank. I'll take the silver kelp. And we got our stamina fruit upgrade. So that boosted our stamina by 45. Emma likes us a little bit more because we did her errand where she wanted the papaya. And we got an extra 2,000 something bucks. So it's now Leah and Anne's birthday. But now we're working on getting our sprinklers set up. Okay, so let's see. We can make a sprinkler too. Right now, just chuck that there. And we are reaching the end of the month. Alright, so let's pop here. Crappy produce goes there. Drop off the okra. Put all that away. Grab the resin. Grab those. Okay, we'll need the blueberries. Drop those off. Grab the sunflowers. Okay, and we got a bunch of stuff to drop in here. So one thing we're going to want to try and do is the barn should probably be done. Dear devs, you need to be able to hire people in your game to do all the running around for me. Okay. It is a thing that you get automation that makes it way less of an issue. But that comes with your city rank, town rank, whatever. And like the petting of the animals, you can automate that. Because no one wants to actually interact with their pets and all that. Come on. That's just silly. And in 4 days, all these crops are going to die, except for the peppers in the top right over there. You played a good share of Stardew Valley and Graveyard Keeper? Oh, yeah. Like, Graveyard Keeper's an interesting one because, generally speaking, of the two, it is definitely the way grindier one, but then also they give you automation, like the ability to do a lot of automation in it over time, which, you know, mitigates a lot of the grindiness. But yeah, like, getting the earlier parts of Graveyard Keeper can get real tedious at times. I think it's an amazing game, by the way. It's very much one of the games I've very, very heavily enjoyed in the genre. Because just a very different take on the genre. It's also got a really good sense of humor. Okay. Yeah, no, it definitely... Graveyard Keeper definitely was like, here's this genre, what can we do that's properly different? You know, versus being like, what can we do to iterate on the formula? It's like, no, genuinely, like, where can we, like, really, really, really kind of shift things around a bit? So Graveyard Keeper was rough in the beginning. You felt like you hit a wall and you just couldn't get past it for a bit. Yeah, no, that's what I was saying, like the grindy side. And some of it's not always particularly clear on what you should be doing. There's definitely that early game grind. And then, you know, you get a little bit later in, and that's when the automation takes off with the zombies and all that, where you can make the zombies do a lot of your work for you. But there's definitely kind of a middle spot there where you're past the very, very beginning, but not quite to the point of getting the art stuff. So we're going to want the milk pail. And animals. Oh, I could just get the ducks now. Oh. Okay. So we're selecting this building. I'm trying to come up with some cow names to come out there, because I know there's always the one like beef and all that, but I want to lean more like on just Barnorama. Moobert. There's got to be some really good cow names out there. Like, Moobert is fine. I got the, Cows Are Us. Well, I feel like the barn would be named Cows Are Us versus the individual cow. Like, the barn Cows Are Us makes sense as a name. Charcuterie? Nah, we're using it for that. Like, I was gonna go and do something like, Cheese Factory. It doesn't fit. Augustan, your Tauren character. Just Moo. Milky Way. I'm gonna name the first one Moo. We're gonna get 2 of them. Just name one cheese. Chalky milked. I'm gonna go with chalky milk for the other one. Alright, so we apparently can get the other ones right now, which I was not prepared for. You always name your cow Cowabunga. That's not a bad name. So we can only afford the one duck. So we've got a duck we're gonna be bringing in here as well. You've already got a chicken named Beaker. Daffy. Yeah, as like Daffy and Donald and those came to mind, like, you know, just a nod to like duck characters that are well known or whatever. Now we'd go for a less Scrooge. Oh, Launchpad. Yeah, let's do Launchpad. We won't do the whole Launchpad McQuack, but we'll do Launchpad. That's a good one. For the people who get that reference. Alright. So that's good. That does mean we'll end up needing to get the rest there, so all of that's solid. Let's pop in here. Alright, so that'll be all DuckTales. Yeah, because I was gonna make it Scrooge McDuck, but then it's like, oh wait, actually, Launchpad's a lot of fun. I think this has 6 spots. Oh no, it is only 4 spots. Can I put you back this way? No, that just takes out more. Alright. So we got that. Bear with me, chat. I need to use the restroom real fast, so I'm going to do that real quick, and I'll be back here in just a minute, and thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be right back. Okay, and relocate our position over here to have some cover. I think in all my time, that has been the single most effective orbital bombardment I've ever used. Considering there is nothing left. There is a pair of corpses left, and everything else got wiped out. Did they revamp that? I remember orbital bombardment being a lot weaker, let alone mining out chunks of the mountain. That's fine. Solving the problem, chat. Solving the problem. What is this magic? We're just delivering a truck that drives really badly. Okay, and we are back. Yeah, so we met people. Yeah, so we got 3 more people we're able to date there. I'm pretty sure none of the others here are dateable, which I believe at that point... Oh, wait. Oh, it's Anne and Leah's birthday. All right, let's get that because I will forget to do that. So let's get their birthdays sorted. So... So you are on the top right. Okay, that's actually shouldn't be too hard to do.
Let's check for a blessing. Gathering proficiency, small blessing. Okay. Guess we'll head over here. Groucho Gopher. Beautiful day at the lake, huh? Oh, sorry. Mom, this is Groucho Gopher. You two have met, right? Groucho Gopher is the new farmer at that lot. Yes, we've met. How do you do, dear? Mom and I are doing a little stretching. If you have some free time today, so what the heck? I figured I'd bring her here. Let's see, it's good to stretch. That's true. It isn't fun doing it alone. Thankfully, no one doesn't mind keeping me company. I wish you could stay longer. I have to pick up flour from Sam's. Mom, Frank needs to hire more people. I can't be the only one running the round for stuff at the tavern. He's too cheap for his own goods sometimes. Son, in this case, maybe you should go do it now. If it's making you anxious, I don't think you should put it off. But you'd be alone here, Mom. No, that's a bad idea. Alright then. So, I think 30 more minutes, and then then we head home? Yeah, Mom? Groucho Gopher, join us. There you go. Let's move to a different spot. This is Mom's spot. You can't be here. That is a little weird. I mean, it's hard to understand, like, what age they're depicting. But it's like, no, I don't think you should be alone. It's like, dude, you live in town with, like, 30 people. What's going to happen to her? You're also at a fairly public place. Like, you know, whether you're concerned is that, like, someone's going to do something to her, or she could trip and fall, like, regardless, there's people within earshot. It's a tiny little town of people who all know each other. It'll be fine. Alright, let's give Anne her flowers. I'm just surprised you remembered my birthday. Thank you. I definitely did not get a reminder that made it so I didn't have to consider anything. And Leah, I think this is the spot. There you go. Aw, thank you for the birthday present, Groucho Gopher. You're sweet. Okay, so we got our birthday obligations sorted. We do have 2 coffers I could pop because I forgot to drop stuff off. So we could do that. So next bit of money is going to be entirely on animal stuff. Because I'm going to need shears. I'm going to need all that kind of stuff. We're going to need to, buy, 2 sheep and another duck. But in the meantime, what we want to focus on is getting enough of the... What do I actually need for that sprinkler? So it's silver and gold kelp. So we'll just need to focus on making sure we get enough gold kelp to keep building the sprinklers. I'm really hoping we don't just immediately get the next sprinkler. The tier 3. I think that's a whiles off still. You won't tell me, will you? No. It's probably here. Even then, if it boils down to that we make a bunch of the sprinklers and then immediately the next set of sprinklers come up, that's fine too. Alright, so you have officially pushed it to where I need another box, which is why I kept another one here. Alright, we got the water crest. And we're going to jump right back down to where we were getting the gold quality stuff. Because like I said, we're like each one of these we get
is more I don't have to water in the future. Ooh, sexy shrimp. That's the other offering things we need. Okay, so we can't go there. We got you open already. Oh, we need the seaweed. Did the seaweed not actually give me seaweed? Such a troll. Second sexy shrimp. For the record, sexy shrimp is legitimately a type of shrimp. That's just what it's called. All right. Yeah, so we're probably gonna miss all the special summer and spring sea critters and all that, and flying butterflies. That's fine. I usually just don't even worry about the first year about getting all the stuff you can catch. Because, like, the moment you get the computer, life just gets easier with all of it. Because then you can target everything. At that stage, then it's, anytime something comes up where fishing becomes available that you don't have, that's when you prioritize that. Because all the critters you can catch, you can sit there and set traps and all sorts of stuff to make them happen. But fishing you have to do. They've added it where, like, you can go through the mine and find fish that way. Like, the odds of getting any specific fish are utterly rubbish. But I do think it has the entire loot table, maybe not legendaries or whatever. But enough if you just don't enjoy fishing, you can still progress. Yeah, no, we're in a really good spot right now, because, like, we've got access to the gold kelp, we've got access to the gold ore, so we can work on our upgrades. We've got the animals in place, except for the sheep, that's the one we're missing. So we work on all of that. We're getting our sprinklers online, so I can have more free time to work on all this stuff. We can see who we want to consider for potentially having as the person we romance. At which point, then I'll put up a poll and have people vote on that so y'all can decide. Like I said, I'm going to narrow it down to 5 so I can just do a poll on Twitch. Well, I'm not finding the anchor points, but we're sure clearing the whole area. Another one in here somewhere. I'm just gonna trust that works out because we cleared so much of that down there. Some of these areas, they do some more interesting things in the sense that you'll have to clear one spot to get access to another area to clear the next spot. Like this one might actually be up there kind of thing. Or it's right there. Oh, that'll be another blue crab. And we got a double catch on it. So that's awesome. Yep, so we can donate one of those. We can offer one of the sexy shrimp. And I don't think we use a second Jamu. It gives 300 energy, and the day's almost over. Okay, so this one opened, that one did not, so we gotta go left. Alright, get this thing out of my way so I can see what I'm doing. Oh, that's on the other side. That's fine. Okay, none of these were ones we offer, right? Yep, okay, that's fine. We're not gonna bother starting to clean this one. Day's basically over. We can pop up here, drop off the sexy shrimp at the temple. And then potentially run real fast over to the museum. Oh, it's you. So that just leaves the sunflower sea star, and then we'll have all the ocean critters sorted. All right. Okay, so we've got those. So we'll need to donate one. We could sell the other. Okay, we're back to the situation where I've got a bunch of these. And some of these we really don't care to have duplicates. Let's grab you. Drop that in there. Grab you. Drop that in there. I think all the other ones we... Ooh, wait. Yeah, the base scalp is one we don't have, so grab you, drop you in there. Alright, so let's drop these off. Sell one of those. Oh, the razor clam I should drop in here. We'll want to keep the shrimp and all that. So we want to keep the razor clam, so let's grab you and drop you in there. Drop the sexy shrimp in there. Okay. Drop these in here. Quickly make yourself another... Sweet. Can't really cover a lot of this because it's not well set up for any of this. That'll do for now. You'll need 2 okra. And 3 blueberries. Keep all these running over the night. Cool. So that should massively cut down the amount of watering I've got to do. And like I said, when we hit the fall, half that crop is going to die. It'll be just the hot peppers that stay around. And so with that, I should be able to just run on over. You know, even if I have to kill like one of my hot pepper plants to make room for the sprinkler, we'll do that. It'll rearrange stuff as well for the scarecrow to have room as well. Okay, let's start by running down here before we worry about anything else. Let the animals out. Okay, and those are ready for milking. Not a huge fan of that change sound effect. Okay. So with that, we are going to want to pop over here. Sell those eggs directly. Sell the regular milk for right now. Alright, so we can't do anything else with the milk other than sell it for the moment. We will just sell the milk for the moment. All right. Drop off the poor quality stuff here. And I once again need to remember to actually do the blessing, because the blessing can do stuff like have you give a better chance of getting quality items, that kind of nonsense. Okay, we've got all you figured out. That's fine there. Drop off our blueberry juice and okra. There's the resin. All right. And what we can do now is we can run up here. We can get the sheep. We can get the shears. So we've got the sheep. And this is Thalamule. I have no idea how. Thalamule? I have no idea how you spell. We'll try just a different name. It'll be Bartholomew, but it'll be, you know, exaggerating that. Or Barney. Okay, so Bartholomew. Good enough for me. So that means I've got one of each of the animals you can have now. And we got the shears. So you still want to get one more sheep and one more duck. But for now, that does mean we have all the varieties of animals we can get until we upgrade the barn. And that does mean we'll have all of the things we need towards doing the temple offering for them. Let's pop in here. Pet the sheep. Very important. Okay, so now I still have crops I gotta water, but significantly fewer of them. They're gonna be a little scattered, unfortunately, because we were just doing the best we could with the sprinklers that I was able to get a hold of. Okay. How do you unlock the sprinkler recipes? I believe the first one you just get from farming. No, actually, I think you get them just from farming in general. That's how you unlock them. And then the materials to do them, you end up getting through stuff like the diving, because they use the kelp. But yeah, generally speaking, most of the stuff you get in the game, if it's something you use for the mine, you get it by going to the mine. If it's something you use for farming, you get it from farming. You get the idea. Okay, so I got those all done. So we're good there. Sell some more of the okra. Alright, meanwhile, let's drop off the blue crab. Look at you dancing up a storm with Taco. And Gong. Who? The little man dancing with me, look. Is that his new imaginary friend? I haven't heard him mention it before. Let's just go with it. Good to meet you, Gong. Thanks for playing with my son. Maybe we'll see you for lunch later, okay, Gong? Come on, Archie, let's go home. Okay, Mom. Goodbye, Taco. Let's see. Come on, Taco. Bye, Gong. Bye, bestest friend Groucho Gopher. What Archie, Taco, and you see? I don't remember which voice is which. Human see that, yes? So sad that Human cannot see Gong. Gong want to talk to Humans, play trick on Human, but cannot because they cannot see Gong. Hey there, Groucho Gopher. Who are you talking to? Alright, I'll leave you alone. See, Humans cannot see Gong, but it is okay. Gong has idea, but Gong need Human help. Gong tell Human more later, okay? Meanwhile, House is like, you know what? Maybe I should stop talking to Groucho. He's clearly under a lot of stress or something. Really probably should get him in to talk to Yuri. Alright, there's the blue crab. Alright, so any day now we're gonna get the notification and that museum's just overnight going to be the big museum. Alright. Meanwhile, we got all that junk. So, I have no money to my name to do anything else. So we're just going to continue working on getting the sprinklers and all that kind of stuff set up. Because we got 3 more days to the end of the season. And the plan there is that, like, the moment we flip, it's just move everything around and we are just solid. Before we get into this too much, I'm going to vaguely clear in the direction the back where we came. Because I want to keep making sure to check for... Alright. We got Colorflower Jellyfish, that's a new one. Because again, the motivation here is we're actually here for the kelp. We want to progress the ocean. And grab the kombu. Let's pop over here real fast. And that should be enough for us to make one of the water critter traps. So that lives here for right now. All right. That should be enough for a second one, I believe. Nope, I'm one short. Okay, and now we can add a second trap. And now we'll start clearing our way back up here. So you're back in the game, but you never touched it until 2 days ago because of you. Not that you didn't enjoy the thought of playing it before, just waiting for some kind to finish everything. You're loving it, especially the insect hunting. Yeah, no, that was the thing. When the game first released in its 1.0 version, it was admittedly in a pretty rough spot. And kind of the hindsight was that with Humble Publishing knowing it was going to be shutting down, but not telling people yet, the reading between the lines is that what probably happened, and we don't have evidence to confirm this, is that it probably was the same kind of thing that Sony did to, like, No Man's Sky, where, you know, the game wasn't really ready to go live, but as the publisher, they're like, you gotta launch. Just too expletive bad. So that really, really hurt the game's reputation upon launch. But once 1.1 got released, pretty much the game was in a pretty solid place. And they've been since, you know, they got 1.2 improved things, and this is 1.2b is the current version, that they've done well about, like, continuing to honor the things they promised they would do. They haven't hit all the things they promised with the Kickstart quite yet. The kids will be able to grow up to teenagers in 1.3, which should be the first quarter this year, if I'm not mistaken. They're supposed to have, like, an infinite islands kind of thing. We haven't heard any details on that.
Thank you, Elizabeth Regina, for subscribing for 15 months.
And thank you, Elizabeth, for the tier 1 sub. That's 15 months you've been subbed to the channel. I really do appreciate that. Means a whole heck of a lot that you continue to support the channel after all this time, so thank you. Yeah, so I'm really happy they did that. I think that's good about one of the nice things about them having gone through the Kickstarter style is even with what's happened and all that, because they already kind of got paid basically through the kickstarting thing, even with that kind of stuff, they can still see their game through and all that, which is really, really good to see. Because a lot of times when a publisher pulls an okey doke on a game dev studio like that, that's just it. You know, they burn the brand and there's no coming back from it. Oh yeah, no, there was there's actually a roadmap, I believe, on the front screen. You can pull it up. The only things that they initially promised that aren't in the game, and this is including the stretch goals, like we're past the point of the initial promises, and into the stretch goal territory. The only things that were promised stretch goals that have not made it into the game quite yet is the big one being that the kids and all that can grow up to teenagers, and I believe that includes your kids. I don't remember though, with confidence that your kids. That's one thing, and then like the very last stretch goal was this thing that was infinite islands. That my understanding of it was along the lines that you would have these other like islands that you could go to. I don't know if they're procedurally generated or what, but like once you've explored this area, you can do more. Like figuring that out, so we've got literally all three of these going. Are you hitting something? You are. Okay. I feel pretty comfortable that that one will get finished. We can run over and start working on this one. Let's grab the stuff here that we can grab. I don't think I want to use another Jamu. Cool. You check the room at them? Really enjoying the game. Feels solid so far. Yeah, no, like I said, 1.1 was a bit on the rough side, which was very unfortunate. I do feel like the game would have had a much, much stronger following had the 1.1 been the release. But it was like we hadn't heard anything about them getting ready to release. And then suddenly, just out of nowhere, it's like, okay, it's coming out, you know, in X number of months. And it definitely felt like one of those things that, you know, someone like the publisher or some higher up was like, nope, you gotta roll it out. Like, they hadn't blown any deadlines or anything like that. Like, they hadn't promised it would be out by that point or anything like that. But it is what it is. It just sucks because I don't think this game would have outsold Stardew Valley or anything, but I think it would have had a very, very stronger following, similar to like Stardew Valley, just not quite to that scope, had that not happened. So it could have released in a nice, fairly polished state. You know, still some bugs floating around, obviously, but much better than it ended up being. Okay. So go ahead and move up here. We need to get out of here soon because of time. Oh, inventory is full. Just gonna grab the last of the gold kelp. And then we need to get home. Alright. Yeah, it also feels like that's one of the problems you run into with a lot of Kickstarters is, you know, they get kickstarted, and even if they're upgrading and or updating and letting you know regularly and all these other things, you know, people just lose track of them kind of thing. Okay, so we need to donate one of you and drop one of you in there. We could sell and donate some of the others. Don't do this to me. Alright. We'll come back to that. Okay, so all that's dropped off here. We can sell one. Yeah. Sell two. Okay. So we can get rid of the two urchins. Drop you in there. We've got silver quality on the muscle. We'll drop you because silver quality is better here. We will grab those and drop you in there. We'll grab you and drop you in there. And I think that should have us good for the rest of these. So drop the spare shells and all that in there. Okay, so you two need to be donated. And we could do that there. Especially as a game dev, you understand this very well. It still did good though. For Kickstarter, the game with very few people, there's a lot of potential and they learned how bumpy a road is. And still didn't give up. Yeah, no, absolutely. Like, I very much have nothing but positive things to say about the game. I think it is an extremely well-made game. That for me personally, I would have like, here's Stardew Valley, here's this game. I kind of keep them kind of next to each other so far as what I consider like the quality of the game and all that is. That I don't feel like one of them's hands down better than the other. But it's just like, it's a shame that it gets, you know, it just gets kind of overlooked. Stardew Town residents, join us for the annual beach cleanup tomorrow, summer 27th at 9 a.m. Let's work together to clean up the trash and enjoy a fun day of games afterwards. Bathing suits are welcome, but not mandatory. Drinks are provided. Mayor Connor. Okay, so let's go here. We've got another level in diving. Okay, so chance to forge double items, increases selling price, receive double artifacts from artifact troves. Ooh, okay. All three of these are good. I'm gonna go with the double artifacts. That's got some potential immediate benefits. Before we get caught up in that, let's race over to the museum and drop these things off to get them out of my inventory. Surprised we haven't seen this get done yet. Alright. 2 more critters for the museum. We got 3 days to the end of the season, which is when we're going to want all of our sprinklers ready by. Okay. Drop off all the crap tier. And drop off all that. Oh. Let's grab okra. How are we doing in the blueberries? Okay, so this will probably be the last of the blueberry juice unless we get another harvest. Okay, meanwhile, we only get enough for one more sprinkler. Now we're low on silver kelp. So yeah, so it looks like either way I'm going to have overlap happening here, which I am okay with. For now. Like, obviously I'm going to switch it up later so we don't have overlap. But this is existing crops that are giving me more and more goodies out of them. And my hope is, for all of those peppers are over there on the right, I'm kind of hoping what we'll be able to do there is that I'll be able to go in there and, sorry, we'll be able to go in here, so we'll be able to change that scarecrow out for the other scarecrow. And now with the other scarecrow, I will be able to, I'll be able to put the sprinkler right in the middle where that scarecrow is, so I can water all the pepper plants as they are without moving anything. You know, with the plants, have to regrow or whatever. I think they're all watered. But yeah, so I can make that into there, and scarecrow goes down here somewhere. And that leaves you. Alright. So we will top off our water. We've got a bunch of those to pop open. Let's run down and let all of our animals out. Okay. So you're going to schedule ahead and space them a lot. Yeah, no, it's not a bad idea to take the time ahead of time. Alright, so we will want to make you into mayonnaise. Because you're better quality. We'll want to sell the regular egg. The duck egg we want to offer. We want to offer one of the milk as well. So we can sell the milk because I can't bring that up. Okay, cool. So we've got all that set up real quick. Let's pop over, do the goddess offering thing. We'll pop over to the temple, drop off the duck egg and the milk. Because that'll get more of these goods going. So there's the duck egg. There's the milk. Yeah, we need the goats. I believe the goats require me to upgrade the barn to get the goats. We can pop back down here. Because what I'll want to do with this is I'll want to get a second duck. Because I want to get 2 of each animal. you're not where I do this. Let's check to see how much it costs to upgrade our building, since I happen to be standing here. So edit farm building. If I want to upgrade you, so it's 6,500 and a bunch of hardwood and silver. Okay. That's not immediate priority. But I need to go over here. We'll spend the 1,000 to... You close at noon? You suck. It's fine. We can get it tomorrow. But yeah, so we can go ahead and we can get, like, the duck and an extra sheep. Ooh, trash can shallots. Alright. Get all that sorted. So yeah, so this time we're missing silver kelp, not gold kelp. So missing silver kelp. Okay, so we'll deal with that in a moment. So all the rest of you are new, which is good. You could sell one of you. And we donate the axe. Do relationships fall over time? I don't believe so. I don't say that with any confidence. But if they do, it's one of those things that they fall so slowly, it'd be pretty much unnoticeable. I don't honestly remember. But, like, it's one of those things. You go to any of the festivals, you'll end up getting a little bit of relationship with people. You get relationship with people for completing the town ranks and that kind of stuff. So if there is any type of decay, I've not noticed it. Okay, and drop off the axe. Alright. So with that, we are doing pretty good. We can go ahead and hop on over. Should probably take the fast travel because I can fast travel directly to... And fast travel directly to the, I feel like they really buffed the Mirror drops. But, we can fast travel directly to the silver area, as opposed to where we were working on the gold. Okay, we got a ruby sea dragon. That's a new one. Okay, and let's make ourselves another aquatic critter trap. I'll put it there. Yeah, that's kind of the thing, though, is you don't really have to chase people around if you don't want to. You can. It'll certainly be faster that way. All right. That's probably what I'm gonna be able to do for now. Okay, so let's consider where we want to put these. I will put one of the traps down here. Let's put one of the traps down in this area. Because I'm vaguely trying to choose areas that are, like, kind of off on their own. Because they tend to have some of the critters only spawn in certain parts. Yeah, so you put one of the traps down here. Okay. Let's try going over there. Let's see here real fast. Okay. But then the idea is when I come down here going, oh, I need more silver kelp. I can just do a quick lap in the area, and we get both the stuff that was already there and all that. Alright, come on. So let's put the last one down over here, I think. Okay, we can grab the rest of this here. I'm trying to get the 5 seaweed, and we'll make one more trap. Alright, and that makes me able to make one more trap. Oh, that's annoying. Even though it would work, because it'd take the thing out of my inventory there and give me space. Yeah, I'll go ahead and get rid of the plant fiber. Make the trap. Okay, so what we can do here is we're going to work our way over to where we can fast travel to where we were clearing in the gold area. And we can work on that, and I'm going to just dump a trap over there somewhere. But with this, I now have traps strewn about the entire silver area. So as we're trying to get more silver kelp, I can just run around and we'll see what stuff I've missed over time. Alright. Okay. So that's a better version of this. That's a better version of that. That's a better version of this. I didn't actually want the blueberry juice, but that's fine. We've already got our hermit crab up there. We can donate the hermit crab. We can donate that. Okay, so we can donate some of these. Alright, so sell one of you. Sell all those. Sell that. Sell this. Sell this. Sell this. Sell those. Oh, and sell you. We have way more kelp to be able to continue to make sprinklers. Those 3 need to be donated. So we'll do that. We'll run back down, and like I said, we'll go to the gold area, and we'll just get the trap set up. Chase people around. That's the worst one from Stardew for you missing. Yeah, I've mentioned a number of times that I've gotten used to the quality of life in this game. I remember going for that achievement in Stardew as well, where you sat there and you're like, you had to max out your friendship with everybody, and just like the scrambling around to try and, you know, learn everyone's paths and where they would be and all that garbage just to do it, you know, and not spend 1,000 years on it. And I enjoyed doing it. Like, it got pretty tedious after a while, but there was a feeling of accomplishment with it. But these days, it's like very much like, you know what I want to do? I'm looking for this person. Where's Yuri? Bam. Yuri's right there. Okay. I don't want to go and have to be like, okay, it's a Tuesday in the middle of the summer on a, you know, where is Yuri at this time of day? That sucks. It's over too far for me to get at. Got it. And it was a double catch. That was just a donate, right? Yep. Because there was, another starfish, that's the one I need. For the last offering for the sea critters. Okay, we're spent. We go drop that off at the museum, and that'll give me the next progression forward with the museum. There is apparently a bug in the game right now that if you hoard all the artifacts and all that kind of stuff, you can genuinely have it where you go to the museum and just drop like multiple like layers of just heaps and heaps of things at the museum all at one time, and skip all the way from it's something like D rank or whatever all the way to A rank, and completely miss like 90% of the story of the game by the fact that you've just jumped so far ahead by hoarding. It's definitely one of those things you do to yourself. Alright, so you got dragon fruit thing. And dragon fruit's what seasons? Summer and fall. So I've already got dragon fruit planted. We can plant another one if there's space. The catch is those are going to be things that stay from season to season. I'm gonna do it. It's probably a mistake, but worst case, if it's in a terrible position. Oh, it is about to be pass out time. Let's get to sleep. All right. All right. So I reached the point that almost every day I'm routinely getting several $1,000s. It's not a ton of money, but it is just a routine thing. Pretty soon we should stop and save our money long enough for, sorry, we should stop and save our money long enough for the bigger backpack. Human. Gong almost have all things Gong need to be human, but Gong's still missing some things. This is what Gong need. Can human help? Black round eye cover, some baba hair, any flower, big cloth thing, like one big boatman wear. Okay, that all Gong need. Thank you, Human. Gong. So drop you in here. Drop you in there. Oh, drop the okra in here. Drop all this. Let's deal with the animals real fast. And I look forward to the days when we get the auto petter and the auto collector for the animals, and then we cease to interact with the animals ever again. I mean, what? Okay, and grab the shears. I immediately got a large wool. Hopefully that's not a problem. The reason why that might be potentially a problem is we also need the small wool. Okay, and drop you off, because you're a new critter for there. There's the forageables. Sell you. Okay. Deal with the couple of plants that are non-range of a sprinkler right now. Oh, you're in range of sprinkler? It'd also be nice that once I get the sprinklers all set up, I literally won't even carry the watering can with me anymore. Can't really see where okay, I think that's where we left off watering those. Okay, I think it's all watered. I can't really tell. Alright, so let's drop off this stuff real fast, then we gotta make it to the beach, because it's beach cleanup day. Let's see here. So we can start by getting all this set up again before any of that's all done. Okay, and drop you off. That's not the right place. Drop you off. Okay. Do the blessing. So we can drop off the wool real quick. And then it'll be time to go to the beach. Because then we have the festival. This one, I believe. We've got the wool here. That's interesting. It's got 2 of these marked. Oh! Okay, I didn't realize the juice went there. Okay, so I need to remember to come back with any pickled item. We've been making those this whole time, and I've just not even realized it. Yeah, so we just need to get a goat and all that. Alright, so... now, you'll notice the waypoint here for the beach is gone. That's just something they do when they're having a festival, is they will make the waypoint to the actual festival location not available. So that way you do have to, like, walk into the festival and, like, hit the little sign, because that's how they're activating that you're doing it. Start beach cleanup. Okay. Alright, before we get into the million dialogue, I'm going to use the restroom real fast. I know I've been using the restroom a decent amount. It's because I'm drinking entirely too many liquids. And that's what happens when you do that. So I'll be back in just a minute to continue with the festival, and we'll get going, and I'll be back in just a minute. So thank you again for tuning in. Balance on anything, so this actually might go really badly. Yeah, no, I didn't save the update either. Okay, so I have considerably more thrust this time. Well... we'll, may have pulled up a little hard. May actually lifting that whole thing up? Oh, so I can... and timed. Now the problem was I was having to back up to hold it. When I would let up, it would pull me forward. So I just had to like... okay. Alright, so we get to do a whole lot of dialogue. Low-key, my other save, the entire thing that's keeping me from my last two achievements, that scarecrow I didn't buy in that save, so I don't have it available, you know, right then and there. Is the one, and that's just making money. So my other save, I just basically have to advance the seasons for to buy that scarecrow here. Okay, let's actually check. So we've got... yeah, there's the swimming race, the tug-of-war, the shop, and then that'll be like the main event. Okay, let's start doing the dialogue. It seems counterintuitive for Pufferfish Corp to be distributing those flyers, doesn't it? Shouldn't we be decreasing the trash, not adding to it? I can't wait to grow up so I can join the swimming contest. Bestest friend Groucho Gopher, who do you think will collect the most trash? Last year it was Mr. Pablo. He zoomed around so fast. It's so nice to be out. I don't want to go home. We'll talk to the mayor last, so things start to... Hey, Rihanna, take a picture of us with the cleanup banner. Let's show people we care. Oh, I forgot, you can buy the pufferfish, like, outfits and everything. And, like, fully pufferfish-ize your house. Including a pufferfish oil rig. It doesn't actually do anything, but you can put it on your farm to, you know, really sell that, we're pumping oil aesthetic. It's so hot today. Gotta keep hydrated. It's the perfect weather for swimming. Can you take a picture of me over there? Don't strain yourself if you plan on joining the swimming contest race, Groucho Gopher. Just have fun with it. I remember from most of my runs in the past that I usually fail hard on my first time doing the swimming contest. I'm glad the town is working together to clean up the beach. Do you know how much trash I gather from fishing? It's too much, Groucho Gopher. It's too much.
Dad said picking up trash is good, even if it's not our trash.
Is this rock climbable? Okay, that was weird.
Since our inn is right by the beach, it's really important to me it's kept clean. That's why I always take part in the cleanup.
You're feeling dizzy. Please stop and see one of the doctors right away.
Will you be joining the race, Groucho Gopher? At the very least, it should be fun.
Let's forget about pufferfish for now. I'm ready to pick up some trash. There's some sweet prize to the team that bags the most trash. We on it? No? Man, that's a bummer. Well, it's all good. Okay, so I talked to everyone over here. I'm gonna go ahead and before we get in there, just in case any of this stuff like bugs out, let's do the tug of war. So rewards, it's merit points and rope. All right, well, I'm not that invested on whether or not we win. Die, spacebar. Die, spacebar. Yay! That was... okay. That was easy. I thought there was multiple rounds to it. Well, take my merit point victory and going for it. Alright, so now the swimming minigame. And the rewards here... small, tiny amounts of kelp that are utterly irrelevant, but 100 merit points. The 100 merit points is actually a pretty big reward. Start swimming. Oh, I see. I was hitting Q and E, not Q and R. So we didn't do so good. And I'm assuming we don't get a second attempt. I'm assuming it's a one and done. I do that pretty much every time. My brain wants it to be Q and E, and it's Q and R, and it goes badly. It's always so much fun to see the youngsters racing around and having fun. Make sure you have fun too, Groucho Gopher. I remember the first beach festival I attended was more about the town coming together and celebrating the summer one last time. My students loved the cleaning race. They basically forced me to take part. Honestly, I think I'm a bit too old for it. But they always get so excited when I join them. Days like these are why I choose to move out here. The sun is just beaming, isn't it? I was just telling my buddy Randy here about how we can sell tickets to these events. Make money from it, Having a relaxing day? Should have brought my hat. My head's getting a bit toasty. Scalp sunburn suck. Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's a one and done, but I'll check just in case it's not. Oh, I can. Okay, I can get a do-over. I have to stop for stamina, which is still making it a whole thing. I guess maybe I just need to pace it. It sucks that where it kicks you out is way over here.
Alright, we'll do one more try, and then win or lose, we stop doing it. So I think it's a matter of, instead of like where I'm just going like, just send it, I think you want to keep a pace where you recover some of the stamina as you go. Nope, I don't know. It'll be easier when we have more stamina. I'm not too worried. Yeah, it's 100 merit points, but that's not, like, that's a meaningful amount. But you get merit points from a bunch of stuff, so it's also not that important. I'm excited to take some great photos today. The light looks great, and I don't see a single cloud in the sky. You look good. That outfit really suits you. The farming outfit that I always wear. You might not think so, but collecting trash can be hard physical work. You gotta make sure to warm up properly, or I might pull something. I'm not as spry as I used to be, unfortunately. Shoveling trash might not be the most glamorous thing, but it is much better than shoveling manure. Trust me. I lost count of how much water I drank. Good thing the beach shack's nearby. The other good thing about the festival is we're nearing the end of summer. I'm ready for the fall. Absolutely. I am not biggest fan of summer. It's too hot. Why is everyone ripped? This isn't just about today. It's about setting a precedent. A clean beach should be the norm, not an annual event. Don't mind the oil tentacles. Oh, Kickstarter person. Beach cleanup here in the summer is actually kind of fun. You find the weirdest stuff, and it's like you're on a treasure hunt, but for trash. Couldn't believe how much junk we picked up last year. It's an eye-opener. Who's up for a quick swim after we finish? The water's perfect today. Alright, Starlet Town, let's take this beach from trashy to classy. Every bit counts. Alright, getting down to the last few dialogues. Such a fitting end to the summer, don't you think? Clean beach and a fresh start to fall. Pass me another trash bag, will ya? I found quite a few plastic bottles here. Just doing some stretching here, Groucho Gopher. So we talked to all them, Oh, yeah, the swimming race, contest, whatever. I used to participate. But a few years ago. But now I just like to chat people up while they're picking up trash. Chatting helps pass the time. Before you know it, I filled up lots of bags. I think my daughter said she saw a dolphin nearby. Maybe they were curious and wanted to see why so many humans were gathering. Are you gonna join us, bestest friend Groucho Gopher? I bet I can pick up more trash than you. Oliver, are you having fun or not? Good, son. Erica's always so sweet. Yeah, Erica, like, she's sweet and she also just wants to be, like, the town gossip. She just really wants to know, like, what everyone's up to kind of thing. I think I'm joining the swimming race later, once I finish cleaning up here. The weather's perfect for it. And there's you. It's great that we're out gathering today and to clean up the beach. I wonder if it's enough. The vibrations here are in true harmony with Mother Earth. Powerful energy. Oh, and Frank almost got away. I can hear Sunny talking all the way over here. Oh, look at that. Looks like Kira's all fired up. What are you doing here chatting? We got some cleaning to do, garden rake. Alright, is there anyone I'm missing? Ooh, I don't think I talked to Raphael. Everyone else I'm pretty sure I talked to. Oh, and Eleanor. I'm glad I brought up the map. So we were missing Raphael, Eleanor, and then the mayor.
So, Raph, you trying to sneak away from me? I know you're socially awkward and it's, you know, very introverted, but still. This is fun. Were you having fun, Groucho Gopher? And then Eleanor is like being all sneaky up here. I sneaked a peek at 5 a.m. Pablo and Raphael were already outdoors getting this place ready. Alright. Remember, folks, we're not just cleaning up, we're safeguarding a marine life, too. Okay, and with that, I believe we have talked to everybody, so it is time for the actual, like, cinematic of cleaning up the beach. Oh yeah, that was, it's a meme on the channel where I was doing, I think it was like the Lua, or the Spring Festival, and I was talking, like, I was voicing Raj or whatever, and my wife just walks up behind me and goes, Raj is hot. Good for Raj, and then walked away. Like, she came in here basically to say goodnight. It was just like, Raj is, like, really hot. It's like, yup, I'm dapper AF. Hello, Groucho Gopher. Thank you for helping us. This place is much cleaner now. Let's celebrate together with the other folks. One thing I like that Coral Island doesn't do, but there are a couple of games in the genre that will do, is they'll do stuff like individuals that you've got like a closer relationship to. You'll have like the end of the year festival or whatever. And that what ends up happening is like if there's someone that you're way closer to, that they're the ones who show up to like welcome you to the next thing or whatever. Or, you know, if you have a couple people at max or whatever, that it is just kind of a thing that, you know, there's that whole mechanic behind, you know, who shows up and says hi or who's eligible. It's just kind of a cool thing when the games do that. So we did see that it wanted artisan goods of pickled stuff. I think that was this one? Yeah. So pickled stuff. So we got butter and mayonnaise. We'll get the mayonnaise the next time we do the eggs. And then dry scavengeables. Did I get the thing for the scavengeables? I feel like I should already have that, right? The dehydrator? Yeah, we should be using the dehydrator. Because we can make those clams and that into artisan goods as well. They're not nearly as good as, in my experience, as some of the other artisan goods. Like, you don't get that good of a multiplier on it. But considering it's just a forageable you just grab, you know, it feels pretty alright. Let's grab all the, all these ones that we got duplicates of. I don't think you can do the Mirax. We can do the oysters. It's stuff like clams, oysters, seaweed, stuff like that. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the Mirax are just shells at this stage, so they don't do anything. Yeah. And I know we use those way later in the game. Alright, and I don't have any more duplicates here that I want to give out. Too much. Okay. We got the full thing there. Cool, so that'll give us the dried stuff. I want to finish that stuff so we can go here and do the mayonnaise. Right, and I don't have the ability to make butter yet. I just don't think so. I gotta remember... Ooh, the butter may have been the mason jar. Yeah, so we might let that go. Alright, so we attended the beach festival, and we won the minigame for the tug-of-war, so that gave me 100. I could have gotten another 100 if we won the race, but I didn't want to deal with that. Okay, and we built up friendships with Ben, Alice, Zara, Suki. Kenny, Macy, Frank, Oliver, Pablo, Leia, Anne, Eleanor, Scott, Nina, and that's because they were all on the edge that when just talking to them was enough to push it over. Because I believe you get a little bit of a bonus when you talk to people compared to normal if you do it at a festival. Alright, so this is the last day of summer, and it's Yuri's birthday. Who's the romance target this time? Right, we were going to do a vote on that once we had gotten the last of the romance people known. So we can go here. So we finished this. And we need to go to the Giants build. Hello, delicious human. Yeah. That was a whole big thing. Hey, yeah, corn on the cob recipes enclosed with my favorite farmer. Not a grill master for nothing. Frank. Hi there. Remember you liked the minced jackfruit pie we made at the inn? Here's a recipe for it. Why don't you try making it yourself? And also, please stop coming by. We don't want you here. Alright. So grab the resin. Drop you off. Drop the regular quality pepper off. We need to drop these off. The artisan goods. Drop all of that off. Ooh, actually. Nando's showing up for the offering. Okay. Go deal with the animals real fast. You missed jackfruit. Move from tropical to Nordic, and fruit in this game is pretty. Makes you homesick. Yeah, I understand that. It's funny because I kind of went not to Nordic, but I kind of went the other direction of going from you know, colder temperate climate to tropical climate. And it definitely is a thing that I find myself being like, man, I miss, like, fresh apple cider and that kind of stuff. Let's drop back and do the offering stuff real quick. I'll grab one of those to drop off real quick. But, I want to get a poll going pretty soon for who we're going to end up romancing. Fun fact, in Sunnyside, if you have your inventory full of stuff, you try extracting stuff from global storage, it will dupe it. Of course it will. Okay, so we just need butter. And I think the butter might be if we put milk in a mason jar. And we need the large duck egg. So these two are about to get done. The barn, we need to get a goat. Ah, the large milk, because it's not silver quality, doesn't count. That's fine. And then you all need to be silver quality tree fruit. Oh, let's do this. No blessing. You cheese the heck out of it. It happens. That is one thing I remember about the forageables. Is those forageable ones. They do just let you get through them real fast that way. Okay, we'll make a... Wait, did I already do... We already did the duck egg, right? Yeah, so we'll ship a regular old duck egg. Yep, that's right. All right, so his milk goes in there, and it makes the butter. And I can't do one after the other. Do we ever find? Okay, so you're now a box for our animal products for upgrading. We'll need 6 blueberries. And we'll need 2 sunflowers. Alright, so. I've forgotten what we were going to be doing next. Yuri's birthday. That's right, we got Yuri's birthday coming up. I do not want to spend money right now. And the reason I don't want to spend money right now is we're about to season change. So I'll have to buy my next round of seeds in the morning. So Yuri is at home. So you can go say hi to Yuri. Now we've got a rain day here. Oh. This isn't something I really want to get, especially not on my birthday. Okay. Yuri is not team bouquet of flowers. We've lost a heart with her. Okay. So she hates flowers. Note to self. No flowers for Yuri. It's kind of a harsh reaction to getting a bouquet of flowers. Okay, so, before we move on, I said we would go and come up with a list of 5. Here, have these so I can watch them die. So, the thing we need to do is decide who we are going to consider options for romancing. So that I can put up a poll and all that for that. I'm also realizing I'm probably going to have to do this using the mobile app because I'm using this chat client and it's probably not going to show the right UI. You brought me a bunch of dying plants, thank. Yeah, no, I can see someone being like, oh, I'm not really into flowers, but at the same time, it feels like kind of a harsh reaction to be like, I would not want to receive these, especially not on my birthday. To like, dude, I'm sorry. Unrecognized command pull. What? Maybe it's because that's the mobile one. All right. Well, this is what happens. Yeah, because my worry is if I try to use the pull on the other ones, it won't work. Let me just bring up my normal chat thing so I can make sure this works. Chat and events. Okay. So let me go ahead and get a poll going here. All right. Who are we romancing? So, we've got our list of people here that we can consider. Obviously, this is way too many people for me to consider because we got everyone from Yuri up. So Yuri and Eva are off limits. We've already romanced them on the stream. We do have the merfolk, and should we pull out the less mainstream partners? Should we pull out the less... Yeah. So what I'm planning on doing is I'm going to put a couple of names in here. So the first one is I definitely want to add Leah to this. Well, we romanced Yuri last time. So I want to do one of the merfolk as an option. So the question is, do we want to have the princess, who is basically Ariel from The Little Mermaid, or Denali, who is just I think I'm actually going to go with Denali. I'm just going to executive decision that that's the mermaid consideration. So that's the merfolk. We've got Leah as one option because I think She's the one who's very abrasive to begin with, so I'm curious to see how she compares with the other one. I'm going to put Nina on there, because Nina's a sweetheart, and Nina's probably one of those ones that almost everyone considers. Let's see here. I'll put Macy on the list. I feel like she's probably got an interesting story. Then we need one more to consider. And like I said, Eva and Yuri are off. We've already romanced them. Lily we romanced, but it was an early access build, so we couldn't really get that far with her. Millie is another one I'd consider because she's absolutely like a sweetheart. I already know what happens with Suki for those who are like, but what happens? She already has a kid. It's just the extra room that's, you know, like your partner's room or whatever. In her case, it becomes Valentina's room. But yeah, she just stays at the house. So she's fun because she's kind of like, she does like the rocket stuff. She's into that kind of thing. So Aaliyah, Alice, Zara. Zara could be an interesting one. She's kind of like an explorer, adventurer, treasure hunter. Yeah, I'll put her on as the last one. So the names I'm considering is Leah, Denali, Nina, Macy, or Zara. So for those who don't know these characters, I'll give you like the 2 seconds on each character. So here's Leah. Basically she comes from like a nice home so far as like wealth or whatever. But she, you know, she's like into clothing design and that kind of stuff. Has like kind of family issues or whatever, but she is very abrasive to you when you first meet. But I understand she's supposed to actually warm up pretty well. Not like Haley where she's still kind of awful, but like with moments of sweet stuff, she's supposed to actually become pretty decent. And even with her being mean, she's nowhere as bad as Haley. She's more just like, oh, why would I bother you with you, versus Haley, who's like actively hostile. Then you got Denali. She's just kind of she's one of the merfolk people that she's just kind of a mermaid. She doesn't really like, I don't know enough about her actually, versus the princess who's basically Ariel. So that's Denali's the second one. Nina comes from like a really wealthy background where she's well educated. You know, has like this really ritzy house on the area that's like the abandoned house and all that stuff. But she's like a sweetheart in that she's like one of the few people who just like openly compliments you just to do it. So like people like her because she's just very nice. Macy is a photographer who has a pet lobster, Steven. I don't really know what goes past most of that, but there's that. And then we have Zara, and Zara is kind of like a treasure hunter. Zara is Lara Croft. Zara is just vaguely treasure hunter. So yeah. And that's kind of what we got. So I'll go ahead and I'll get that poll. I'll make that a 10-minute poll so y'all can take your time with it. So the poll is up. If you don't see it, refresh your browser. And whoever wins, that's who we're romancing this playthrough. And let's see. We want to save her money because in one day the season changes. I've got lots of resources for making more sprinklers. So what I think we will do is, do we go to the ocean and get more gold kelp, or do I go to the cavern and start? Let's go to the cavern and get some gold ore or whatever. Let's go that route. Ooh, so we got a split. So far, it looks like Zara is leading. I'll actually take that. Denali is now leading. So it's kind of neck and neck between Zara and Denali. Leah and Macy getting a little pity there, and Nina getting no love. Which I imagine anyone who's like watched people hate the game, I suspect Nina is probably one of the more romanced characters in the game. I'm imagining the most romanced characters in the game for male players is probably going to be the princess is like one of the top 5. just because mer people. I would imagine Lily's probably pretty high because, you know, computer programmer slash gamer girl. I'm curious how often Eve comes up. Because Eve's like a baker. She's one of the more like straightforward characters. I also imagine Alice comes up because she's kind of the girl next door, you know, childhood friend kind of thing. And I imagine there's a lot of people who romance Suki because they're just curious, like, mechanically how the game handles someone who already has a kid being your spouse. He does, right? You like Zara, too. Yeah, Zara's an interesting character. I think Zara will be excellent. Honestly, I think all the characters we listed will be there. Nina's probably would be, like, the most generic of them. Would be my guess. Because she's just kind of a sweetheart. But granted, I don't remember a lot of the details, and usually with a lot of the characters in these games, the only way to kind of get their full story is to romance them, which is a bit of a bummer. Like, a lot of the games will do a good job of getting a good chunk of each character, but, like, to kind of see their story through, you have to go through, like, marrying them and all that. Like, you'll get the key parts, but you won't get, like, the full conclusion. Which is fine, but for a game like this and how long it takes, I don't think I'm ready to play 30-something playthroughs of Coral Island. I love the game and all, but it takes quite a while, and I don't think I'd want to go through 30 times. I have a feeling I'd burn out before that point. Okay, so we're still looking for one more Batwing. Alice also feels like another character who would potentially be, you know, a fairly generic character. It needs a save branch thing just so you can play and decide on who to romance. Yeah. Because that was the thing. There's been a lot of people requesting some equivalent to like the divorce mechanic in like Stardew Valley and that. For those who don't know, in Stardew Valley, you can like, you know, people call it a divorce mechanic. Effectively, what you do is you cast a spell or whatever by going to this altar that people just forget the romance ever happened. You know, so it's like a way of being like, no feel bad, time reverso. You know, versus there are other games that make you like very, very formally go through like breaking up with someone. Which can feel real bad. I think Sunhaven did that. Where you can give an item to like basically tell someone you don't want to be together anymore. And they're like, you know, they're super sad about it when they get it, obviously. And it was like one of those things like going for the achievements, because one of the achievements of that game was to romance everyone, and it's also got a ridiculous cast. And it was just like, nah, man, I do not want to do this. This is not fun. I like the way Stardew Valley does it, because you can kind of like, it's still messed up. But you can kind of also be like, no, it's fine. Like, they don't remember it, so you know, no one has to be hurt. Versus like walking up to the person and being like, you know, it's over, and you're like. One of the interesting things they added with 1.2b to this game, So you've been able to for a while where you could walk up to your spouse or the person you're dating or whatever, and you get actions like you can ask to like hug or whatever. They did add it so where what can happen is when you walk up and talk to them, just like normal talk to them, that your significant other can ask to hug and all that, so they can kind of reciprocate or whatever. And I think they did a good job of having it where they would ask as opposed to just do that. So, you know, so if people are less into that kind of thing, you can be like no, and it doesn't penalize you in any way. You know, you don't have to get like stressful things like when you're playing, you know, when you're playing like some of like the dating sim kind of games where you give like the wrong answer and it hurts your relationship or whatever. It's like, no. This isn't that kind of game. I can't remember if it was started. There was one of the games that if you did the wrong dialogue option, you know, with the person, it basically destroyed your relationship with them. It was just like one dialogue in one specific event that could do that. It's not that you couldn't recover it, you'd just have to fix a relationship, which would take a while. I'm glad that this game didn't bother with any of that. Because that's fine for games in other genres. But for this kind of game, you don't want to sit there and be like, oh, what's the right choice? Alright, we found another bug. There we go. Okay, we probably won't have the energy to push for more. Okay. So that's a pretty good go. We made 10 floors. Which is a fourth of the way through that whole area. We got a bunch of gold. Yeah, got enough for 10, well, not quite 10 gold bars. It's 9 gold bars. So we can drop all that off. Okay. So start by dropping off... Where are you at? The decoys. I don't ever want to use those. We can also pop up here and drop off the butter as an artisan good. Cool. And that's the artisan goods done. And you have given me a keg. So yeah, so we're just waiting on the duck to give me a large egg, and that one's done. The cow just has to give me a better milk. And we need to get a goat. And you have, of course, tied Denali and Zara. Because that's just what chat do. You notice after years of Skyrim, there's a dossier for Ulfric, but you can't use it to convince Ulfric to surrender unconditionally in a season-ending quest. But can't use it? Oh, I mean, okay. Oh, let's actually grab the keg. Yeah, I think I'll probably pursue Zara then. That's a little annoying. That's fine. Alright. Because to me, Zara's the more interesting of the two. I have a feeling Denali is pretty much the same, like as far as the character goes, it's probably kind of the same as a lot of the other characters except Fish. So it's like your generic, generic kind of like, what's the word I'm looking for? I missed 2-1. It was a tie between Denali and Zara, and I've said I'm probably just going to go with Zara then. Drop the butterfly off. Drop the shrimp off. Drop you off. Drop that monster loot off. Okay. Makes sense lore-wise because Ulfric has guilt for his perceived betrayal of the Empire. Was captured. Yeah, but I mean, that's just not the way the game is made. So it is what it is. Make a little butter. Okay, so we got some wildflowers. Or not wildflowers, wild seeds. Is there anything else we should get done before we're through here? Let's pop down here and just hit the traps. I think you're thinking too much about this, Darth. It's a video game. It's also the Bethesda title, which means none of your choices really matter. That's not fair. But a lot of choices that really should matter don't end up mattering. Bethesda's notorious for the illusion of choice. I mean, what other game can you basically run every faction in? Let's see. You can basically run every faction lore-wise. We're in trouble. Yeah. Not to mention the Assassin's Guild. Yeah. No, it's just one of those things. I don't think like Bethesda games are bad or anything, and there's definitely ones that are worse than others. Like I would say, definitely the one that stands out for the most frustrating with that kind of thing is when you play Fallout 4 and like literally none of your answers mean anything. You say yes, it's like, okay, that's yes. You say sarcastic yes, that's also yes. You say no, well that's yes, but reluctantly. You say dismissive yes, it's still yes. And like Fallout 4 is infuriating for that. Alright. So, season recap. The most shipped product was actually sugarcane, and the most expensive product was the vitamin drink Grandma gave me. And the best day of the season was on the 9th. I made almost 7,000. We made $60,000 that season. And we are officially in fall. The wheel of your choice doesn't matter. Yeah, and there's times in games that the illusion of choice is a good thing. Milestone achieved. You have received 1,200 coins. Okay.
Well. So you're this year's competition, huh?
Not that I'm worried or anything.
It's actually pretty adorable, the effort you're putting in. Look at your poor withered crops. If this is all I'm up against, I basically already won this thing. Wait, you have no idea what I'm talking about, do you? Come on, the Harvest Festival. It's like the biggest deal of the year for us farmers. Beluga Bay and Starlet Town go head to head, and this hotshot farmer, Jeff Smith, judges the stuff we show off. Does the 15th fall mean anything to you? Honestly, you're kind of a pain sometimes. Daddy always said, winning is the thing all about charm, strategy, and having the best produce. Looks like I've already won in all 3 counts. Good luck, Farmer Groucho Gopher. You're seriously gonna need it.
You remember how much the old fans hate the dialogue wheel when it launched? Yep. Hey, Groucho Gopher, today's the day. Opening ceremony day. I just wanted to pick you up so we could go to the museum together. You ready? Oh no, I forgot something at home. You know what? Why don't you go ahead and I'll see you at the museum. Gotta rush, Groucho Gopher. See you at the museum. All right. Groucho Gopher, have you seen Scott? He's late. He's supposed to start the ceremony. Welcome, honored guests, to the grand opening of the Founders Hall. We want to thank you all for coming to the grand opening. This new museum is truly a collaboration between everyone here and even those that are not present. We all would like to extend our gratitude to all the backers who are here today and who believed in us enough to contribute to the building of our museum. This room, this Founders Hall, is the least we can do. Now, enough blathering from me. Time for us to finally officially open the Founders Hall. Mayor Connor, would you like to do the honor? Thank you, Scott. I was skeptical when there'd be that many people from all over the world who want to give us their money. I'm glad I was proven wrong. I'm sure you're all impatient to see inside the Founders Hall. So with this, I declare the Founders Hall officially open. Yeah, and for those who actually go in here, this is actually for like all the Kickstarter people. So you had like your different tiers. So like the lowest tier Kickstarter just got your name on the plaque in the middle. The next up from that got you one of these little statues, which you just go into the character creation and put your character in there. And anyone you see here that's got like the generic farmer one, most of the time that's the person just never got back to them with like what they wanted their character to look like, that kind of thing. And then there's like much higher tier where you get like an NPC in the game that is yours. So like a lot of these people that the models are around here, you can see them in town as tourists, and those are even higher Kickstarters. I think then there's like 3 like really shiny statues in the back for like the biggest ones. But this was a Kickstarted game, and this is their way of kind of celebrating, nodding, whatever you want to go with. Wow, that's me! So that's what I look like from the back, huh? Dang, it's even more magnificent in real life. Good job, Scott. You pulled it off. Shucks, Millie. Thanks for believing in me. Minus points for being late, though. That'll have to go on your annual report. Aw, come on, Millie. I worked so hard on this. You did great, but tardiness is still tardiness. Well, I'll leave you to it. It looks like Mayor Connor needs some help. You did good, Scott. You know, I was actually really nervous there at the opening. Yeah, I noticed, but you did a good job anyway. Really? Wow, you're so observant, but thank you. It's really cool when you think about it, you know? I had this dream that I wanted to come true, and I threw it out there into the world to ask for help. I thought maybe a handful of people would see the magic behind my dream and help me. I never thought this many people wanted to help make my dream come true. It's kind of cool, isn't it? Oh, I almost forgot. This is what I ran to get earlier. This is for you. Just a little thank you for what you've done for the museum so far. This is a soft bristle brush, similar to the one I've been using to clean fossils and torn pages I found around the island. I think it'll be very useful for you. Based on what I've seen from you so far, I'm sure this brush will get a lot of mileage in your hands. Let me know if you find something exciting, okay? I can't wait to see what you'll bring to the museum. But yeah, no, like I've said a number of times, the museum, while it was always part of the game intention, they did a whole thing about making it like a nod to the kickstarting, that they kickstart the museum, and they honor, like, the people in the museum, like those founders, are being honored as the people who kickstarted or pick-started the museum, when it's actually the kickstarters for the game. So it's kind of their way of like bringing that into the game, which I thought was pretty slick that they did that. I'm sure a lot of people got tickled by that approach, because there's been a few games that have done similar stuff. In the sense that, for like example, you had like Sunhaven, they had like the hall that, you know, they just had like some names on a wall or whatever. And it was just like, I can't remember, something like important people to the city or whatever, and it was fine. There was nothing wrong with it. But like it felt way less meaningful. It's just kind of like, oh, here's the obligation to put like all these names on the wall kind of thing. Versus this very much feels like they took the time to properly write it into the story and all that. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So let's clean up all this junk. That was last season's crops. We're picking up all the sprinklers, the scarecrows, all that kind of stuff. Try and get this all sorted as best we can. Alright. Drop off the plain hot peppers. Okay, so we're gonna take the crappy scarecrows. Those go in the garbage. They're done. The sprinkler ones, which are the really crappy ones that we've had before, those are gone too. Alright, so let's grab you. So one unfortunate reality is those trees, because of how I position them, aren't going to be any good for what we've got going on there. That is an unfortunate reality of just what we gotta live with. We'll get that all sorted. So you need wood. That's fine, we can make that happen. So let's let the animals out. Get our bucket and all that. It's interesting that I'm getting straight up large wool and I didn't get any of the small wool. It's interesting in kind of a bad way, because I do need that other wool for a couple of different things. Let's see, you pretty much stop backing games on Kickstarter after you backed Critter Crops, and they were looking for content creators who tunneled on huge streams. They ignored you. You felt so hurt. Yeah, I can't speak for that one, but that is kind of a thing that you've definitely had people who've handled a lot of that stuff better and worse. So I've got that. Now I can go over here. Do we want to do them side by side this way? Or do we... Let's not put them this way. Let's put them left and right, not up and down. I'll have to clear more space, but visibility was going to be an issue. Yeah, it'll be better anyways, because that'll help a little bit with the watering those trees and all that. Okay, so with that, we've got the basics here. Let's chuck this in there. Oh, interesting. Did I not offer the large wool? It's fine, I can chuck you in there. Let's go ahead and chuck some of this in here for now, for later. We'll have the wild seeds I want to plant. Alright, let's get over to town. I also need to go by the Giant's Village and all that to get that story going. Thank you all for coming to today's town meeting. Today's agenda is set up the next round of cemetery cleaning. As you all know, heavy rain seemed to clog up our sewer. Pablo and his brother worked hard to clear the sewers all around town. Thanks to them, we didn't have a bad flood. This season's budget will also go into fixing the leaking roof in the community center. Last on the agenda, the cemetery is showing a lot of moss, and let's face it, I need volunteers. Who is it gonna be, folks? Oh, great, thank you. Tomorrow at 10 a.m. then, meeting adjourned. Pablo, don't leave yet. This man right there. Always the first to volunteer. What a fine young man. Here you go, son. Some of my fish soup. I made plenty. Thanks, Mayor. I'm just trying to contribute. I have nothing but time. You have to forgive me for not giving more. Look at you, dear. So humble. Now, you must not think that way. Instead, look at what you have given the community, which is plenty. But a wise way to look at things. It's always great to hear perspectives from successful people. Oh, you. Always with the compliments. Haha. Thanks, that's Pablo for you. Let's see, you did back Luftia. Interested about that coming out this year. Isn't that a sneaky NFT product like Moonfrost? Yeah, I don't know about Moonfrost. There was I got a sponsorship offer recently. I won't say the name of the game, but it was a pretty generous offer. Like not suspiciously generous, but like definitely going, oh, that's actually really solid. But looking into it, it ended up being like it was weird because with the sponsorship, like the agency it went through has a good reputation. But they were like, just so you know, there's a misunderstanding. This game does not contain crypto, blockchain, or NFT kind of thing. Like it's not, you know, it is Web 2.0 or Web 3.0, but it doesn't have these things. And it's like, why do you feel like you need to specify that? Why are you being so direct and being like, hey, it doesn't have these things? It seems very suspicious that you felt like you needed to go out of your way to say that. Versus like nowadays, if someone said this does not contain Gen AI, I'd be like, cool, it makes sense. That's a current issue. Versus you don't see many games pushing blockchain anymore, because that tech buzzword has gone away already for the most part. And then I looked into the game, and it was truthful that the individual game I would have been playing did in fact not contain any of those things. But it was part of like a series of games, as I'd phrase it, that it would link back to like leaderboards and all that on this website that had multiple games under the same brand. And all those other games were just NFT, Web 3.0, blockchain, buy-in, play to earn, you know, garbage stuff. And so while the individual game didn't contain those, it was just an idea of you would get into their ecosystem to then get pushed off into the other stuff. Oh, and a Night Dweller dropping their Declare Your Victory for 1.5 million points. So let me make sure I do two things real fast so I do not forget. Let's make sure we get... Oh, if you're on the Discord, I'll give you the role. It might be under a different name, but I've also got a list here that I keep for all that. Here it is. Where's my pencil? Because there's more I want to do with the people who win Twitch down the road, like, you know, there's like credits at the end of the stream, like give them a special spot in the credits that they always show, or, you know, maybe on the away screen show something like that. If they want, like, I'll have it be one of those things that, like, if people are like, hey, I don't want my name there, I don't have a problem not showing it. There it is. Alright, so with that, we got a Night Dweller. I need to move this to not being a sticky note. But you're number 9, right? The last of the single digits? I believe so, because we have you, Allison, you're a Night Dweller, Eonek, Krask, Pankraro, Illicit NZ, Donkey Duff. Thought there was one more. Burning Sun. No, I already mentioned Burning Sun. Oh, Jaguar. Yeah. Yeah, White Jaguar. So I don't have White Jaguar on here. And Kalaria? Do I not have you on here as well? I've got you over here on my rolls over there. I need to get this all consolidated. That's the reason I was saying I need to get this to be in an electronic format, not a sticky note. Because yours I forgot to put on the sticky note because you redeemed yours during stream and I was just in the middle of something and didn't even notice it until after stream, which it didn't get the sticky note. So I need to get that electronic because Kalaria Star also won it. So I think you might have actually been number 10. But still, the nice round number 10 is also a really good one to have. So you're the first of the double digits. And also check out Treacle's another fantastic content creator, someone I highly recommend checking out. Plays a lot of RimWorld among other games. So if you're into any of that, you can find there, which I assume you will be if you're here. But yeah, no, Kalaria Star, I believe, was the last one to have redeemed the... Yeah, you're number 10 then. Yes. Because I miscounted because my notes. Because, you know, this chat, this is not an effective way of doing bookkeeping. I need to get that into electronic format. That is not how you document things. But yeah. So I do believe we've got everyone here now, because I didn't have Kalaria written down here, and I didn't have White Jaguar down here. That's the reason I add everyone to the One Twitch role on Discord, because that's kind of been my electronic one. But I think we've got 2 people who've won it who are not in the Discord now. But it's fine. Like I said, I'll get this to be better. But yeah, and again, I felt really bad when Kalaria redeemed that, and I just totally missed it. Like, you know, I found out after stream that she had won. I was like, no, I wanted to make sure to thank you, but thank you so much. It's a ridiculous anyone who manages to redeem that, because it's 1.5 million points. For context, that started at 100,000, and that's how many times it got redeemed to increase the cost of winning Twitch, that it got up to that 1.5 million. That's how many people redeemed to jack that price up. And 1.5 million points. There's no, I can't give people points or anything like that, and whatever. So you get a little extra for being subbed, but otherwise it's just a lot of watching. You do apologize for the derailment? No, you're good. You're good. It's good that I get the reminder to make sure I do my bookkeeping. And plus, I want to recognize it, because it's 1.5 million points. Like, very genuinely, that is over a year of watching almost every stream kind of thing. It is a lot of watching. So, like, it is not a small thing. Yeah, bits and gifts also help, but it's not a huge spike in the points. Hey there, just the person I needed to see. I've got a little project I could use your help with. Oh no, what now? Happy to see you too. What's up? Check out this mess. Isn't it a shame how we've been using this spot for storage? I think it'd be a perfect place to display artisan goods. Imagine this space filled with honey, high-quality wine, and a great selection of cheese and jam. That sounds like a great... It looks fine to me. Or you could just remove the boxes and call it a day. Yeah, it looks like a good idea. I'll be honest with you, I have an agenda here. After the eggs and milk became another hit, I'm hoping you can help us stock this store with artisan products. At least now you don't have to keep quiet about it. Yeah. I see how great a farmer you are. With all that land, I bet you can make some amazing artisan goods. How about this? You start crafting, and I'll handle the selling. Make the best artisan goods. Excellent. Out with the old and in with the new. Let's turn this corner into an artisan spotlight it deserves. Oh, immortal. And then he said, "Where's the other sock?" I don't follow. And then he said, "Where's the other sock?" That's the punchline. Oh, it's very funny. You don't think it's funny? Guess you had to be there. Yeah, chat would have raised it to 2 million to be able to redeem it, if they knew. Oh, you'd be surprised. Like, it takes a lot for one person to push the points up. But yeah, no, definitely did it. Guess you had to be there. I'm sorry, Ben. I don't think it was funny. I don't even think the punchline was a punchline at all. There's no sense of punch there. What? What do you mean? The punchline was totally there. You want to hear it again? I don't think you got the joke. No, thank you. Please, I have a store to run. I forgot about that one. I forgot about the whole thing where, you know, Ben's over there telling the joke and not letting Sam get away. And just his wife peeks around the corner, sees what's happening, and backs out quietly to not get drawn into it. I forgot about that. You're kind of free to try to get it to 2 million. Yep. Oi, Groucho Gopher. And Groucho, you want to hear a joke? Sam's like, please, no. I forgot about that. Oh yeah, unique just being not the same ones multiple times. My favorite neighbor. Alright. It is time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3. You get the idea. You get where this is going, chat. Only this time, I got sprinklers, and I don't gotta water them every day. I'm showing you if I can count. 1, 2, 3. Okay, summer, fall, summer, fall, summer, fall. Wait. Where's my fall, winter? Maybe I have to rank up the town again? Alright. Let's start with the 10 of each. I'll probably be back for more. You don't even need to count. Yeah, I've done that a couple of times. Where like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's like you're just seeing the number tick up. And you're like, oh right. Okay. So things I want to do is we're going to go around and get a bunch of the art stuff squared away. All right. So this first batch, I am going to need to water. Another thing let's do, because if I don't do this, I'm going to plant seeds in the wrong place. I'm going to absolutely frustrate myself. Let's go ahead. All right. And I probably shouldn't. All right, let's get more scrap going. Okay, so what we're going to do here is, so this tile here is actually between the sprinklers, if we highlight that. I did that on purpose to line up with the other stuff. You cannot use this item here. Why? Oh, they changed it. I don't actually think that's a bad change. It is a surprising change, though. Okay. So that's the first set. I also do not expect to stand at all of a chance with the Harvest Festival the first year. It takes a whole, like... There's actually tools you can get that'll, show you how you're going to do in the Harvest Festival before it comes up. I don't use them, but the idea is you need to have goods that are both high value and high variety. And if you take the time to, like, hoard stuff at the beginning, you can make it work. I have not. So I'm not going to have enough time to try and get some, like, really high quality crops and all that. Yeah, so the one bummer with what we've got set up here is, unfortunately, because of where I planted these two trees, they are positioned where I will have to water those two trees each time. We can grab you and grab you. Want to grab more of the trash. All right. This will also give me a buffer so I don't have to worry as much about, you know, this or that, you know, plant getting across. Alright, so... Get that spot. Clean up this border a little bit. Like I said, once we do this round of watering, only when I add brand new areas do I have to water them. This is also where it's really worth it for me to just massively expand the farm part. Just because of the fact that I don't have to worry about watering them, so as I can get more sprinklers online, we can just, you know, chuck seeds anywhere I can fit a sprinkler, and then all I have to do is buy seeds, harvest the, you know, plant the seeds, harvest the crop. There's a bit of stamina usage on the initial planting, but after that, it's literally just pick it up and drop it. Alright, I think we got all our crops watered for right now. The stores are all closed for the day. I wanted to offer that. Oh, we also got a couple of wild seeds. Let's get those planted. Alright, so one thing we're going to be doing is feeding our salvage machine, because I need lots of scrap. Alright, so we can drop off the juice in there. Let's go to... We'll want to head to the temple, but I'm going to go the long way around, so I can clear out all my traps and all that. Torn page. They actually have those implemented? I forgot they got those implemented. I want to say they're down here somewhere. Oh, these are just new people. We have all the animals we've met so far. Yeah, so you got the torn pages got added to this. Pablo's diary. I miss spending time with my brother. He's always cooped up inside these days. Maybe I'll drag him out next time for a surprise errand. Oh, that's a new one. And we found a fig. Oh, right, I need to go to the Giants area. Because we had another thing for over here.
Human, here! Human, here! Goom goom, Human, come, come! Human read letter, yes? Good, good. Giant needs help. Gong want to go to Human village and talk to other Humans.
That sounds like a good prank.
Yes, it is. It is very fun and good trick. Very fun. Gong can go to village, easy. But if Humans cannot see Gong, there is no point. So Gong come up with plan. If Gong stand on Grog like this, Giants are as tall as Human. Then Gong and Grog can go to Human village. Gong and Grog will talk to Human, play with Human, and be Human. But there is still one problem. Human still cannot see Giants. So Human, help us? Sure, what can I do? Easy. Giant need Human to get stuff from Human village for us. If Human can get Daisy flower, eye cover, Baba hair, and Human clothes, Gong can make Gong and Grog look Human. Gong and other stuff have other stuff already, but this stuff Gong cannot get. Please help. Yeah, good, good. Gong and Grong wait for Human to help.
It's probably how 3 kobolds in a trench coat got started. Yeah, there's like, we just wanted to, we wanted to look like them. Alright, so you want me to bring artisan goods, so we'll get that flipped over there. Yeah, so basically, they have a bunch of stuff so they can, like, dress up in a disguise. And then that disguise will, you know, allow them to sneak about the village. Well, not sneak about, walk around the village. And since the clothing is visible, they'll be visible by proxy since they'll be wearing it. Okay. Yeah, I did a sloppy job there. Okay, so pretty soon I'll need to find more for energy. We don't want to burn a Jamu on this. Yeah, the butterflies take off pretty easy. Yeah, it's just a man-faced one, that's fine. Yeah, we're just zipping around real fast. Okay. Let's not use the Jamu. I'm gonna put away my stuff there. We don't want to go into... There, that's a bok choy. Black trumpet. This would be great if I at least got 2 of the same thing. But we're heading over towards the temple because supposedly that wool I can drop it off. As one of the offerings. I'm just trying to like zip around and get some goodies out of it. Do some early foraging. Okay, we got tiger barb fish from the trash. I think that's a leaf cutter grasshopper, which is one I don't have, but we also have no energy, so that should remain one I don't have for the time being. We got a lotus. Okay, so fall stuff. There's the fig and the black trumpet. So we have the orchid, pumpkin, and rice of at least bronze quality. All three of those are harvestable stuff. There we go. Barn animals. Oh, interesting. They made it so the large wool can count for the small wool as well. I think that's a good change because otherwise you basically have to neglect your animals until they get sad enough that they'll give you like the lower one. So I think that's a nice way of working around it. Because that was always one of the weird ones you'd run into with those situations of going, okay, well it's time for me to, you know, make my animals go out in the rain and be miserable and all that. Okay, so that's donated. Okay, so striped one we can drop off for sale. Because that's a spare. Those are all spares. I want to donate one of those. It's too late for me to do that this in-game night. So that's a land bug, so I'll drop that here. That's a fish I don't have, so I'll chuck it there. We want to go to our third chest here, because this will be our foraging chest for the fall. So there's our fall foraging we've got so far. I want to keep that, the machine that's doing the trash, I want to keep that going. Because I probably should be using that scrap for other things, very genuinely. That scrap is high value. But I also want to make my farm not look like an absolute dump. So we'll work on that as well. Alright, ranching level up. Cool. We can make hay, floor, and walls and all that, which I don't care about. Cool. Then we got a bit more money. You are Groucho Gopher. It's been a while since we've heard from you, sweetheart. We miss you so much. Your dad said you're doing well at the farm. As if you'd know, he's not been there. It's great news, and we're very proud of you. We baked you some cookies yesterday. I hope they're still good. P.S. Ashley and the kittens are all healthy. We ended up naming one of them Sandal because he always sleeps right next to my sandals. Your grandpa and I are very happy. Busy grandparents again. Love, Grandma. Alright, claim the cookies. Groucho Gopher. Meet me at the beach west of the diving spot tomorrow evening. See you at 6 p.m. And thank you for the cookies, Grandma. I'm selling them immediately. We don't really have any ore for anything else there. That's fine. Don't worry about the rest later. Okay, so it is raining today, which is very convenient. Meanwhile, I'm going to go ahead and say craft. Okay. So we can go over here and start cleaning all this up. And this is the point we start scaling up the farm massively, because like I mentioned before, I have no need to put any effort into maintaining these. We just plant them and we move on. So one thing I do need to make happen is let's make one more box here and start trying to set aside some things. So, right now, why can I not see the price? $115, $245. All right. So that's probably my best artisan good for right now. So I'll drop that off there. We're going to need to grab our best artisan good, our best animal product, our best fruit, our best vegetable. You get the idea. I also appreciate you used to have to go to each spot. 1.2b, you take the hay up to the trough and you can just chuck it in there and it'll find where it needs to go. Okay. So that large milk is another thing I need. So for right now, let's go check on these. Actually, apparently never sold the large egg to get a price on it. So of these, the duck egg is the highest value. So drop the duck egg off there. We'll take you. Make you into that. Grab the regular eggs. I'll make mayonnaise. I got a silver blueberry juice. That's 115. The honey still is going to be worth more. Hey, Suey! Thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had yourself a good stream and all that good stuff. But welcome in, raiders. For those who don't know Suey, absolutely fantastic content creator. Someone I highly recommend checking out. But what were we streaming today and all that good stuff? Delivery complete. We hauled our trucks from the winter roads. Okay. American Truck Simulator. Gotcha. When you mentioned the winter roads, I was like, okay, you know, there's a couple different possibilities. But yeah, no, absolutely. American Truck Simulator being a fantastic game and all good stuff. Suey also being a fantastic content creator. Again, fellow member of the Halcyon Frequency stream team, all that good stuff. Alright, so let's drop off the large milk as an offering. And we're gonna go buy even more of the crops, because now that we've gotten to the point of sprinklers, I'm gonna kind of be hopping back and forth to expand farm, you know, work on other things.
Thank you Duckweed23 for subscribing for 1 month.
And thank you, Duckweed, for the tier 1 sub. I really do appreciate that. It'd be your very first month subbing. So thank you so much for that support. It means a whole heck of a lot. And I really do appreciate it, so thank you so much for that. We can go here and dig you up. Oh, our very first fossil node. I didn't realize. Oh, right. We did unlock the fossil nodes just now. Well, that's going to be a whole thing. Alright, so let's get that all sorted. Meanwhile, let's get the trash on the bar that I keep stashing away, and I need not to do that. Okay. The mantis. Yeah, I've already dealt with the mantis and the beetle. We can drop the lotus in this box with the junip, because those are forageables for this season. We'll need to deal with the fossil node at the lab. We can pop over to the ground bug place. We can drop off you for when I have more of them. Sell those. Those are spares. And we can pop up here to the temple. Drop off the silver quality large milk. Groucho Gopher, help me here. It seems like she's feeling much better now. What? Did you hurt that animal? Harsh. What happened? I saw her running with a limp, and thought I saw blood in her leg through my window. Thank you for your help, Groucho Gopher. Well, I should head inside. Don't stand in the rain too long, okay? See you later, Groucho Gopher. Alright, for everyone popping in here, I am Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch, and today we're playing some Coral Island, but I do play a pretty wide range of games. I don't remember what I bring here. There we go. Pretty wide range of games. A lot of like RimWorld, Product Zomboid, stuff like that. So this is a little outside the norm, but I think it's an absolutely wonderful game that I very much enjoy. I think I actually have another spot down here we can get stuff. That's a fly. I don't care about fly. But yeah, so running around trying to collect a bunch of stuff since we just changed seasons. Oh, I did manage to catch it. Cool. That's a new one for us. Yeah, just trying to get all my traps cleared, because those will, have a bunch of stuff left in them. I should have, I think, a trap down here. Oh, do I have that one? I don't know if I do. Okay, it's just Dragonfly. We've already got that one. There's a couple of them that look very similar, and every season change, a lot of what you can see changes as well. Alright, so errands. You would like milk. You would like 5 milk. In 2 days. I'll accept it, but I don't think we can do that. Oh, we can go to the lab and get our first fossil as well. Oh, torn page. Those torn pages are a new thing. Like, you could find them before, but you'd always find the same one and it wouldn't have anything on it. Alright. It seems like the rest of the delivery list, possibly used by a local vendor. Avocado, hot pepper, bell pepper, Tavern Frank, strawberry, blueberry, clinic, Dr. Charlie, white hair or white coat, strawberry Paul, roasted mushroom, beach shack sunny, jackfruit general store, husband, jackfruit truffle, vineyard wife. I'm assuming that's things that they like or love. So I'm guessing that's about. But yeah, we're officially to the point of getting our first fossils. So we can go here, process remains. And in that case, I got wild seed instead of a fossil. That's fine. There'll be a lot of that. But you get fossil nodes from pretty close to anything you can do. Farming will get you fossil nodes when you hoe the dirt. When you break trash, you'll get fossil nodes. It's just what it is. Okay, so let's shop some more here. We want to keep expanding. So what has the longest grow period? I think it's the pumpkins. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We didn't get the other ones there available. We'll just start grabbing 10 on our way up the list. And the plan's straightforward. We just keep expanding the farm, and anytime I don't have the materials for a sprinkler or whatever, we drop down to the underwater area and start clearing to get materials for more sprinklers. It's too late now, but what we can also probably do tomorrow is we've been meaning to pick up another duck and all that. We can take a second to do that. Oh, we didn't, I got a trap on the beach still, don't I? There's one over here. Cool, that's the second one, so I can drop that off at the temple. And I believe there's another trap over here. Cool, we got ourselves a Black Widow, just like you want. Definitely put that in our pocket. Okay, so let's pop up here, drop off the caterpillar. And pop down to the farm. So drop off that spider. And the grasshopper. We could sell the rest of those bugs. And this stuff. So what are you worth? We don't know yet what that's worth. That's fine. Okay. Let's grab the pumpkin and the wild seeds. And just work on through the list. All right. Because we're early enough in the season, we don't really care what we're planting. They'll all have time to grow. Some of the stuff like the cranberries that get multiple production and all that, we probably want to get down as early as we can. But it's not the end of the world otherwise. Oh, here. Go up here. We will want... Okay. So with you, you've got all that covered. So we're going to need another scarecrow. So I can grab that. And we'll want more sprinklers. Okay, so for another sprinkler, I'll need more scrap. And pick these spots up. And that as well. And there. And there. And keep the trash going. And that's enough for another sprinkler.
Okay. There's another whole set of that put down. So like I said, we gotta keep the trash going because that's gonna be where a lot of this material comes from. That's fine. We're not leaving ourselves a whole lot of time to work on other things. That's okay. So let's go down here. We did leave down here in the silver area. We did leave some traps. Let's try and go through real fast to check on those. Okay, that's a new one. Yeah, we didn't go up there. Nothing in this trap. Okay, that's a second one. So that means we can drop that off at the museum. There's the third and the fourth one, so now we can sell them too. And it should have one more over to the right. And then we'd want to go up to the gold area. White spotted jellyfish. I want to say the white spotted jellyfish is one of the ones that's a huge pain in the butt to get. So we happen to catch it on a good day. Especially considering I don't have the computer or anything, which is how you isolate when stuff shows up. Okay, we've already got a couple of those. And we got two of them, so we can drop that off in the museum as well. Alright, so with this, we can hop up top. I don't really have time for the gold. Let's just go ahead and go to the museum. We can drop off the blue one there. And the seahorse that we got multiple of. Okay, so we got multiple both of these, so we can drop them both off. Cool. Now we can hop over here. So drop one of you in there, drop one of you in there. We can sell the rest of the seahorses. So you, seahorses. Ooh, we got a really good Murex. Okay, drop out the Murex. Let's see here. So grab the not as good Eastern Oyster. We got a better purple urchin already. We got a better zebra clam. Are you saving one of each? You'll have quests and all that that'll ask you for stuff. And it's just easier to not have to worry about it. If you just happen to have them, like, stashed. There's also, like, an achievement for selling one of everything, that kind of deal. I've already got the achievement on the save file, so I'm not really worried about it. But it is good to have that. We can go ahead and make that into some essence. Because I've got plenty of sparing.
Okay, and we've got spares of this. Plus, there's items that you can duplicate a lot of stuff in the game, like within the game, not like exploit, but mechanically you're designed to be able to duplicate it. So we've got like the slime, I forget what it's called. It's like the slime cloning thing or whatever. So that ends up being a big one, and all that. And it can be a very helpful thing to just have those. So like the artifacts, for example, you can clone them and use those for enchants and all that, as well as a bunch of other things. So it's good to have spares so you can drop the more valuable ones in to start duplicating them for enchants. The bugs you get a terrarium, you can kind of duplicate them if you wanted more of them. I probably don't need to be hoarding them, but, you know. There's all that. And slowly working clearing all that up. Alright. We got a bunch more money. Right, we also said we were going to pursue Zara romantically. So for that, I should start getting that process going, which will be figuring out something that Zara likes, and then burying her alive in it. 'Cause that's how you romance people in this thing. You find something they like, and then you do not let them ever be without that thing. You know, completely burying them up to their eyeballs in it. And you could usually drop off. It's something like 2 a week or whatever on it. Okay, we can drop off you. Okay, none of those are running, so let's get that fixed. So looking at this, what do I have the most of? Let's grab a bunch of the peppers. Okay, so most likely my most valuable crop might be... Ooh, do I think the star fruit? Probably the melon. So let's set aside the melon. You give 51 energy for that flower. Let's check the spring flowers here. Oh, what's the gold one there? So 66 versus 75. Alright. Because again, I think we want to get all these. So there's a fruit, a flower. We can get a vegetable. The cauliflower is probably my most valuable vegetable. We'll set that aside for right now. So we have vegetable, flower, fruit, animal product, artisan product. And I think we could have like fish or, you know, jewel or whatever for the last category. I can't remember how many different spots we have. But I'm going to try to set aside a bunch of those things. So let's start by going and picking up the eggs from the ground. That's fine. Keep them happy. we can buy another chicken and another sheep. Have the 2 of each. I actually don't think I want a second sheep. 1 sheep's fine. The 2 cows can be useful. So that way 1 can give gold milk. Okay. And for right now, we want to sit on... Can you buy a peacock? Not yet. Oh, I have milk over here. I didn't mean to, but we actually have the milk over there. Oh, so that's 20 energy. So I needed more milk than that, so that's 30. So most likely that large milk is probably worth more than what we've already got. Okay, so we've got all that. Okay, so for my artisan good, we've got the honey, which is, I believe, worth 135. We don't know the value of any of those, so we're just going to chuck them in there. Alright, so. I think I'm fine with 1 duck right now. I don't think I actually care about getting the second duck that badly. We can make another sprinkler if we want. Wednesday, Sam is closed, so we can't get more seeds right now, which is fine. What should I be working on now? I got 9,000 bucks. I got some money. So let's pop over here. I've got some gold bars. I've got the hardwood. Let's see if I got any more tree stumps or anything here that I can potentially get more hardwood out of this. I don't know if I need 10 or 20. Yeah, so we'll want to clean all of this up. There's another one over there. We will want to clean all of this up. What we can do is we can get one of the tools upgrading at the blacksmith. Alright. Okay. So drop you and you off right now. And you, and you. The rest could stay on our person. Okay, so let's go to the blacksmith. We can drop this junk off. What game is this? This is Coral Island. So let's get to the blacksmith, get that nonsense done. Getting a lot of rain days. I'm not upset about it either. We are not very close to that spot, but okay. Paul, I held on to hope. I really did. Thought maybe you'd remember in the morning. But here we are, it's past noon. You forgot my birthday. How could you? Oh, Poodles. I didn't mean to. I just forgot. No. You just forgot? That's your excuse? We've been married for so long. Am I not special to you anymore, Paul? No, it's not like that at all. You're my world. I slipped up. I'm truly sorry. Sorry doesn't fix this, Paul. Words are cheap. You're absolutely right, Anne. Messed up. I'll fix it, I promise. How's the gameplay and the storyline? If you like Stardew Valley, it's very similar gameplay-wise to Stardew Valley. It kind of takes the idea and expands on it, so, like, you do have the museum and the equivalents and all that, but they have an entire thing about, like, cleaning the ocean, because the setup for this game is instead of, like, you know, Stardew Valley where the big box store is showing up. In this one, there's an oil company that's caused an oil spill, and this is a tourist town that's, you know, got its beaches or whatever. It's kind of like a tropical paradise. So, you know, obviously having a bunch of oil spill on your beach, kind of bad for a tourist town. And so they have the aspect of trying to fix the town, you know, get this oil spill out of here. You know, they had to sell everything from their museum to get through the crisis that is the oil spill, so you have to, like, replenish the museum. They have what they call their heritage sites. It's effectively the equivalent of Stardew Valley's community center. But one of the things that really differentiates it is you clean up the oil spill. You go to the bottom of the ocean, there's merfolk and everything, and you're cleaning up the oil spill, and there's some magic mysticism kind of thing going on around that. But it's pretty much like someone took Stardew Valley and Animal Crossing and all that and said, yes, and then there's a bunch of other stuff they've added to the game as well. So it's got kind of like a whole extra layer that Stardew Valley doesn't. And that's not a criticism against Stardew Valley. This came afterwards. They had a chance to add more to this game. But it's kind of a different take with an expansion on that. All right, so we can go a couple different ways with this. Oh, you're 10,000? You suck. Okay, hang on. I mean, it makes sense that it's 10,000, but also it's 10,000. You suck. Do I have any quests I have not turned in? You want 5 milk for 1,000. Hold up. Do I have 5 milk? Even if I was going to keep the other ones. There's 4 milk. Do I have another unit of milk somewhere? Did I try and sell one? I did not. Is it in the artisan goods? Alright, well I can't use that to get away. Oh, that's not the right box. It just means I deal with it tomorrow is what it means. I want to deal with it tomorrow, I want it today, but you know, it is what it is. Alright, so we can donate that to the museum. Check the cows. We already did the cows this morning. So we've already got the milk for the cows today. They only produce once per day. Yeah, and when we complete any of the sets, we'll get stuff here. Yeah, so we're about 800 bucks short. Which I do think we'll just save up for it. Well, that's cool. That's fine. It was bound to happen. It's not the end of the world. It just means I do it tomorrow instead of today. It's also probably fair that we hold off on it as well. Can't sell it straight to the store. Store's not open today. That's what it's saying. Sam's not open on Wednesdays. Like, technically, what I could do is I could technically go and start fishing and catching fish, but I probably don't have that kind of time left in the day. I can also catch bugs and run it down and sell it to them down there. But regardless with all those cases, it's fine. We just do it tomorrow. All that means is we're going to hop down here. Can't wait till we get fins so we can move faster. See about catching more stuff. Was there any of the stuff we saw? No, the 2 things we did see we already got down here, didn't we? Yeah, these traps aren't going to be reset yet. I'll go and cut down this way just because it's kind of the same distance whether you go down or to the right. So just in the off chance that something else is down here. Okay, so let's go ahead and work our way back up here. And we'll just go for the gold kelp. Well, I mean, do we do the gold kelp or do we go for the mine? Change of plan. Let's go for the mine. Because I can teleport straight to the mine from here. Whereas for the other area, I've got to go up, go to the entrance, and then come back down using the anchor. No, you couldn't possibly swim over it. That's madness speaking. It's in the way. You can very plainly see it's in the way. You wouldn't want to swim over stuff, like you want to swim along the bottom. That's where the good stuff is. Didn't see any patches of gold ore, so not gonna worry about it. Forget, you actually hit pretty hard. That's not the attack you worry about. There's one that they spin. And the attack that they spin, they'll hit you like 4 or 5 times in a couple of in a second or two. It can be really devastating. Those giant ogre things are probably the most dangerous enemy in the game, but only because of that. You'll just get too close, not realizing they're about to spin, or you'll try and like push through to kill them before the spin goes off, and then take like a bunch of ticks of damage back to back to back. Because if we can get through this cave, then we'll have access to all the ore types. And we can just work on upgrading all of our tools to the max, and then there's a bunch of things that use the various bars and ore to craft. So then anytime we're short, we can just go to the appropriate caves and deal with it. Cool, Darth. I'm glad you enjoy your mods. It's still, you know, like always, it's not really something that means one thing to me one way or the other. I'm glad you enjoy it, just, you know. You know, I just generally don't mod, nor... Like, Skyrim's a perfectly good game. I played through it, did the endings, got a whole bunch of the things, did the DLC. Like, I had a really good time with Skyrim. But I'm also not someone who... Like, when people reference, like, what did you think about this character? It's like, man, I don't remember who that is. Ulfric? Like, I remember that's one of the leaders. Alright, bear with me, chat. We just went to an ad break, and I gotta use the restroom, so I'm gonna do that really quick, and I'll be back here in just a couple minutes, and thank you again for tuning in. What's... Oh, I wonder if I got some dead pixels on my right screen. Like right here on my screen, I got a little black line, just like that big. And it's like, oh, maybe it's like a hair or something. It's like, no, that looks like some dead pixels. Oh well, that screen's been around a while. And it's at least not my main screen. So, I can. You see that too? Oh, weird. Is it just some like stream compression thing?
Because it's not in the game itself. Oh, you know what it is? It's my microphone. Yeah. Yeah, it's just like, I didn't, like, for me, I didn't see this. It's like, wait a second, what? Yeah, that's a microphone. Gotcha. Don't be in a big building. Ah, we're in the middle of Louisville. Right, literally in the exact middle of Louisville. This is a dead character. Oh, good. I haven't moved yet, and the jig is already up. Alright. I love with that clip, to give you like an idea of how much there were zombies there, the audio just utterly goes to hell because it does not know what to do. We like just running out of audio channels kind of thing. I also peaked really bad on that mic. I had to adjust the settings there because that was some real nasty mic peaking. I keep with that, oh, I forget what it's called. Not noise suppression. I keep a noise gate, that way, if the volume goes too high, it'll just start, like, cutting off the sound, or, like, try and, like, cap it out, which causes distortion, but the alternative is, you know, blowing eardrums out, so, you know, it is what it is. I usually don't have to worry about, like, the mic peaking, which granted, if anyone's ever like watching, like, and you hear that kind of thing where the mic cuts out or like starts very clearly distorting the volume because it's too high, let me know and I'll adjust it. Usually it's not a problem. Most of the time, even when I'm excited, on the equalizer I go to the yellow, which is about where you want it for spoken voice. Like, depending on what you're doing, if you're doing the content like I'm doing here, where it's, you know, game, having dialogue on top of it, that kind of thing. Usually what you want is spoken voice to be going up to the yellow most of the time. It's okay to even go a bit into the red, as long as it's not slamming into the top of the red. That's the no bueno. When you start slamming the top of the red, that means you're getting distortion, or you're blowing people's eardrums out, that kind of stuff. And then stuff like background music, you probably want to stay in the green, not quite get to red, because at that point you'll start competing between you and that. Is that Lotus? Okay. Alright. Oh, we already have the hole there. Well, that's interesting. I guess it's a stun. I just knew it hit hard. So good news, we're getting a decent amount of gold out of this. We did get 5 floors deeper. I don't imagine we're going to be able to get the next 5 floors, though. Not unless we get lucky in one of these ones where you go, like, back-to-back floors. I probably should get the ropes. We are not on passive, by the way. It's just some of the enemies don't seem to care unless you mine, like, right on top of them. I'm having a real hard time hitting this one.
That I definitely want. We can throw those away. It's going good. Let's see, another thing. We got plenty of trash. We're gonna have to get out of here because of time. Alright, time to go. We're out of time. Yeah, we got another 5 floors done. We got a bunch of gold ore. It's basically a day we got a lot of good time because it was raining. So just pop out there, grab what we can. Hadn't seen this game before? What's it about? So Coral Island, it's kind of the same general concept as like Stardew Valley. They're very similar games. So, you know, you kind of like inherit your little farm, all that kind of stuff. It does take the model and expand on it though, so it does a good job of differentiating itself. Early game, it's kind of not the best of differentiating itself. But once you get going, there's like a whole thing where you go under the ocean and do a bunch of stuff with that. So rice, we'll want to get that planted. And like it does a lot of stuff that is common tropes in the genre. Alright, we need to go to sleep. We're about to pass out. Looks nice? Yeah, no, it's really good. Like the difference in this one is the story, instead of like the big box stores moving into town, basically there's an oil company that was operating on a nearby island, caused an oil spill, trashes the local environment, and you're a tourist town, so that kind of F's the town, you know, the town's economy, because people don't want to go, you know, to oil-covered beaches for some reason. I can't imagine why. But basically it puts the town in dire straits and all that. You know, and of course you show up and start fixing everything. Oh, you're trolling me. I didn't have enough stuff in there. Alright, so it's Raphael and Eleanor's birthday, so want to get them stuff. We'll deal with that in a minute. I could sell stuff directly to Sam to... Oh, actually, or we could just finish a quest, which will give me a payout. So there's 2,000 from Sam. Alright, you want 5 containers of milk today. Let's see. Traps last longer, nobody cares. Selling monster loot, nobody cares. Recover a portion of your lost health when attacking an enemy, so that's leech. Let's go for the crit to just kill enemies faster. And we unlocked a bunch of things I'm probably not going to make. Bestest friend Groucho Gopher, can you please help me with the sunflower? Oliver and I are making his dad a sunflower crown for his birthday. The problem is, we don't have any sunflowers. Can you deliver it to me before the 26th, okay? Because that's when his birthday is. Valentina. Groucho Gopher, I need an apparama. This fish likes colder weather and is usually out after sunset. Groucho Gopher, I'm in the doghouse now, so to speak. I forgot Anne's birthday, and I need to fix this fast. Unfortunately, I'm too busy to look for myself. So, I'm gonna need your help to find me some green tea. 1 is fine. You can find it, I'll owe you a big one. Please, look for it ASAP. Thanks, Paul. So here, for anyone who is new to being a good couple, good spouse, good partner, when you forget your partner's birthday and they feel hurt and upset about it, you deal with it yourself. You drop what you're doing and you take care of it. You do not ask someone else to take care of it. This is how you get yourself even farther in the doghouse when it doesn't fall through and you have to explain why you have continued to fail. I also think it's a little much Anne's reaction here. Like, very, very legitimately being like, hey, I forgot, is fair. You probably should take corrective action still. But the fact that she's like, do you not find me special anymore? It's like, hold up. Hold the F up. Calm down. We're all adults. We're all doing that kind of stuff. Like, maybe you're overreacting just a little bit. Ooh, the pickled bell peppers might be better than what we had here. What do we have for artisan good here? Oh, honey. So that's 135. I'm gonna hold on to that one just in case it's more. Actually, hold the heck up. We can solve this. We can solve a cut. Well, actually, we'll sell that just to get the price from town. Are you an artisan good? What are you worth? You're considered an artisan good. What is a maple syrup worth? 200. So what you're telling me is honey's out, maple syrup's in. Done and done. Those are spares. We can get rid of those. That's a spare. We can get rid of that. Drop you off. I've long since lost track of everything going on. Okay, we're good there. We can put these in the dehydrator. There's spares. Drop you in for this. Go to the monster good box. Drop you off. We have one geode to process. That's fine. We'll sell the bell pepper juice. And like I said, this is the only stuff I gotta water is right here. And right here, because we put those down last season, and they're 2-season things. So sell the sunflower honey. Oh, the sunflower honey is $2.45. Alright, we'll hold up. The maple syrup has already been dethroned. There you go. Oh, and sell the regular hot pepper. Okay, so we want to upgrade our pickaxe. So let's grab the 5 there. And the hardwood. So that'll be for our pickaxe upgrade. Can you move trees in this game? Yes, eventually. I do not have the thing to do it yet, but you can get a thing from the giants that will let you just straight up lift up a tree and relocate it. So for that, which is for the fair, there is a variety bonus. So I want different varieties. There are giants? Yes, they're smaller than you. Don't worry about it. Giant in name, not in stature. Okay. And let them out. So, I have a bunch of eggs and milk and all that here. So right now we will go over to this box. Chuck you in here. Okay. So I do have... Yes, that's 5 milk. And hopefully that counts. Because if it doesn't let me do it because they're different stacks, then we just don't get it. That's fine. You're imagining a huge hand up rooting the tree. Yeah, no, it's nah, it's like you get this bench, and it does cost the money in the game, but it's like very small amount. So Oliver's probably in class. So let's go to Oliver right now and see if Oliver will take the milk. I don't think he will. I think because it's a bunch of different stacks, it won't satisfy the quest. Just like UI limitation thing. It's not a big deal. It's just a little bit of, you know, friendship / money not being done. Give quest item. Yep. Thank you. Oh, okay, that did count. Did it take all 5? Awesome, that didn't used to work. So you want me to get an Amperama, you want a sunflower, you want a green tea, and we got that. Alright, so... You want to see how bad Paul is at being a good husband? We can just go down to the coffee shop and just get a green tea. We can just buy it at the store. Like you don't even need to do anything. It's just there. So he's like, I need you to help me. I need you to get this for me. It's just right there. You can just buy it right there. There's no anything else. Upgrade tools. So we're gonna upgrade the pickaxe. $10,000 gone. Give the tea to Anne on his behalf, say it's thing. Nah, I can't remember if you give it to Anne. Like, the quest will tell you. I can't remember if you're supposed to give it to Anne. Yeah, you give it to Paul. But if you give it to Anne directly, it's not one of those ones that, you know, it outs Paul. Just Anne will be like, oh, I love this. So let's get down here. And there's a green tea. Especially considering Paul literally walks by. We had to get gifts for the two of them. Paul literally walks by the place, going to the beach to play volleyball with the family and all that. So, like, Paul is amazingly bad at it. Alright, Paul, how am I just looking over you again and again? There you are. So you are up hanging out by the school. There's so many people in this game? Uh-huh. That's not even the full list you just saw there. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, didn't mean to get that many, that's fine. And that's all my money. Yep, no, there's a whole separate list for the merfolk. Okay, so let's hop back home real fast. And remember to actually use the blessing thing. Extra health, nobody cares about that. Basically useless. Alright. Get you planted, and we just go right on through all of this. Alright, so craft. There's 2 more sprinklers. And get a scarecrow. Grab the next ones. And eventually we'll get the things that automatically plant and harvest and fertilize and everything for us. They're just attachments you put on the sprinkler, so anything in range of the sprinkler gets it. And that's when you get to the point where you just kind of set up an area and you're just like, all right, that's the field. When do you come by to, like, maintain it? Nah, man. Just once every couple of seasons, I go through and I restock the seeds and empty it out whenever I want the money. Or I need, like, more stuff to make artisan goods out of. So you can get pretty far into automation this. You can't fully automate it. You still have to restock the seeds yourself. But it can hold a couple, like it's got like 8 or so slots worth of seeds you can fill it up with, so it can hold a lot. Okay. So we need gold kelp for any more sprinklers. Alright. So that we could set those aside for a minute. These are spare materials. That's spare materials. We can drop off the flour. And then they want the sunflower. Okay, so let's hop back up here. Get Valentina her sunflower. Get Paul the green tea. It was Valentina who wanted the sunflower, correct? Yes.
Thank you.
Alright. I appreciate... Oh, that one we didn't get paid. I was say, I appreciate how a lot of these quests, even the little kids, will be like, you know, they'll pay you like $1,000 for the milk or whatever, and you're like, what? Why is this child walking around with like a small fortune in their pocket? Why is this small child handing me their, you know, college trust fund, you know, to buy copious amounts of milk? I have questions. Groucho Gopher, you just saved my life. Thank you so, so much. I'll always remember this favor. If you need anything, please let me know. Alright, so we got him that. Cool, so you want an Amperam. I believe that spawns in the far left in the evenings. I can't remember if it's like, you know, rainy days or whatever. I'm not going to worry about it. I don't care. So we're just going to tag another one. Alright, so we were in pretty good shape with all that. That's a new one. Cool, cool. Okay, so this time, we're going to go down and do a little bit of the ocean stuff, but we're going to go to where the gold stuff is, because I've run out of gold kelp. Alright, they gave me coal and trash. These tourists give such wonderful gifts. But yeah, so we're out of gold kelp, so let's go get some gold kelp. Okay, we got a giraffe seahorse. We're gonna get too caught up in this. Let's do a quick little loop down here. Check for critters we want to catch. A Tola jellyfish, that's another new one for us. Alright. Sexy shrimp? Yep, that's an actual, like, real life, that's an actual type of shrimp. There is actually a type of shrimp called a sexy shrimp. That isn't something made up for the game or anything like that. You afraid to Google that? No, that's honestly... That honestly is probably not that dangerous of a Google. Like, imagine if you go and you work your way down to the 3rd or 4th tab, you'll start seeing some cursed stuff. But, you know, you should never go to the 3rd or 4th tab of Google. It's not worth it. No matter how much you want to think it's worth it, it's definitely not worth it. Apparently they wiggle their butts and they got named for it. It is real. Or avionesis? Sexy shrimp? Yeah, no, that's what I was saying. Sexy shrimp are 100% a real thing. Did Google, indeed, just pictures of shrimps. Yeah, I was gonna say, as long as you don't start getting way down into the search results, you're probably fine. Alright, and that gives me more draft shrimp. Inventory is super full. Alright, so now we're working on cleaning up the oil over here. Alright, our inventory is full and we definitely want the fossil thing. We'll toss away the singular stone. Up, and the 2 units of sap. I also want the glass. The what? Well, no, we want the scrap. Sure, I'll get rid of the sea salt. We'll get plenty more of that. Alright, Luxray, you take it easy. Thank you again for tuning in. Alright, well, I'm running out of places you can be. And there you are. Let's get the Jamu up there, because I'm going to need a little boosty boost. Alright, so that should take care of that one. And these will start getting a little bit more complicated, the paths I'll need to take on some of these. But yeah, it's already enough enough kelp that I could probably get 2, 3, 4 more areas done. Nice. I usually anticipate anything that's got any kind of name that could be even slightly misconstrued as like vaguely adultish. Once you start getting into the weeds of the search results, things progressively get more cursed. Oh, that's just for the stone. Yeah, let's move our anchor over here. We need to get something else out of here. We got plenty of those. We'll vaguely just keep clearing up towards that golden kelp. Okay, it's a piece of stone, don't care.
Alright. It says something that, like, between the merfolk and the people in the town and all that, like, you as the protagonist are the one who's down here, like, mucking in the trash all day, every day. You know, cleaning up the ocean floor inch by inch yourself. And, like, just not getting any help with it. In this case, I'll even chuck that in favor of this. I really need to empty my inventory before I came down here. Get rid of the coal, I can make more of that. All right. All right, it's time to go. Okay. I'll drop off what we can. Okay, so we got those two. We have you. It's fine, we'll clear those out later. Drop you off. So none of these are ones that need to be offered still. Nope. We've got you are not a duplicate yet. You're not a duplicate yet. So we have the atoll jellyfish. We've already got the cauliflower and all that done. We'll keep you, we'll sell one of you. And the sexy shrimps are all duplicates, so we can go and get rid of those as well. Alright, so we can go over here. So drop you off, sell one of you. Sell off all these artisan goods. Drop these off, grab the trash back. Drop all that off, drop you off. Okay, so we've got stuff we're dealing with tomorrow. We don't have enough time to make the sprinklers and do all that stuff today. Alright. So I completed an errand. So we're at 1,000 something merit points. I think it's 2,000 merit points, the stamina fruit, which is the first one I'm going to actually grab. Because I'm going to grab the stamina fruit, and then I'm just going to start grabbing each and every one of the ones that give me an extra skill point, whatever. Starlit Town Harvest Festival is coming up on fall 15th at 7 p.m. at Olun Square. Legendary farmer Jeff Smith will be the judge for the Harvest Display Contest. To enter, bring your best products from each of the following 6 categories. Vegetables, fruits, flowers... okay, I need barn and coop products. Alright, I'm glad that they sent that because I was under the impression... I made that mistake the last time, is that I thought the, I thought it was like Stardew Valley and like the gems and all that were their own category, and they are not in this game. In this game, like, they're just not part of the whole thing, so you don't get any of the bonuses for it.
Okay, we got all those sorted out. Okay, that way we can get around. Okay. Cool. And we got a bunch of the bell pepper juice, which is only worth 135, so it's cheaper than we've already got. Okay, so I've got a bunch of this stuff we can do stuff with. Let's go down and deal with our animals first. Because I have to figure out what we're doing for the each individual locations. Yeah, so the... It'll be pretty hard to get what I need out of the animals. Still working about getting them all leveled up. Okay. So let's pop in here. Okay, so we've got the duck egg. Let's see if we can't get a decent container of milk next. We do have the large container of milk. And drop all these ones off for the time being. Okay, so that means I have all 6 categories represented with the best I've got, which is pretty sad. The best I've got is pretty bad. Can't get rid of it because I don't have my pickaxe. It's deeply upsetting. Alright, and we can move you two up here. Okay, so we've got all that. We can drop off the spare stuff here. Grab more trash. Keep feeding into the machine. Okay. So I've got some coffers and all that to break. It is Friday. So let's drop off the... Let's drop off a little bite here. Oh, let's loop on down here as on our way so that... Ooh, that's one we don't have. Oh, that's one we needed. Yeah, I was figuring we'd run down here and we'll just kind of loop through here because I haven't done that. I believe we'll end up seeing Lotus grow down in this area somewhere. I want to say down here. But it's fine. Oh, we got a ton of the flowers over here. Okay, so we don't want to drop all of these off. What is weight pass made of? They're scrap. I want to drop just you off. Because that other beetle or bug, in case I get just the one, that's something we use for the temple. The temple's a higher priority than the museum. It's pickier. Alright. So how many days do you take? 13. Oh, and you produce every 7. Let's not worry about that. Pretty soon these ones will stop being worth it because they're ones that you plant and they keep producing again and again. And to get your full money's worth out of that, you need to plant them early enough that they get several rounds of production. There we go. I just realized I spent more than it's fine. I'll just say I should have saved enough money to be able to pop the coffers. It's fine. We're scaling up the farm. We're going to make some really solid money as this starts to all... Because we've only gotten 1 crop out of here so far. As we go and do this, it's just going to become more and more. Alright, let's stack some stuff to clear up inventory. So you, get out of here. The soldier's a duplicate. Get it out of here. We have... That's a duplicate, that's a duplicate, that's a duplicate. Don't care. We can drop off the forageables. And drop you off. Alright. Okay, we can make another sprinkler. Okay. Yeah, so even with me planting every day like we've been doing, we're still not losing nearly as much time a day to the farm as we were before. And that's with me, like, continuously just expanding and expanding and expanding. Okay. Now, that said, we're getting pretty close to the point where I'm going to have to start, like, properly clearing the field if I want to continue to expand. Why are you watering with the sprinkler there? The sprinkler doesn't... It waters first thing at the morning. So it is one of those things, if I put a sprinkler in a spot and then I plant, that first day it won't get watered. After that, I don't have to do it anymore. But the very first day, because of just how mechanically the sprinkler works for watering stuff, it only counts, like, the next day. I could choose to not water it. And all it would mean is I would lose 1 day of grow time. It wouldn't, like, kill the plant or anything. But, you know. If I'm taking the time to, like, clear all this up to begin with, might as well.
All right. I'm about to run out of water. Yep, and I want to continue like building the paths and all that to make the farm look nice and yada yada. But that's fine. Okay. Right, so we need to get some stuff in here. Let's go ahead and grab the corn. That's the next one I've got lots of. So we're making corn juice. Okay, so that's fine. Did I not get the blessing today? It wasn't anyone's birthday today, was it? Because I lose track of that. Okay, no one's birthday today. I've probably missed a decent number of birthdays, but that's fine. Alright, and this time we're not going to backtrack just looking for the kelp. We're doing pretty good. We're just going to keep pushing forward. Alright. We'll start with those. Okay. I've still got another one of these here that we haven't revealed. Some of these ones get a little tricky in just that you clear the area and that's the next area will then bring one that comes back to here. Let's just clear out this trash up in this corner. There it is, just in case. Alright. And I'm just going to go on the assumption that that's going to work out. Oh, never mind. Can't do that because I got to wait for that to finish. Okay, it did just work out. Cool. How close are we being able to make another trap? Can I make another trap? No, I need seaweed. It's fine. Okay, we can drop the anchor over here now. Okay. It's definitely too late in the day to be worth using a Jamu. Okay, do I have anything that gives me just a little bit of energy that... I mean, I could eat the kombu and everything. We're right about to have to leave. Alright, that's it. We got nothing left in the tank. If we go much more, we'll pass out. Okay. We're quickly clearing our way over to the osmium, which is like the highest level kelp. Once I get that, basically, material-wise, I've got everything I need for those upgrades. Yeah, so we are clearing... Yeah, so we got this whole left-hand side cleared. We're working on that up there. So we basically have that, those two, that one. There'll be like 2 or 3 over here, and like 1 or 2 there, and then this is all osmium up here. This whole, like, this is the cutoff between that. So very genuinely, we only got a couple more in-game days worth of working that before we're over to the osmium stuff. And then the mine-wise, we're over halfway down towards going after the osmium from that side too. So we got the blue oyster. That's the only new shell there, so we can grab you, drop you in. We can go to the dehydrator and get you toasted. You're a spare, so we can get you out of here. Tell me I didn't mess that up. It's fine, I'm sure we'll get more of them. Let's see here. Most of the rest of this is just garbage to be tossed here. And let's see, so... For right now, let's go ahead and get more of the bronze essence made. Have that operating, because we got spares. That's all fine, that's all fine. The honey. Get you going again. Alright. It's an extra 1,000. Okay, so it's Jim and Chaim's birthday. Okay, the golden pickaxe is ready. Dear Groucho Gopher, would you provide me with a pumpkin? I have a recipe I'd like to try. Good luck with this busy season. I hope to see you around. Bree. Cool. Here we're getting the first of the cranberries. The rest of those won't be ready yet. And if we're lucky, we'll get a big duck egg to bump that up a little. Because I do believe, regardless of whether you win or lose, you do get a reward in the competition based on how many points you make. So I don't think we're gonna end up winning.
just because I haven't prepped enough in advance. But I could get a decent award. Alright, so I can go up to you, drop the cranberries in here. You go there. Alright. And that's the same oil we've been selling. Okay, so we've got all that sorted. The blacksmith will be open today, but the lab will not. Let's check on our quests. So the pumpkin we gotta wait. The Emperam, that's just fishing and we don't know where it's at. We are going to want to go to the blacksmith for their thing. Oh, we have Shame and Jim's birthday today. So we don't know what either of them like. That's fine. Alright, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Let's see where they're at. So you are on your way towards the museum. Let's get the blessing for today. And we can jump to the museum, walk right up and get her thing. No blessing. Ah, this is a nice gift. Thanks for going out of your way. Alright. So there's her gift. And then meanwhile, you are straight to my right on your way to work. Okay, so you cut down this way. Errands. You would like some basil. Thank you for this birthday present, Groucho Gopher. Alright, so we're good there. We got that stuff taken care of. I'm pretty sure that's a hard to get rare butterfly. Nope, it's not. It's just a Luna. I mean, Lunas are relatively hard to get, but not like I implied. Either way, we got it. It's in our pocket. It's fine. Alright, we can move you, move you. Get her pickaxe. Cool. So we now got the second best pickaxe. We can process these. And I should be able to drop a couple more things off of the museum, which will be good. I should probably also check to see how we're doing on the town rank. We gotta be getting pretty... Well, I mean, we're a decent... Oh, never mind. There it goes. Okay, so Ocean is officially moved up to D rank and is almost C rank. And that's getting us pretty close to ranking up the town from E to D. Okay, so artisan goods, drop you off. Drop those off. Oh, we can pop on over here. Alright, so that's one to donate to the museum. Yeah, and we've already got that, so that's one to sell. Okay, we can donate that and that. There's the crystal ball. And then the spear goes in there. Oh, wrong box. And we can drop the rest of this off and we do a quick trip to the museum. And that'll give me a bunch more stuff. Yeah, because each time I clean up one of those sections of the ocean, we're getting like 20-something points towards the next town upgrade or whatever. Alright, that's 4 more things in here. Alright. So, I think with where we're making the progress right now, I'm going to keep the pressure on the ocean just to get up to the purple stuff. And then before we worry about actually like cleaning the ocean, we would switch back to the mine. And the reason I'm thinking that is we're already making really good progress here. And we're using this material for all of our Oh, wait. We'll back off. I want to catch whatever that is. It's kind of one of those things when this one I'm getting lots of critters along the way. So it is progressing that all really well. And we'll want the essences as well for upgrading our crop stuff. What we'll probably do here is the next time I have about 10,000, we'll upgrade the scythe. Alright, so we got the flatworm. Alright. So we can open the path to the bottom or to the right, or both. It opened both. Let's go down, because I've got this one here. Then I got 2 more up and right. And just like before, just kind of moving between large clusters of trash. Okay. But yeah, it is a thing you can get yourself in trouble if you start going and focusing just on one. That's kind of one of the things I did the first time I played this game, is, you know, I liked the sea stuff, it was the new thing, and I didn't upgrade my scythe hardly at all because I was just completely and utterly neglecting the mine. And as you can see, I'm up to the point where it's taking me 2 hits to break the trash as opposed to 1 on most of it. That gets worse if we go up to the osmium area without upgrading it. I'll end up taking like 3-4 hits to clear the trash. So you're kind of like intended doing a little bit of back and forth. Right now, 2 is fine. And I fully expect when you get to the osmium that we're going to definitely want to put more time in the mine as well. Okay, well I'm running out of places that this could be. Go. I feel pretty comfortable that we cleaned this out. Because it's literally all the trash that's here moved. Alright, so that'll clear out to that spot. We'll go up here. I'm just going to go away, assuming everything turns out. Some proper villain-coded plans. Alright, we got a seahorse of some kind. Okay, we've already got that one. Yep, so the whole screen just shook, so that was the other one just finishing. And these solar fragments we're finding, those are... you later get like an underwater farm. And those have to do with all that stuff. Getting your upgrades to the underwater farm, all that kind of stuff. Oh, I remember this spot. Where I mentioned sometimes it's not entirely clear. This one here, they have, I think it's 2 of them that they go through like this little maze here. Okay, the inventory is full. Let's drop back. And make sure that one clears up. Ditch the stone, grab the lettuce. Oh, well, there's the second one. And we can chuck a little bit of wood. Now I just gotta clear all this junk around here. That's another one for the museum that I gotta make room for somehow. Get out my inventory. Gotta wait for that to catch up. Okay, so I'll probably take care of that one. Yep, there's the other one just finished. That's another giraffe. seahorse we can just leave. Alright. Yeah, I remember this one ends up being this, like, whole chase around the whole area. They do that in a couple spots, so they have these, like, really elaborate paths you have to follow with that. That's okay. Cool, so that clears that one. Then it might have me go this way, and it might have me go up. I know I ultimately need to do both. I'll need to leave soon. That was not the same kind as we saw before. It's fine. Alright, inventory's full, and day is under, and energy's low. Okay, so we got that one all sorted. So that was good. We got, what was it, 2 or 3 or 4 of them knocked out. Cleared up more space. That'll be a bunch. That'll be like almost 100 extra points towards the city rank, or 30 or 60 or whatever. It's a bunch of points. That's all that matters. Okay, so we've already got a bunch of those. We could donate that to the museum another day. Let's drop stuff off. Scrap coming, we end up needing tons of it. Okay, drop you in there, we can process the rest of these. So that's one to donate, I've already got one in there. You're new. We do not have the green sea urchin in here. Oh, the green sea urchin's one we offer. Okay, so we want to drop one of these in here, and then the green sea urchin's going to go to the temple and all that. I guess we'll take even more of that out. So put one of you in there, one of them gets sold, and the other one gets offered. So sell you, sell those, sell that. Dehydrate you, and you. And the rest will be stuff that donated or whatever. And let's get some sleep. Alright, so Chame and Jim both got a bit of friendship because we gave them gifts on their birthday. Cool. And made a bit more money. Alright. So with that, before we go any farther, where's the town rank at now? Okay. So I'm right about to hit Ocean Rank C. We are very, very close to hitting Town Rank D, which is when we'll unlock, like, the next big set of things. I got more stuff from the museum. You notice they're only, like, 3 points each, but it adds up. The Heritage site, I do have a thing to offer there that'll help. So there's a very good chance, like, in just a day or two in-game, we will rank up again. I've also noticed we literally haven't gained a level in fishing because... I mean, we've gained a level in fishing. We haven't gained 2 levels in fishing because I haven't been doing it. With that said, though, chat, it is getting to be about that time. I need to be wrapping up for the night and all that good stuff. But I do really hope you have enjoyed today's stream and all good stuff. I do hope you've been enjoying Coral Island. This is a game I truly, truly enjoy a great deal of. And it's really kind of a shame it doesn't have more in the following it does, because it really is a solid game. But with that said, if you have enjoyed tonight's content, you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop the follow. That way you can find your way back here in the future. I will be back at 7 p.m. EST tomorrow. Maybe for more Coral Island, maybe for Project Zomboid. We'll see where we go. For those who are, like, not really into Coral Island or, like, this style of game, you know, I appreciate you indulging me and all that kind of good stuff. We'll probably be back into stuff like Project Zomboid and all that when we wrap this up. I imagine the full playthrough is going to take not quite a week, considering this is our 3rd day. We're getting ready to wrap up. Well, not wrap up. We're about halfway into fall. And I should have everything wrapped up by the time we hit the end of year 2 or whatever. We'll see. Obviously, if people aren't tuning in for it, then it is what it is. That'll force me to switch. With that said, if you're watching over on the YouTube side, the stream's going to be ending abruptly for you. I don't have a host ready, but thank you so much for tuning in. Don't forget to like and subscribe. And for those who are over here on Twitch, don't go anywhere. I am going to go ahead and put up my ending stream screen and see